did it again, man.
General, HOK Field Marshal, you know? None of them can bother dance on the top. Violate the general, end up in a blood clot funeral home. Ankh the AK Jabari got the chrome. Hector was the how we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More if you smell make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth him a really scored on. 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother a hustle ha move like I left for the black woman not all like Olson and Napah sister freedom. I do whole panel know what time for Bible thumping the minute them see me come. Revelation set frontier the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Sonetta. None of them can mother than Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Coast to coast we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge we be slanging. In the HOK we don't do no entertaining.
Speak the truth, speak the facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark spots of the light.
The dark heart still fight. We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the Konsciousnes, my clan now.
Frontier the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Sonetta. None of them can mother than Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
When I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, and put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee. If I lift it up, you niggas gonna see what it come might be. I thought I told ya. Affirmation, revelation, we some soldiers. Sonetta put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and for in the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed, a few things still say the same.
Frontier the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Sonetta. None of them can mother than Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
All right, peace to everybody. Assalamu alaikum, hotep, namaste, jambo, ashe, shalom, shalom. All the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light, to the HOK family, to Rakufu on the panel with me right now. I dropped the link. You know, it's like Sonetta went to her and get off the panel, and you know, it was a good presentation that he did. 100%. I think everybody agrees that the first people out of Africa and who populated the world were dark skinned, melaninated people. But I think that people misunderstood what I said. So, you know, this was he did a presentation, the Brother God Energy. I'm listening to it, and it's great that oh, by the way, it's on House of Consciousness. I'm going to end the stream. You got to come over HOK if you want to finish listening. The link is in the chat, all of that. Okay, so I just wanted to get right into this. So people can come over, and if they wanted to still talk about it, I really wanted to make a point that it's great information, and it's great that he's bringing that out. Yes, scientists have definitely discovered that the genetic mutation of light skin is not as old as human civilization, and it is not as old as human beings, period, 300,000 years ago, right? Roughly, talking about Homo sapiens. So, great information. However, what I wanted to point out, and you know, God Energy, it seemed like you got a little bit triggered when I asked you, and very defensive. I just basically said, where are you going with it? I'm not afraid of anything. What I'm saying is, if you're saying that we as human beings, if you would say we as human beings mutated, Get what I'm saying? Like what we're doing is we're conflating social issues with science and biology. And that is exactly what the problem is with the past and with what so-called white racist, I shouldn't say so-called, but I'm saying we're using the word white. This is what racist white people actually did. And it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. Nobody likes to hear that because, of course, everyone is thinking, oh, Napah's coming in. She's trying to self-hate, and she's scared of this information. Scared of what information? It's facts. It's facts that for so long we were dark people, and then it's facts. I mean, I align with the science. I'm not against adaptation and evolution and people adapting to their environment. So my point that I was trying to make is that why aren't you saying that it's still the same people? You're saying we basically making a distinction between blacks and whites again, and that's a social thing. So you're not really, and God Energy, I know you're probably listening, so you could definitely come in. Sonetter was like, no, Napah, because it's like when I say something, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a woman, people get nervous, or I'm just saying, King J, I'm gonna let you in, but my point is, if you're coming as a scientist, then talk about it scientifically. Say humans, like the mainstream scientists, like the information you used when you talked about the genes, and I can get to that information. They say, look, humans evolved. They don't say it like that because they know they would have some issues. They say there were genetic mutations and then light skin occurred in human beings. However, it's like the information that is like the way you're putting it out there, you're acting like, oh no, I'm not saying superior, but you are putting it out like we are the superior. You didn't say superior, but you're not being scientific. If I'm sorry if I'm not imparting myself as articulately as I should, but just come out and say, look, I'm fighting for us, y'all. I'm trying to show you guys that even though it's already been determined and it's mainstream science that we already know that we're dark. But thank you, God Energy. Thank you for showing this information, bringing all the information to the community. But we know that we were the first people. We know that people were dark. But I'm glad that you're saying that to everybody. And everybody's turning cartwheels and cheering you on. But if you're going to be scientific, why don't you just say we evolved and there's really nothing to do with social constructs of black, white? You get what I'm saying or no? Nobody gets that? I get it. We're oppressed. I get it. There's problems. But remember, the same white man that used the scientific racism is the one who set up the scientific, these social constructs of race. Okay, that's the point that I'm making. And then he tried to be funny because he's passive aggressive. Yes, you are. You're like, we're not winning any decathlons and milk drinking. That shows you're very intelligent, but that shows me the level that you're at, because we're talking about survival, and survival equals superiority. I'm not talking about modern day, like milk drinking contests, sir. I'm talking about resistance to disease and being able to eat things that other people can't eat. So then the people who can eat those things get to live longer and they get to survive while the other ones become extinct. You get what I'm saying? So it is, if you want to put the information out there, sir, and you want to push it like, oh, look, we were here, we were there, we're everywhere. If you want to put it out there, which is also, you didn't even address anything about the Chinchorro people. So if you want to put it out there like and make it like a conflation of science and biology, I'm going to hand the mic over, y'all. If you want to do that, then you're going to have to be ready for white people to come back and say, yeah, we're evolved. We're the superior beings. We evolved out of you. And that is the science. You keep on saying, oh, we are so scared of ourselves. No, what I want us to stop doing is conflating social issues with science. Can we please do that? Because white people are the same as Black people when it comes to science. Yes, there's differences, there's mutations, and that's why there's resistance to disease, and then there's superiority with people who are melaninated, with as far as resistance to sun, like being able to survive in the sun, more melanated, being able to the muscle mass, the way our bodies are composed. Yeah, we get all that. But when we start trying to put it in social constructs, then we are no better than the white people who did it. Okay, so I'm going to pass the mic. Thank you for being here, King J. He won't say it, by the way. He acts like, oh, Napah's scared of being a superior, and I never said superior, but our people are so scared. I'm not scared. Duh, the science says that the darker people were populating the earth first for longer, and then it's a genetic mutation. We know that. And I'm not trying to discount his presentation, but the whole smartass comment about, I don't see anybody winning any milk drinking decathlons. So that's why I'm kind of like coming on from this angle. You get it? They can survive, and the people who cannot eat that food cannot survive. Get it? Okay, great. So I'm just going to set the table. I'm not going to be, in here too much because I know people are scared of me. Rakufu, go ahead. You don't, this is an echo chamber. It is not an echo chamber. You can come in and give us your take on that, and then we'll move on to King J. I'm muting out. Go ahead.
So that was a good presentation, and I didn't get to see it all, but I liked his presentation to a degree. I don't have an opinion one way or the other on the superiority. Well, one thing I did have a question on was I wanted to ask you, Napah, and I want you to just clarify your answer. I'm not saying you were right or wrong. I just want to clarify so I understand what you're saying. When he says that, you was talking about the drinking the milk and being able to be, or the white people saying, not the milk, nothing to do with the milk. When you said the white people said, well, they can say they evolved out of us and therefore they're superior. But and I would like to know, how would they say that if they can catch skin cancers and they got bad problems, and we can catch, we got, nobody would be superior to nobody is my whole ultimate, what I want to say. But how could they say they would be superior because they came from us?
Well, and peace, Ankh. I'm glad you're here. This is the thing, and King J, we're going to go in order. We get to you. I'm so glad you're here, Ankh, because I do want you to kind of like get in here. Because again, when I start doing it, they think, oh my God, Senator's wife is acting crazy. So I'm going to say it this way. I'm not saying I'm superior, and he's not literally saying it, but he's presenting, it's like we're being set back. Okay. We're moving forward in science. We're in 2026. We're not trying to go back to focusing on phenotype first. What we should be focusing on, again, in my opinion, is environment, how we got these why these genetic mutations occurred in us as humans. Get it? Instead of, oh, it's them and us. See, we were the first people here. We are all of us are the first. Get it? We're all humans. Right. So that's my point.
Okay.
I hope I answered that. I got to move on to King J because I want to get to Apostle, then Ankh, and then I see Ngolo. Sorry.
No, you can say that. Yeah, that's.
I see Ngolo. Peace. Okay. Go ahead, King J.
Peace to the panel. It's funny that you figured you peeped that out, Napah. The brother definitely has an agenda, in my opinion. He's straddling the line of James Morton, in my opinion, in regards to his rhetoric in regards to ethnology and race, especially when he speaks about craniometrics. And that is an outdated pseudoscience. Modern day ethnology deals with culture and language, not race at all. So he dies at that point. I'm reading a updated. It says April 2nd, 2025. It's the Nature. It's the same source he used, but about 8 years. It's 2025. I think his source was 2008 or 2016. and it's in reference to the Quarry site. It says the Quarry Rock Shelter in Southwest Libya. It says a lot, so I don't know if maybe Ankh or Khufu will pull it up and go over. Maybe Ankh will go over on one of his shows. It's in Nature. It's an updated source, and it's about the Qari sort. The name of it is Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Reveals Ancestral North African Lineage, and it's really exciting actually, because I'm looking here. It shows the ecozone areas. It shows the PCA. The PCA calculated on the date. So the PCA is really interesting. It shows the Morocco, Near Eastern. It shows the Qari sites. It shows the East African foragers, West African, and it shows how the Qari site and the North Africans have nothing to do with anything sub-Saharan at all, really. But yeah, I did want to speak about that. I did want to talk about the EM81, how that's a Libyan Berber haplogroup. Stilky kind of touched on that a little bit, but yeah, I do want Ankh maybe to probably go a little bit in with the Nature article, the updated one.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to get that up for you. I see Apostles playing the harmonica. I want to let Ankh get in here, but Apostle, I'm the one to skip you. I know you were in the line. Do you want to say something?
A lot of things went on. Matter of fact, I was kind of cracking back on King J a little bit, not to be so hard on the brother. I don't know if King J noticed that. You know, get him. What do you want
to say about the God energy topic?
Yeah. So I was giving the brother some support, right? Telling King, back off a little bit, let him get his thing out. But then he started talking about real stuff and talking about the Pleiades, real stuff and talking about Hercules. Man, Hercules. Okay. It's kind of like this drove me bananas, because this is what y'all say about us. And I'm like, why is that different?
Okay.
So Hercules is a real ancestor?
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. Are you referring to what just happened over on the channel?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You didn't see Hercules in this presentation?
No. I think I want to get.
Yes.
He made a comment about Hercules being original black man.
No, he didn't say that.
Well, let me get to Ankh over here. All right, come on in and let me hear. I don't know if you saw the presentation.
I know what he said.
He didn't say no ancestor or nothing. Y'all have horrible listening comprehension.
I'm going to get to you in a minute, Ngolo. Let's go. Let Ankh in, and then I'll get to Ngolo. Go ahead, Ankh. Thank you, Apostle. Go ahead, Ankh.
Then he went on and said that how these people at first were black, and I don't disagree with that. But Hercules is mythology.
Yes, thank you, Apostle.
I'm not done. And that was the problem. I couldn't even say anything without Sarnetta constantly interrupting my words. Constantly interrupting. I just wanted to get clarification. What did Hercules? Look, I got the milk. I got that. I understood that. Europe was black before it was white. I understand that. I got all of that. But what that has to do with Marduk and Enki and marrying his sister, and that's the reason why Enlil becomes the super god, but Enki is the bottom god because Enlil married his real sister. What that got with the pantheon of Sumeria has to do with science.
Okay. I'm going to move on.
What he dropped on top of telling Sarnetta that Cat Indians, they're really Australians. I'll be
Okay,
damned.
I'm gonna move on to Ankh. Thank you, Apostle. We have some other people joining. I think God Energy joined just now. Okay, Ankh, thank you for joining. What would you like to speak on?
No, I like to deal with the superiority issue. First of all, black people, did you want to say black people aren't older than white people? Right? We got to get that understood. Why? Because they're Homo sapiens sapiens. Simple as that. And anybody think more than that, you're pseudo. You can't prove, you can't verify it. You can't stand up in front of a college class and say it. Matter of fact, your presentation wouldn't even make it through. So you only way you can do that is on YouTube and talk crazy. I'm gonna say this one more time, right? There's an African that migrated out of Africa, and there's a mutation occurred. They call it non-African. Non-African is simply talking about a mutation. That's it. Simple as that. So that way we can recognize, right, what group left and what group didn't. The group we came out of did not leave Africa until we was part of the largest forced migration, which is called the transcontinental slave trade. And can't nobody on this panel prove me different. You're just going to talk. The next point is I like to deal with the Paleo-American replacement model. That's outdated. That's not supported. Okay.
One second, Ankh. I'm sorry, Apostle. Are you putting yourself on the big screen?
No.
Can you take it back to everybody? Like, just click it.
I do not move from sitting back in this position.
All right. I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry. Okay, go on, Ankh. All right. Thank you, Apostle. Go ahead, Ankh.
So I'm just saying ancient DNA just has not supported the broad paleo replacement model. So when those articles first came out in Journal Nature, we was thinking that the Paleo-Americans arrived. They had some conversation about kind of astroloid kind of features and all that. But when they went back in and did the work like science is supposed to, it doesn't actually support that, right? No group overturned another group left. That's just not legitimate, and that's easy to look up, and it's not an issue. But we got to stop. You're only superior in your own mind. A group can feel they are superior. That was the impetus of European colonialism. They thought they were superior. Charles Darwin actually felt like that the quote unquote European culture was superior to everybody else's. Because that's what we think, right? You think you got the best basketball team in your neighborhood until you put that show on the road. So when Charles Darwin went on the road, meaning he circumnavigated the globe, right? With scientific data, he's the first person to do that. He recognized that European culture wasn't the best. It wasn't even that. He realized that each culture was fit for this environment, and anybody could have learned anything from anybody's culture. Just teach them the language. So we got to knock that off. Your superiority comes with your acclimate and understanding the world around you, how you treat other cultures, other human beings, how you place in the world is the thing that could make you superior. And if you felt you were superior, then you would actually be helping everybody because you are the superior, if that's the point. So yeah, biologically speaking, humans are humans, man. Variations of a variation of a variation. That's it. So there you go.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
No,
Nobody.
Who was that for? Who was that for?
No. Listen, Apostle, stop. Listen, Apostle, we have Issa Queen in the back too, so she wants to get on, and if you want to let her up, and just because we don't have any room on the panel, because this isn't I don't want you to start arguing with anybody about anything.
I'm not arguing about nothing. I'm trying to figure out what was Ankh speaking to.
You don't have to. You don't have to do that though. But you don't have to do that. Let's go forward. Okay, so let me let that sister in. No. Yeah, let me let her in.
I don't know.
Okay, so let me get to Ngolo. He's next in line. Go ahead, Ngolo.
Yeah, basically so far what I've heard is the straw man argument that y'all are making. Nowhere in that presentation did he say or imply that any type of superiority. Y'all are presupposing that based upon, I don't know what type of preconceived notion you have, but all he was doing was presenting that the original, I guess you could say skin type. And he wasn't even trying to make no phenotype superiority type thing, because he displayed different phenotypes from the different groups that migrated outside of Africa. All he was saying was that the skin mutation that happened is way younger than us being dark skin phenotype. In no way did he imply that they're genetically superior inherently and anything like biologically speaking. He just showed difference. Like I don't see where y'all even getting that from.
I didn't know about
right.
that.
Okay.
I didn't know. For the record, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, but that's why I don't know where the superiority inferiority thing is coming from.
I said that, Ankh. Let me say this though, because what we're not going to do is we're very intelligent. We're not going to sit here and pretend, because otherwise, don't we all know that that's basic knowledge that people of dark skin are the first people on the earth? Like that's
no, but he
rhetorical.
fleshed it out. That was the purpose of the presentation, was to flesh it out and show the specific genetics. What people are doing is presupposing the superiority thing because that's what Europeans do. He wasn't doing that.
You already said that. Listen,
but
I don't have to repeat. Let me say this. I'm trying to host this. Let me make it clear. He didn't say superiority, but what he's doing, we know the information. I said it was a great presentation, but what he is doing is, well, you can when I get to you, you can.
Man, she hosting the show. Man, she can talk as long as she wants to talk.
Thank you for saying that, Ankh. They seem to not care when it's not Sonnetter. They exactly don't understand that. But thank you for saying that. And I want you to speak. The point that I'm making is I came out and blatantly said it because it's a lesson on it's conflating social with biology. It's conflating societal issues because he's saying us and he's saying Black people. But it's not, like Ankh said, we're all Homo sapiens. We're all human beings. So I get it. Who's doing that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, listen. We all get it. He didn't say superiority, but when I told him that it's a slippery slope, that's the topic I'm bringing up. When you start doing that, you're dragging us back to talking about who's better and who's not. Why? Because you're saying we were first and they were genetically mutated, but then they can come back and argue, yeah, that's why we can survive longer than you. We're resistant to malaria. We're resistant to HIV. We can eat things that you can't. So that means we can survive. So then it will go to a conversation of superiority. Now, again, he didn't say it, but he's bringing information saying Black people were the first people. There were no one besides Black people and white people. And it's mainstream science anyway. It's mainstream information. I appreciate him bringing it. But what is the reason? I asked him that before and he got triggered and everybody started cheering him on like I'm some bad guy. What is your reasoning for bringing information that we already knew in a way where Black people can say, I was first? And he even said something in his presentation about, so when a white person says something to you, you can come back and say, I was here first. I'm kind of paraphrasing. So that's what I'm saying, Ngolo. Thank you for letting me take the mic and clarify. He didn't say superior, but the lesson is to teach you to use that information to say that you're superior. That's what the lesson is. I'm not going to play around with it. There. Okay. So moving right along to God Energy, since he's here and I'm speaking about your presentation, you said, I wanted to tell you this, but Sonnetter wouldn't let me say this. When you were making that joke and trying to be funny about nobody's winning a milk drinking contest, there's no decathlons of milk drinking contests. You showed that you don't understand that survival is survival of the fittest, and that's science. So if they can drink something and digest food that we can't, that can be translated into, hey, I'm superior to you. If I can survive a disease and your people die off, that can be translated to, I'm superior to you. I don't think it, but I'm using your logic to show you that you're pushing information that could be used against us in racism. And we're trying to move forward. I'm going to hand you the mic. I know you're itching. I know you're hurt. I'm going to let you come in here, but the information you're pushing is you're not being scientific. You're being biased. You're not saying what Ankh said. You're not saying we're just Homo sapiens. That's all we are. You're like, we're Black and they're white. So go ahead and respond. And then I'll let the brother in the middle, I don't know your name, I'll let him get in, and then it's the queen. Go ahead and respond, sir.
Hey, Napah, do you need me to fall back to let somebody else on?
No, you're fine. Let's let him respond.
Okay.
Peace, Napah. I hope nothing I said like personally offended you in my presentation.
No, I didn't say anything personal. Wait. No, stop right there. Don't do that. I'm talking about the information. You're a great guy. Just your information. I'm not personally offended. I haven't said anything personal. So don't even think that. You're a great guy. You're always respectful, but just address what you said about, the information saying that they're not. Yeah, just do the information. Just do the information.
Thank you. So in the beginning of my presentation, right, I had written down an introduction. And remember, I mentioned this in the live stream that I had written down an introduction that addresses your concern about being preemptive against a racist statement against us. So I addressed that sentiment. But in the last sentences of the introduction I wrote, I am doing the presentation to present phylogenetic, autosomal, phylogenomic, archaeogenetic evidence of the out of Africa expansion of the Homo sapien branch of hominins. So that is exactly what Ankh said. And that's what I was doing. The Homo sapien branch of hominins, including all of us. You know what I'm saying? So that is how biased that I'm being. I never implied superiority. I know that our community has done that before with Malachi Z. York, and we don't want another whatever the young boy's name is. I understand the checks and balances here, and I'm not doing that. But you guys are so much on the lookout for it. You're superimposing it on me. I never spoke about superiority or anything, and I know you, as an intelligent researcher, know that Black people was first, and that's basic. A 15-year-old Black kid gets told that, but like the brother said, I was just fleshing it out for those who didn't know. I wasn't doing this presentation to flex on Napah or flex on Ankh. I'm doing this for the people that we are all trying to educate. So when you say you know this, I know you know this. Right?
What?
It's not to flex on you or to prove I know something more than you. We're teaching the people about this. So I know you are familiar with this concept. I'm just fleshing it out for the thousands that may see it, or even the maybe hundreds. Maybe only 70 people will see it. But you know what I mean? So to say you already know it and what's the point? I wasn't doing it to flex on Napah or King J or Ankh. You know what I mean?
So question, what do you mean by Black? Real fast. What do you mean? I just need that definition. That'll help me out because you said Black was first.
Chief X tried to use the same thing to box me in. And what I'm talking about is the specific metrics. What I'm talking about is the specific metrics of the face, of the jawbone, the nasal aperture, the subnasal prognathosum, the brow ridge, all of these measurements. All of these measurements and metrics that would group Central African rainforest hunter-gatherers, South African hunter-gatherers, basal Eurasians, the ancestral North Africans, all of the metrics that would group these peoples together, and the descendant groups into modern times who still hold those metrics is all, which would be different from Indo-European descended and Caucasus Iranian hunter-gatherer descended peoples, which would be a little different from East Asian hunter-gatherers and Tianyuan man and Haboninian man. So that's all I'm saying. We don't have to use those catch-all terms, but to be understood by the layperson who doesn't know Central African rainforest hunter-gatherer, if I just say Black, that makes it understandable to the guy who work at Burger King, bro. So it's not always about trying to flex on Ankh and have a penis measuring contest. I'm just doing it to speak to the people. So I'm speaking the people's language. You know?
Wait, you a little jumpy, short. Hold on, you're a little grumpy, bro. I'm saying a person that work at McDonald's need to look up the damn word rainforest then, because Black is totally confused.
I use that too, though. No, but I use both terms.
I didn't think he was doing nothing towards me. That's wild. I'm saying
I didn't think he was doing anything toward me either. It's not me personal.
You can't say.
I don't know why you keep on saying that.
If you say that, then you're wrong. Just say that some of the earliest skin color would have been dark-minty.
I use dark too. I use that term too.
In the equator, and it's a survival mechanism to survive in harmful rays. When you say Black, you the hell, man.
But I also added the caveat to your point.
Dark-skinned people did not populate all of Europe and Asia. That's not true. There's not a scientific journal you can pull from that would make that statement at all.
I just showed it in my presentation, and the things that you speak about, completely correlate culturally and socially to these groups. What I've talked about now is the skin tone. That's all. And for some reason, that's what's being argued against. But I brought all of the genetic evidence to point that out. They have did this with the SLC genes, my brother. I made sure the things was in there, and I followed the same model. I followed the same model that you were talking about with the UV rays, and added the fact that when you maintain a high protein fish diet in those areas with low UV rays, you still maintain dark skin. So I even added the nuances, which you keep making sure we do to be scientifically accurate. So I even added those nuances. I feel like that's what I mean. Like, I feel like we're all on talking on this topic, and the science is what it is. So we at the root agree. You specifically are looking for something to argue with me about, and I don't know what it's about, bro. It's weird.
I can tell you what
it's weird.
Personally,
hold on. I can tell you what it's about. I'm saying you tripping right now. That's what it's about. You're tripping, not me. I'm simply letting you know that you can't get that off. You can't get it off. You can't get that
racializing skin tone.
I ain't even talking about racializing. I'm saying that the all of Europe and Asia was not populated by dark-skinned people. They'd be dead. They would die out. They wouldn't make it. That's not true. I can pull a map up and show you that. Right now, Wikipedia article will clearly, definitively understand what I'm saying. That doesn't mean I got a thing against you. I'm simply saying the strengths of your presentations, that was definitely a weakness part of it, no matter what you say. I ain't gonna let you bully me out of my position.
No, I'm not. I'm not being bullyful.
You had strengths and weaknesses. When I glorify your strengths, you don't say nothing. When I talk about your weaknesses, all of a sudden I'm trying to do something. That's not true, bro. I don't have anything against a person trying to produce scientific ideas. I have nothing against you. But I'm saying when it's weak, it's weak. And I'm saying the pseudos will come for you. And I'm saying the scientific literate people will come for you. You just got to be able to take it.
Yeah, that's all.
Brother, the pseudos are coming for me now. But what I want you to rewatch is how the science demonstrated that we can tell that all of the inhabitants at a specific time period, specifically the Paleolithic time, all of those inhabitants were dark skinned. The SLC research does it. Dr. Tiskoff's research says it. So, but I don't know why you would think that is overly racist or overly presumptuous. So just rewatch the presentation. It's in the middle of the presentation.
No. I only commented on one part of your presentation that was the Paleo-Indian thing. It's not supported. That's the only thing I commented on today about your thing.
It's not definitive. It's not definitive yet. I agree.
In my early video, I gave you a 10 out of 10. On the first presentation, the first slides I did, all the way to right here. So we started using these figures. I kind of explained where these come from. Right here, look at the screen, bro. This right here, yo. You use some of your presentation. I let the people know where that was from. Jabilla Hood, and I stopped right there. And then the coin thing was completely.
You tried to look.
I stopped right there.
All right, so before we get too far,
I'm just thinking, I gave you a 10 out of 10. So what are you
thank you.
About?
So thank you. I appreciate that, because all I heard were other things. So thank you for bringing the balance. I saw the Jebel Arud thing where you tried to imply that I didn't use an accurate Jebel Arud depiction. Hold on. I know, and I appreciate that. That's the part I was there for. I didn't catch the 10 out of 10 part. So I was just specifying what part I did see. But hold on.
Bro, hold on.
But hold on.
Hold on, bro. I went over every slide. Every slide to that point. I say this is masterful. I explained why it made sense. I talked about John G. Jackson, how that was important to use that man on Charles Darwin. I did. Hey, bro, really, bro? This me.
I apologize. So then look, I apologize, because all I saw was a biased view of things because I didn't catch your stream. All we caught was this other stuff. So thank you for that. And I appreciate that. 100% I appreciate that.
Recognize what I'm really doing, yo.
But also, okay. And I'm learning. But I also shouted you out right? I also shouted you out for noticing that I got rambunctious with the coins, because not all of those are Lesbos coins. So I shouted you out in the beginning of my presentation. Some of them are, right? And that makes my point, but not all of them are Lesbos coins. So I shouted you out on that because I did get rambunctious.
Coins are wore down, and it gives the illusion that there are Negro features on that coin.
Oh no, those are black people. So we could differ on that, but I want to hear why more sources on that. To King Jay's Tucker Corey thing. Me and your brother were just talking about this.
And we have other people who joined also. I want to get to them. They're waiting.
All right, I just want to lay my plane on the Tucker Corey thing.
We got a long time to go back and forth.
All right, I'm gonna lay my plane on this. The Tucker Corey thing corroborates the Tafra Arbiro Marusian conversation. Me and the brother were just speaking about this at the end of my presentation live. So the Tucker Corey, like you said, you don't know it, and you were hoping Ankh could read it and then come at me for it. So what you don't know is that the Tucker Corey findings, corroborates the information about the ancestral North Africans, the relationship to the Ibero Marusians, and that relationship to those deep A and B clades of the African people. So it does completely complement what I was talking about. I just didn't have space to put that in there. But I have the Tucker Corey study as well. You can't even pronounce it. You didn't even read it, and you wanted Ankh to read it for you. And that's the third time y'all have tried to sick an authority on me. Easy Band and Ankh tried to sick Ngozi on me, and you just tried to sick Ankh on me. Y'all are looking real fair.
I tried to sick.
No,
I tried to sick Ngozi on you, bro. Hold on, God energy. You saying I tried to sick Ngozi on you, yo?
No,
brother.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
So can I tell you the truth? Can I tell you the truth? Can I tell you the truth, God energy? You want to know the truth? Unmute yourself. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Yeah.
And Ngozi think that shit is outright pseudo. Not me. I was fighting for you. Like, man, that shit's trash. It's outright pseudo. God,
that's not what he told me. That's not what he told me multiple times.
Because that's how he rocked you to sleep. That's the truth. They can get mad at me. Listen, yo. I'm never a hater. I'm a participator. But what I'm trying to tell you is, the fact that they said was pseudo, that mean they had to watch it. And the fact that you're using scientific things, that mean you're going to tweak here, you're going to tweak there.
I didn't tweak anything.
No, I'm saying you will learn to tweak your information, which will take you from here to here. Don't feed into it, bro. This what people who are scientifically minded do. They critique each other stuff after death. Now, when the pseudo come on here and talk crazy and all that, they hate, nigga. Ain't nobody over. Yo, we participate in scientific conversation at this level. So don't get me. Thank goodness you got some mistakes in that shit. That means did you fight in the process? I'm just gonna say
I shouted out what I acknowledged.
Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta move on to some. Wait, hold on, everybody. Listen.
Why just let her run the show?
Can you please stop talking when telling me what to do, whoever that is? I know. I see who's there, and I'm trying to say something. Listen, I need to say this to you, God Energy. You're in a debate environment, and don't take it personally. Like you keep on saying, you guys are. You don't have to worry about me attacking you, and you named me and you named Ankh. It's if you present something and there's something that anybody maybe wants to push back on, that's what's going to happen. It's not personal. So please don't ever feel. I know you can, like everybody kind of takes things personal when they put something together and take their time, but I don't want you to keep on thinking that, the pushback is something against you or it's an ego thing. Because you have some people in the chat too, like, oh, these brothers are going to get discouraged. No, they're not. You're in an environment for debating. I know maybe you might not be a debater. I don't know. I'm not saying I know, but it's just, we're pushing back because that's what we do when we don't fully agree with something. So I'm going to let Humble in. And I just wanted to make that clear because you're a decent brother. And so I want to get to this.
No, I understand that. And coming from where I come from,
can I go to DJ Jet? Go ahead. What do you want to say, God Energy? No,
No,
I'm gonna go to
I was about to
DJ
say
Jet.
I understand and I'm used to it. On the app that we come from, it happens all the time and things like that. I push back how I push back. Let me say that. So
Okay.
maybe I'll just be more mindful of also how I push back. But I'm definitely not being scared of. Again, like I said to you before, Napah, this is one of the more respectful environments that I've been in, and I will maintain that regardless. This is still on the higher end of respect of environments that I've been in. So. I'm good. I'll be mindful.
Good, because I don't ever want you to think
you
that.
did say I got a sick
Napah,
authority on you, yo. And Gozy Gullah, they not authorities, yo. They do not have a degree in biological evolution, bro. I don't look at them as being authorities. Let's establish that. I'm saying is, yo, hey, watch this. I just sound like this, bro. Trust what I'm saying.
No, Rakufu, you got to hold on, sir. You
holding me back and you letting everybody just keep
Hey,
going.
Rakufu, just chill out, big
because
brother.
Rakufu,
we got you,
Rakufu, you did speak already, my friend.
I spent 30 minutes back when we first started.
Well, guess what? We have DJ Jet sitting there. He hasn't said a word. We have Issa Queen. She's a sister. She's been sitting there. We have Suntan. Okay, my friend. So let's let DJ Jet and then you can get in here. I really promise. Okay, DJ Jet, go ahead. Thank you for waiting. Come on in and say your piece.
DJ Jet, you muted. There you go. He just looking. I don't know why he's not talking.
Okay, can you hear us?
He froze.
Okay, let's move on. You're frozen. Sorry, DJ Jet. Issa Queen, thank you for waiting. What would you like to add?
Hi, peace to the panel. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I've been listening in, and it seems as if we're having like, it's like it just seems as if like we're having an issue with talking about the differences between different people groups, right?
Going on.
Oh,
I can't hear
hold on.
So I'm finna come out and
Hold
come
on,
back
brother.
in. I'm sorry,
Hold on, brother.
She said something.
Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, I was just saying that where I'm hearing the issue is coming in at is that us having an issue with talking about the differences between people groups, right? I think that God Energy was incredibly accurate when he was using terms like the Western hunter-gatherer, because that's what they're called. And he was being very descriptive when he's talking about the phenotypes and the skin tone, and it's being very descriptive and it's being very accurate to say that people of a paler skin tone wasn't here yet. Like, that's just scientifically accurate, and we have to not be squeamish about those things, because even today, and a lot of the things that I work towards when it's going towards the healthcare system and helping Black women within the healthcare system, a lot of the reasons why we're dying at high rates is because they're not taking account to our differences. They're basing their medical terminology based on white women. And that's why you see Black women dying at higher rates. So when we're talking about these things and we're trying to get understanding about phenotypes and DNA and things like that, it's very prevalent for us to be able, especially as Black women, for us to be able to differentiate, because our lives is on the line when we're having these babies, when we're going into the hospitals. So we should be able to say, oh, well, that woman is different from that white woman is different from this Black woman because of the DNA exchanges that happen during migration patterns that happen through early Homo sapiens. There shouldn't be this squeamish thing about it. And I feel like a lot of it does come from the eugenics conversation, the conversation talking about the superiority of Black people, but obviously science has overthrew all of that information. So I feel like what God Energy brought to the table was actually very accurate, and it was actually needed to have conversation amongst all of us, intellectual Black people up here, because it can actually move our community forward. So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate all of y'all.
Thank you. I do want to respond to you speaking about health.
What?
Who said what?
Your mic is going low.
Yeah, your mic going
I know.
low.
All righty. Hey, where you at? Who just talked with his sister at?
That was Issa. She down at the
Hey,
bottom.
Issa, we just opened up a file on you, just for the record.
Okay,
doing good.
let me
You was
let
doing
me address the
good.
information.
You was doing good.
Let me address.
Oh, wow. Don't worry
Okay.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Can you not hear me? Can you guys hear me? Or-
Yeah,
I want
now
to make
you're
sure because I
clear.
got a phone call. Okay. I saw a lot of people like facts and everything when you were talking about healthcare. There is research always being done on different people, especially our people, as far as health and disease. There's research going on anyway. So to even say that because his presentation, it'll spark more information and more research on why the whys of disease with Black people compared to white people, that's already going on in science. And we don't want to have people, when a white woman comes in to have a baby, say, oh, well, this white woman's different than a Black woman, because newsflash, that's why Black women are dying. That's a societal thing. That's not a biology thing. Black people are usually being treated differently in healthcare because of societal issues. That's what I'm trying to say. We cannot conflate societal issues with biology. That doesn't mean that there are not, again, I have to repeat this. Yes, they're doing research on all different types of people, but a lot of the problems with Black people in our health have to do with epigenetic issues, things that go on with us that are in our environment and in our ancestors' environment that caused us to be sick and predisposed to disease. See, that's future. I'm in 2026 with this conversation. When we take it back to, well, because see, the Black people were here longer, and now we're going back to the Stone Ages almost, back in the beginning of time. We can't do that. We have to make the facts the facts. We cannot conflate biology with sociology. We cannot do that. And so again, I'm going to say this clearly. Black women are dying in the hospital because of societal issues, for the most part, when it comes to having babies. It's not because our bodies and our we are different DNA wise. No way, no how. No. So everybody faxing in the chat, you better do your research. Okay, so thank you for that. I'm going to move on to I see Ngolo has his hand up, but I want to get Humble.
Let the brother
because
go
he
first.
hasn't
I'm just
spoken.
keeping my hand up after everybody else speaks.
You're just gonna let me get that in the party after.
All right, let's go ahead and let Humble speak.
Okay.
And Ngolo, if you would indulge me and let Rakufu, and then you go. Okay, go ahead.
All right,
Humble.
peace to the panel, pieces in the pie. I did watch Brother God's Energy presentation. And from my standpoint, from a scholastic view, I do believe that it was a pretty good presentation. Of course, my brother always brings good presentations. I just want to point out that in my, call out session, right, when I was addressing Chief X, this is why I use the verbiage that I use, right? Because if y'all remember when King J and them came up there, they were trying to attack me on not using the term Negroid to describe the Egyptians. But then this is how I know King J didn't watch my presentation, because I just got on Chief X for using that word. But I said that to say, brother, God Energy, when you came up and spoke, right, this would be one of the issues or one of the pushbacks that you was going to get on your presentation because of those terms, right? And it's not your fault, right? But it is almost the scientific community's fault who actually work in this field for still trying to describe these people using these terms. Now we don't know, maybe, hey, look, maybe our community need to come up and bring some more terms. Maybe we need to get rid of all of their terms and bring some more terms to better classify and suit these people, But I just wanted to say that, Brother God Energy. So moving forward, brother, just be more mindful of how you construct your presentation scientifically, okay? Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Peace, brother.
Okay, thank you, Rakufu. And Apostle, if you see DJ, the brother DJ in the back, if you want to let him in, we don't have any more spots. It's up to you. So, because I see other people, want to engage in the conversation. So I don't think we went to suntan yet, Rakufu.
No, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off on Napah.
Go ahead, say what you need to say, brother.
I just wanted to say to God Energy, and when him and Ankh had the conversation earlier, was you saying God Energy? Can you clarify? Was the argument about at one point in time all of Europe was dark skinned?
Yeah, that's the paleogenomic and archaeogenetic reality that from 50,000 to 10,000 BCE, all of Europe was full of dark-skinned people. The SLC genes that was needed to cause light skin hadn't even evolved yet in Homo sapiens. That was the point in the presentation. And the only lighter skin. Hold on,
I agree.
Hold on. I'm just landing my plane real quick. Pardon me, Elder. The only light-skinned individuals that were in Europe were the Neanderthals that were light-skinned. And the genes that cause light skin in Neanderthals are different from the genes that cause light skin in Homo sapiens. And that's why when Homo sapiens and Neanderthals mixed, Homo sapiens didn't immediately turn light. They stayed brown skinned, even for tens of thousands of years. And that's not me being racist. That's not me making anything up. That's what the genetic evidence says. That's what the article, my bad.
Stay right there with that, because the reason I'm asking you that is I want you to be able to understand, to what is the word called? Rebut this statement. It's saying, I asked at one time, was all of Europe dark skinned? It said, not all of Europe at any one time, but many early Europeans, especially some Ice Age to Mesolithic hunter-gatherers groups in Western, Northern Europe, likely had dark skin than most present-day modern Europeans, and there was real variations by regions and time.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rakufa, for that. And Ngolo, I know you want to go. I just want to check with Suntan because he hasn't spoken.
Yeah,
he doesn't take long
to argue.
Well, it's a debate coliseum, brother. What? Come on, God Energy.
Yo, but look. You know what? You know what it is too. Here we go with this, because it is me, right? Because I have information on Black Europeans and stuff like that. I'm waiting for someone to hear my information about the Arygnasian Black migrations of basal Eurasians and bring up, oh, brother, does that have anything to do with the Black European population that I hear about this, that, and the third, and the Black nobility? So I'm also just disappointed at a direction that the conversation has not gone yet. So, and this is a debate coliseum, but I do want to set up a smoke session for this energy, right? That's what I wanted to say, Napah.
100%.
That's what I wanted to tell you. Yeah, I wanted to set up a smoke session for that type of energy,
And I want you to know, when you're getting the smoke, it is not you personally at all, no matter what. Like the milk comment you said to me, I got it. It stung a little bit, but I know it wasn't personal. So I came right back, but it's never personal. We absolutely love you over here as a person and as a brother. We love your mind, but Ankh is going to come and try to bust your pseudo pinata open. As far as he doesn't, I'm not saying you're pseudo, because I know you don't like that word. I know you don't like that word, but I'm saying, no, actually, I don't even think you're pseudo. I'm saying Ankh is a pseudo killer. So when he comes at you, I'm not trying to speak for the brother, he's present. But anyway, Ngolo, go ahead. And Ankh, could you do me a favor since you're here? I don't know how long you're gonna be here. I'm gonna go out. If you could just can you hold it down for me? Or just for 20 minutes since you're here.
All right, I got you.
All right, perfect.
I got you.
All right, go ahead and go.
I concede to brother Suntan. You said that he wanted to speak.
Oh, right. And then go. Okay, I'm going to go.
Listen, I just want to say this. Good presentation, God Power. And I'm glad you brought it out, because you got a lot of contention. And my only contention is with the people in the chat, like when you first was doing your thing. But King J showed up, and then you had Gullah. You had a couple of people, and I called them out there. If y'all want to say something in the chat, fine, but come and present yourself and, stand up for what you want to say, to come rebut it out in the open. That's my whole premise right there. Instead of just in the talk, in the chat, that's pseudo. Come on up and face the music. That's all I'm saying. And that's one thing that Ankh will do. Ankh gonna come and get his point across, and that's why I appreciate that. Because when you do that, more people get more information come out when they go to rebutting you. Because a lot of people thought he made that up. Well, why don't you come and go up there and face the music. So with that said, keep on with these good presentations, because I'm learning, and like Ankh said, being scientific minded or just being a regular person. If you get to the point where you can say, hey, I got that wrong. You learned right there, because you learned that you got that wrong. So you're able to, make it better. So that's all I'm saying, y'all. Let's keep it going. Great, God body. I like that. And keep people on their toes. I love it. Peace.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, I just want to respond to this common notion that I keep hearing, that people trying to make this blanket statement that all humans are 100% the same, and this is not true. In nowhere in biology is this ever true. A black bear and a brown bear exhibit different behaviors based upon their ecology.
You know what I'm saying? Why don't you do us a favor, just get us a source, that way we don't have to argue. We can read through it. You got God
a source, but this is hold on. I didn't interject when you were speaking, bro.
No, I'm not interjecting. I'm hosting the show. I'm simply saying, instead of us going back and forth, point us to a source. We could actually read that.
That exhibits that based upon animals' biology, they're going to have different biological dispositions. That's just common science.
Yeah, okay, we'll go.
A black bear is more aggressive inherently because of his environment than a brown bear. That's scientific fact. All you got to do is make one Google search.
You said a black bear and a brown bear. That's what you said.
A black bear and a brown bear. Yes.
And I'm saying they're going to be different species. Can you get us?
No, they're not different species. They're not different species.
Go get us a source on that then.
They can successfully reproduce. They can successfully reproduce.
Actually, brother, can you get to more of your point after the brown bear?
Hold on. I simply said, can you just get us a source, though, bro?
Yeah, okay. I'll get you a source.
Oh, humans did do that. Go ahead.
You said that. Wait, hold on. Wait. This is common sense. I'll provide a source. I'll provide a source. But are you? First, let me get this. Let me get the basis of your refutation. Are you surmising, based upon what you're saying, that all humans, our environment has nothing to do with any differences that we have? We're all the same. Literally, based upon our environment, we have no differences. We don't evolve differently, behaviors and from different environments. Are you saying that?
I'm going to answer it like this. I would bring to the audience that the ice is just as wild on human beings as the damn desert is. Deserts are in Australia. Deserts are in Africa.
That's not my point. That's not the point that I'm making. Again, human society and human biology that evolved in the desert is going to be different than human society that evolved in the ice. Nobody's making a value judgment. Nobody's making a value judgment on the cultures that they create. What I'm saying is there are differences. You just admitted that through your statement.
You see what I got?
You just said wild.
You get what I gotta go through, right? Like, we could end this conversation by getting a well-documented source.
I'm about to do it, but I had to get your premise. I had to get your premise. No, I can get a source easily. But I'm trying to get the fundamental basis of your contention. Yes, I am, because I just asked you a question you didn't answer. You didn't answer the question. Your retort was humans in the ice are just as wild as humans in the desert. That's no substantive retort to what I'm saying. And you didn't baseline your point of contention.
It's okay, bet. Hey, God,
you just explained the difference.
You get my point when I made the correlation between ice environment, which is extreme, and desert environment, which is extreme. What I'm trying to tell this brother is human beings will react to different circumstances within the group differently. You will find people during a drought period. This is documented, right? Some people will rob and steal.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what you have horrible listening comprehension, brother. Brother, your listening comprehension is horrendous. Your listening comprehension is horrendous, brother.
This is what I'm gonna do, bro. You gonna overtalk me, yo? Yes or no?
Go ahead and speak. Go ahead and speak. I'm gonna let you finish unabated, then I'm gonna reply. I'm sorry.
Maybe. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to give the people some serious work here. You might not agree with it, but I'm saying we can take a group of farmers, say Africans, a drought come in. Half of them will share their food. The other half will start stealing. The other piece will just move on. Same people, same environment, different responses within that environment. I will beat you up on this, bro. You made
But
that
that's
up.
social
What I asked you
behavior.
Yeah,
early in
That
the
doesn't have
conversation
anything to
was,
do with
what I
DNA
asked you early in the
changes.
conversation was, I said, so we don't have to argue, just go get a source. Your response was, it's common sense. I'm telling you, science is not common sense.
No,
It's not
no, no,
common
no, 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 no. That's a misrepresentation of what occurred. What I'm saying, I had to baseline your point of contention, so then I would bring a source to see that for what you disagree with. Again, what the example that you brought up with the ice in the desert, you still man my point, saying that based upon the biological environments that we evolve in, we're going to have differences. I'm not going to say all humans are the same. To try to say that our biology doesn't affect our sociology, that's just nonsense. Your biology is going to be a direct influence on the societies that you create.
Right. Says you.
Let me get the source. Now to prove my point, all I have to show is different cultural motifs in different areas that show differences. This is going to be easy. So hold up, let me go get the source.
You just said all of Europe was dark skinned.
I didn't say that.
Can I just say something really quickly based on this?
And can I speak after her?
Because I understand that y'all want actual articles to be pulled up, but just think about it logically. Right?
See, there we go again.
Person that is living in the northern part of Europe, if you drop that same person at the equator, the sun will hit them differently. The way their skin reacts to the sun would be different because they have evolved on the northern part of Europe, and the sun rays up there are different than the sun rays in the equator. So I'm very confused on why that alone isn't enough for y'all to recognize that people are different. And it doesn't mean that, somebody is more superior or inferior. What it means is that we are evolving in our environment differently. And if you drop us into a different type of environment, it will change us. That's all we're saying, right? And that's not hard to kind of comprehend in this kind of conversation about evolution, which is literally a study about the change in animals. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the change in animals.
So Issa,
and then we're sitting here acting as if there's no differences between said animals. That doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to land my plane with this. As much as, I know we're more, I really feel like we're more so responding to the racial conversation of black and white people that the Europeans that came up with. I think that that's what we're reacting to, and not necessarily the science behind what we're talking about. Because if we just paid attention to the science, it would not be this racial undertone amongst a bunch of black people. It's not even white people on the panel for this to be the racial undertone.
Sis, can you hear me? Issa, can you hear me, sis?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so you're just wrong.
Thank you for letting her land her plane.
I'm saying you're just wrong. And I can't make
all right, but see what I don't respect.
Let me just say what I want to say. Come on, Issa.
All right, well, make sure you give me an example of why I'm wrong and actually speak to me.
I'm saying
that's what I would like.
I'm saying you're wrong. I don't have time right now. Listen, I don't have time right now.
All right, then don't have time to tell me that I'm wrong. If you don't have time to tell me why I'm wrong, don't have time to tell me that I'm wrong. You don't get that.
Okay, so
you get to tell me why. What I'm saying is, you get to have a conversation with me, but you don't get to tell me I'm wrong and then tell me what you don't have time for. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to respect each other. That's what we're going to do.
That wasn't disrespectful. You're talking at the
yes,
same
it was.
time.
Only I can tell you if you disrespected me. You can't tell me if you disrespected me. I tell you.
All right,
that's how disrespect works. But I'm going to leave it alone, and I'm going to let you finish.
No. Sis, hold on. Don't get in the way. Since you want to get it, you can get it, because anybody can get it. 8 to 80 blind.
Absolutely. Just know it works both ways.
May I
I'm from Harlem
interject?
too.
Yo, before this turns into that, may I interject real quick?
Don't jump in real quick. Don't do nothing.
Brother,
This lady
I'm
said
trying
she
not to
wanted
distract,
to
but
address her. I was trying not to address her. I was letting her get that off. Now she want to get it, so I got to give it to her. Sweetheart, the thing
Yo, leave her alone, man.
They was
Yo,
only
Nah, don't leave me alone. I'm a big girl. Don't leave me alone. I'm a big girl.
Yeah, don't jump in. I simply said that the differences you mentioned was simply skin deep. That is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. So the fact that you would mention a portion of skin being the difference, everybody has skin color differences. That's not a big deal right there, sis.
That's literally not what I said. So this is why I wanted you to speak, because I knew you didn't hear me. And I knew you were speaking just off of emotion and not actual scientific information. Because what I said is that if you took a person from one place to another.
Why is she talking over me like this? Am I yelling? God, Angie, am I yelling?
No, you're not yelling.
No,
I'm actually going to hand the show over to
finish
Ankh
the
to host
statement,
it.
but
I'm just done.
I've been waiting to speak for a minute.
I'm saying we sitting here acting like a person with pale skin is any different than a person with dark skin because they evolved that mutation. We're talking about a mutation and a variation of an allele. That's not enough to make nothing different. And the fact that we would argue this point and then try to belittle me, sis, you're trying to belittle me. I'm simply saying I didn't want to bog down the show with it. So no, your little analogy of the skin making a difference because they involved does not make a person different. It's just skin deep. You're absolutely wrong.
Nobody's saying that.
But that's not what was said. That's the problem. That's
No, it's
not what was
not. You have
said.
horrible
And
listening
you're building an
comprehension skills.
argument
That's
based
your
on
problem,
something I
man.
didn't say.
Your listening comprehension skills are horrendous.
You're building an argument based on what I didn't say.
You're out the conversation. You're a pseudo.
I'm getting a source right now. Ain't no pseudo. What did I say that's pseudo? What are you talking about? Like
Go get the source.
I am getting the source. But what pseudo thing did I say? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me bring it. Let me. Yeah, I was next.
Idiot, man.
I was next.
The old
He's
idiot.
a damn pseudo because he had enough time to get that source. Hey sis,
Brother, I'm getting multiple sources that corroborate what I'm saying, so it's irrefutable. I'm getting multiple. You asked me to get a source on the spot, so I'm getting multiple that corroborate what I'm saying.
It's okay.
Yes,
bro.
I do. I just found one. Now I'm getting a second one to corroborate what I'm saying. So I don't have a single source.
In between that time,
please stop talking.
In between that time, what the sister said biologically about the medical industry, there's merit to that, right? There was even a drug. Hold on. There's even a drug. Hold on. I'm not chiming in on what you and her was talking about. That's between y'all two. Yeah. That's between y'all two. Listen to what I'm saying.
There's DNA differences.
In the medical industry, there's multiple examples. Yes, there are sociological things to where they believed black women couldn't feel pain the way white women could feel pain, so they didn't administer anesthesia and stuff like that.
Scientific DNA differences.
Hold on. Can I finish speaking?
No, I'm not going to hold on. I want to ask you a question before you bring that information.
Before I can speak and say my thing, you want to create
yeah, I want to stop you. I'm stopping you because before you bring that, because I don't want you to mislead. Are you going to show us something that's documented saying that black people and white people have DNA differences that make a difference in how they should get health care? Yes or no? Is that article saying that?
Yeah, it just came out about the medicine RFK was talking about. I was just about to get to that.
RFK?
That they were talking about, yes, because everyone everyone heard that it came from him and was like, he's just being racist. Then they later found out and did the test that this drug was harmful to specifically black people because there are biological differences, but that only speaks to the speciation amongst us. It doesn't speak to hierarchy or anything racist because we are organisms and we speciate and have biodiversity. So we can speak to the biodiversity within hominins without making it about eugenics, race, and superiority. And that's what some of us are trying to tell you, that biodiversity is natural and biodiversity exists amongst human beings. And that's all this was about. Hold on, Apostle. Let me land my plane with this. Let me just land my plane with this. Brother Apostle, who has been sitting here patiently, my elder Apostle. The reason why I mentioned Hercules and brought up Hercules was to show that haplogroups associated with African people were all over the Greek world, where Hercules is a mythological character of. And we can show that they depicted him as a black person, reflecting that basal African ancestry that was genetically deposited there.
No,
So no,
Apostle, don't
Hercules was not
reply.
a real person. I was showing why they depicted him as a black person, because the
Real quick,
genes
hold on.
existed there for black people.
You already
It was
okay?
only
Got
about the
energy.
genes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, filibustering. I'm gonna get in here because what you did was absolutely wrong. No, we're not gonna use what RFK said about. He's actually using information that is not mainstream scientifical. Excuse me, I shouldn't say scientifical. Scientific mainstream information. So let's just do this. Let's do this. What you said about there's differences and we need to not worry about it. We just need to embrace it. That's what I meant by superiority. You're not saying superiority, but you're obviously not saying we're inferior. There is nothing in science, and I will hand it back to the whole panel. There is no scientific information saying that black women and black women and white women are different DNA wise, and they should receive different health care. Unless you're going to talk about epigenetic situations, as I said before, diabetes, things that are affected by lifestyle and by environment. As far as socioeconomic issues, black people have issues with like being poorer, so they will get poorer health care. They're not informed, and then they get treated with racism. You're not going to be able to walk into a doctor's office and they'll say, "Oh, you're a black woman." Well, I learned in medical school that you should be treated differently based on your DNA, and you won't be able to find anything like that. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Ankh because he wanted to get in here, but you will not find anything in mainstream science, in JAMA, the Journal of Medical, the Medical Association, doctors. They will not ever say Black people and white people have different DNA, so they should be treated differently. There's nothing out there like that. Thank you. Thank you for letting me get in here. And again, it's not personal, but I know for a fact that doesn't go on. It doesn't. Okay, Ankh, thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. So y'all actually think I spent the last 20 years to come up on the damn panel with a whole bunch of people that swear they promoting science and then let y'all mess it up like that? Y'all got me effed up right now. Y'all must don't know who y'all talking to. I do not play when it comes to this. Y'all tripping right now. Y'all wrong. I can say you wrong because I love y'all, but you're wrong. The sister, wrong. See, super wrong. God Energy, you supporting that. You know she wrong. She just wrong, bro. And I'm saying it emphatically she's wrong because she has the potential to get that right. Most people up here don't have the potential to get it right. I'm on her harder because she is a sister and I know she can get it. But all that nonsense race science is what white people did. It's pseudoscience. We waiting on you for that source, bro.
I'm dropping it right now. Yeah, I already have one source. I'm
Go
trying
ahead,
to
Gullah. Speak on, Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah.
Who is Gullah?
Come on, Gullah. You're playing with us right now, bro. Like we don't know what's going on. Go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah. What's good with it, yo? Man, what we talking about the last little presentation, bro?
The skin, I wasn't even on it. I was on how skin color all of a sudden make you different. When?
Nobody said that. Nobody again. That's a straw man fallacy. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
I'll mute you out, yo, because now you disrespectful for the show. I got to mute you out. You have no control. No, go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah, man.
You wait on that damn article too. Is this the article right here? Go ahead, Gullah. Come on, we just talking about didn't make you different, bro. Is that the great Kappa?
No. No, bro. No, I was wanting to comment on the brother presentation.
All right, go ahead. You right here.
There you go.
Gullah, don't go too hard on him. He gonna fall apart. He can't take it. He gonna think you're hating on him. He gonna think I went and got you. Don't be nice to him, yo. Say he got everything right.
You told me you called him Gozy. Stop. You told me you called him Gozy.
No, I called him.
No, you gotta understand, but you know, Gozy my brother though. Like me and Gozy, we rock together. Like I'm like.
One second, Gullah. He ain't say that. One second, Gullah. I'm saying is these two gentlemen right here, right? Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I've been talking with these two young brothers since they was 21 and 22. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. we've been arguing and fighting over science. So I thought it best, right, to find people closer to your age, because I might just be a grumpy old man at this point, because I get tired of hearing nonsense. I'm trying to show a sense of love. She bite my head off and want to get beat up. And now everybody look at me saying, why you beat up? Because she's wrong and she doesn't know what she's talking about. Now, as for you, I said, let me get in Gozy and Geller them so you can have a conversation with somebody more closer to your age. And they lethal when it comes to everything you thought you was talking about, yo. That's what they've been talking about for 20 years straight. So go ahead, Geller. Holler at him, but you better be nice and you better not say he made no mistakes, Geller.
Oh yeah, but man, I definitely seen a couple of mistakes though. Like you use a lot of good, you know what I'm saying, sources, but even some of the sources you use, you just read the title and you didn't really go into the journal or the article. You know what I'm saying, what they really was saying. And two, like even if you study the Kefian culture, like they related to Iberian-Mauritian, you know what I'm saying, by genetic drift and admixture, but the base group of the Kefians, even the Kefian group, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I didn't mean to say Iberian-Mauritian, I mean the Kefian population, they do have common ancestors with Iberian-Mauritian by genetic drift, but the base group of the Kefians is a Nilo-Saharan population. If you actually read Christopher Eric, you know what I'm saying, work, he mentioned them as the aquatic culture. You know, they was all throughout, you know what I'm saying, the southern band of the you know what I'm saying, Green Sahara, you know what I'm saying, around lakes. And we know that they're Nilo-Saharan group because they even had the wavy line pottery, the bone tip, you know what I'm saying, harpoons that you still find, you know what I'm saying, in East Africa, Sudanic regions, and you know what I'm saying, particular other lake regions where you will find other Nilo-Saharan populations. But they did have a, you know what I'm saying, a relation with the Iberian-Mauritians by admixture because the Green Sahara was diverse. It had diverse groups there. You had different Afro-Asiatic population, Nilo-Saharan population, and early, you know what I'm saying, proto-Niger Congo population. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they moved from the east too, from the western part.
I completely agree. And that goes in line with what Christopher Ehret says about the Nilo-Saharan contribution to the Nile Valley complex as well. So multiple sources have been talking about the Nilo-Saharan contribution to these groups, as well as the Proto-Afro-Asiatic contribution of North Africa. So I completely agree. And that was talked about in my presentation. So thank you.
Yeah, too. And I want you to check out too, what I was trying to tell you last time, bro. They did used to think that the Iberian-Mauritians were the ancestors of the Tufi, but they ain't saying that no more. It's because they only relied on bone morphology in the toolkit. But now that they got the genomics, if you look it up, they know they say that Iberian-Mauritians and the Tufi just had a common ancestor because you had them type of people all throughout the northern man in Africa. You know what I'm saying? They were just different, you know, different subgroups. Like even the Cabrians. The Tufi is really the Tufi is the Cabrians, which is this Beja Eurasian mixed West Asian group, and they mixed with this Amadic like population, which was already mixed with a Beja Eurasian group
Thank you.
You know
thank you for calling him. Thank you, because I get it, and thank you because that's why they were talking about Ibero-Mauritians being a proxy for Basal Eurasians. And when you look these figures up, you're gonna hear Natufian, Basal Eurasian, and Ibero-Mauritian come up in the phylogenetic studies because these peoples do have that common, specifically North African ancestor that you mentioned as a common ancestor, and it's that North African component, and then that brings in the importance of Kefian type peoples, of Tafarot, of Tarkakori. So that's this. So I just wanted to let the audience know that when you hear us talking about these groups, Ibero-Mauritians, Basal Eurasians, Natufians, it's proper to also hear words like Kefians come up, Capsians, and things like that, because this North African and West Eurasian component, these people are related. So you're gonna hear these things.
One mic.
Even the Aterian, the most basal North African, the Aterian population, these were tropical African dudes. But then they 30,000 years ago, Basal Eurasians started coming in, and they mixed with them dudes, and they became the Ibero-Mauritians.
Ibero-Mauritians,
some of the eastern Ibero-Mauritians. Sometimes they call them Iranian culture. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes, the Ouranian culture. Iranian.
Basal Eurasian populations. These dudes probably would, you know, they would have dark skin, or medium, you know, skin tone. Some of them probably with a picture of mine of like southern like South Asians. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or
Now
like
can I pivot real quick? Can I pivot real quick? And this is something for the FBA conversation, because that Aterian culture, that North African Aterian culture, it's one of the suspected origins for the A00A found in Shumlaka or the Pygmies. Right. So as from the last time I read up on it, it was either this North African Aterian related component or the Central African rainforest hunter-gatherers, also sometimes called Pygmies, where they suspect A00A could have originated in the Shumlaka findings.
That's because you had that by the time you had Shumlaka, because you Shumlaka come from the incoming Central African hunter gatherers, but they was coming in from the east 30,000 years ago, the southern routes from Lake Sturd, and they mixed with archaic humans that was already in West Africa in them regions, and those are the carriers of A00. That's why even the Jebel Jahud would have had A00, but even Jebel Jahud, even though it's from Morocco, they don't necessarily mean from Morocco. Even you had Central African archaic humans like him with the Lippy bond culture that was in Central Africa. You know what I'm saying? But these were really, you know what I'm saying, archaic Africans.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to touch on with, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. That's what I wanted to add when we talk about certain differences, because you do have the West African groups who do have that introgression from the archaic human, as opposed to the entire out of Africa population of humans who have Neanderthal and Denisovan introgression. So when you even talk about the biodiversity within the hominin species, you have a group that has archaic archaic hominin from Africa, and then all non-Africans have introgression with Neanderthal and Denisovan. So even when you talk about the relationship between archaic hominins, there is a difference between what you would call black people and white people. We are literally not even mixed with the same archaic hominins as each other. And this is the beauty and interconnectedness of the biodiversity of the pan-hominin species that we belong to. It's not a bad thing. It's not about superiority. It literally is about the biodiversity.
But some of that do come back in though, because you know back migrations.
Hey, hold on,
of course.
Hold on, come on, man, address that, bro. Being mixed with different archaic human species don't got nothing to do with nothing.
No, it don't do it. If you still a bait, you know what I'm saying? You still
right. What are we talking about here, man?
And people mix up all the time. Like people always mix in and shit. Like
yes, the Ibero-Maurutians are an example of that, because the U6 and M1 maternal haplogroup would have been mixed with.
Hold on for a minute. Hey, Gella, are you focusing in on the conversation, yo?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. You got to be on him like you.
I'm just not wrong. You don't got to coach him into trying to come at me. I'm just not off, bro.
Okay.
You literally trying to coach this man to get at me.
I'm
like
not,
that's
man.
wild.
There's no such thing as being mixed with different archaic human species.
No, I don't agree. With that. Yeah, I don't agree with that because it don't really matter.
That does speak to the biodiversity. I never said it means any this, that, and the third. You just all right, no problem.
No, man. Now what you're doing is, yo, come on, bro.
Yeah, he agreeing with you though. I'm just betting down, but he agreeing.
Now you family now. Now you make me just say what I got.
Go ahead,
I can't sugarcoat it no more. Now I gotta take all the sugar, all the sweet out of it. Hell, you don't got like, you don't got like. I'm saying no. Being mixed with different archaic human species don't make a Homo sapiens statement. They're 99.99 the damn same.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah,
Thank you.
It's still, yeah. It ain't that.
Okay,
it ain't that different.
I agree.
I'm just going to get this real quick. This article. Well, okay. Let me pull it up from the top. National Library of Medicine.
Hold on for a minute. What is he trying? No, this is how you got to do this, man. Because he's the dedicated pseudo.
She's trying to present.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on, bro. I know what I'm doing right here, bro. Bro, listen to what I'm saying, Elder. I'm trying to say before this man put that article up here, what in the hell is he saying that article is saying? That's what we need to get.
No, it's my article. It's my article. I got it. It's my article.
You skipped him?
Yeah, no. I gotta put this up. No, it's okay. Thank you, Suntan. Okay, no, it's okay.
I gotta be right where I'm at.
No, I know you're doing right. No,
you skipped him like that.
No, I had to show this article, and then he didn't put up anything. I didn't see anything from him.
I did. I got one in the back chat, but I'll do that later.
Okay.
I was trying to wait
Yeah,
for her to
he
speak
posted it in the
and have the
chat.
decorum that you say you had.
Okay, so let's just take a quick look. I mean, because we obviously have to. Okay, this is an article talking about what we're discussing. Misunderstanding of race as biology has deep negative biological and social consequences. That's why it's madness that Robert Kennedy has anything to do with being an official in anything that has to do with science and medicine. It's just madness. Okay, but I digress.
That's not what I said.
No, I didn't say you said that. I'm saying it. Robert F. Kennedy was your source, though. You did mention, you referenced him.
He was mentioned in the story, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. God energy. Okay. The belief of race as biological concept with human population having a distinct biological basis is unconsciously embedded in many individuals' thinking. We know that. So they're basically giving us the background about how a lot of students, medical students, because of this social issue, not biology, think that Black people can take more pain, they're thin, their skin is thicker. But I want to come down in the article to this part, right about here. And I'll drop the link. Let me get it. Let me get here where the information is discussed about what we're talking about. Furthermore, there is no accepted scientific method for classifying people by race. Grand opening, grand closing, but let's keep going. Studies typically rely on self-identification of race. However, the distinctions and nuances of racial identity, geographic origin, and history, that's what you're discussing, God Energy, with your presentation, and history in the identification of races are misunderstood. African American refers specifically to people with American nationality and African geographic ancestral origin. Black refers to people with Black skin phenotype, which includes all nationalities as well as geographic origins. I know that could be a different conversation. We're going to keep going forward.
These that proves my point.
But that's irrelevant. This is the facts here, though. These labels should not be used interchangeably because doing so confuses ancestry with social geography. It is also important to note that ethnicity and culture are a related phenomena, but bear no intrinsic connection to human biological variations or race. God energy. Ethnic groups and ethnicity are not fixed, bounded entities. They are open, flexible, and subject to change, and they are usually self-defined. And then it goes on to say more. The presentation of race as inherent biological differences is polarizing because it strengthens existing racial biases. That's what I was trying to say, and creates confusion and misunderstandings. The misunderstandings of understanding of race as biology provides a rationale for dividing people and treating Black individuals as distinctly different genetic group. And it supports our tribal bias, blah, 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 all about that. But it does talk about how down here it says you can't even say that there's differences. It says specifically evidence of racial disparities in the access to health care, the quality of care received, and health outcomes are well documented. We know documented, right? It's a social thing. People of color receive less and lower quality health care than whites. It's a social thing. It has nothing to do with genetics. It has zero. It's impossible to say your race goes with your biology. Race is a social construct. You cannot do that. They even say in this article how for marketing and to exploit Blacks, if you look right here, they were pushing a drug, a hypertension drug or something like that, saying, oh, it works on Blacks better. Right here it is. It says, the belief that white individuals, right here, it says, the Food and Drug Administration approved the heart failure drug, BIDIL, for use specifically by African Americans, even though there was no evidence that it had any racially disparate effects. This led investigators to conclude that, quote, scientific research leading to BIDIL's approval tested the drug. They only tested in African-American populations, apparently for what? Commercial reasons. So it goes on and on and on about how it's impossible to do that and it's wrong. And no matter how much you think you're doing, I'm gonna stop sharing this. When you're saying, well, I'm just trying to show, it will be used against us because it's archaic mindset to say, oh, look, we're different, so we have to be treated differently. We're not going to win with that conversation. They're going to turn it against us, even though you're not like in a movement, God energy. That information will be turned against us, saying they're superior, they're more evolved, they're more resistant. You get what I'm saying? So thank you for letting me do all that. I just want to put that information out there.
Could I respond to that? What? Why not?
So let me know when I can speak.
Just let this guy go. This guy with a big mouth. Yeah, we want to hear him. We hear you guys. You the whole piece. So hey,
I'm gonna respond still though, but yeah.
Hold on.
And I would like to respond as well.
Were you talking to me?
A lot of information.
Please let me know when I can speak.
So this is your article right here: Perspectives of Human Variation Through the Lens of Diversity and Race. Now you're saying that this article is saying what? Before we
I'm saying that this article disproves your categorical statement that all humans are the same. That's what it disproves. Your categorical statement that you said was just that's why I said common sense dispels it. It's just extremely fallacious. No scientist would agree with anything you said.
This article proves what, yo?
This article disproves your categorical statement by saying that all humans are the same and that their biology doesn't differ based upon their environment. That's what you stated.
We're talking about healthcare.
I never said.
This is my point.
Hold on for a minute. I never said that biology, right, like different skin color, different limb proportions, phenotypes, variation. Right. I never said that. What I said was with that, no matter what the difference is, it does not change you being a Homo sapiens sapien. And
see, brother. This is that's
variation. So you saying an article say what though?
No, see, brother. This is brother. With all due respect,
what though? You saying it says what? This
article. But I stated what the article said initially. Now I'm going to respond to what you just. I'm going to respond to what you just said.
This is 2026, and y'all showing an article from 2015.
That's not my article. That's his article. That's that guy. He's the big shot right now.
But nothing in the article has been disproven. This is common sense with science. His categorical statement was fallacious. But again, I cannot respond to what he's saying. A 2015 article. What does that mean? Nothing. No quote unquote modern findings have dispelled anything because this is the basis of science and biology. What I'm saying, that's why initially when I was speaking, I asked you to couch it, brother. Why am I being interrupted? If you want to speak, go speak, man.
Please let him speak, man.
Who was interrupting me while I was speaking? Are you trying to speak?
Let him speak.
Science not evolved, brother.
You said what?
Let us know. Go ahead, brother.
Again, when I was initially talking, I asked him to couch his statement. What exactly was he saying? He didn't do that, and then he doubled down on saying that biology has nothing to do with difference. That's why I tried to get him to recouch his statement. And I'm still being interrupted, man.
Come on, man. Let that man speak.
Hold on, he made that up though. After all,
I didn't make it up.
But write a note down, Ankh, and then bring it back up.
He doesn't.
No, I haven't heard about the mentality, bro. We was talking about a person being formed in the ice has a different mentality. That's what we was talking about, a different disposition. You said brown bears and black bears have different mentalities, bro. That's what you said.
No, I said behaviors. I didn't say mentality. Mentalities is not scientific. That's a subjective statement. I specifically said behaviors. I said behaviors. That's scientific fact.
Thank you. Hold on. So I asked you to go get an article that proves that because you in the northern climate have a different behavior. So
you didn't ask that. No. See, and this is what I'm saying. I said you try to couch stuff specifically into. Why can't I talk, man? You just said that you have decorum. You don't. I keep getting interrupted. I've been interrupted every time I've spoken. Literally.
Man, whatever, man. Go ahead with that nonsense, yo. Go ahead, yo.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Again, I said behaviors. I wouldn't say something subjective like mentality. Mentality is that's not scientific.
Why you keep diving
in? The man just said he didn't say behavior.
If Ankh was talking, he'd cuss us out if we interrupt him.
That's what, dude has a brother. You are extremely childish. With all due respect, you have horrible listening comprehension skills, and you don't have any self control.
Let me show you this, yo. This man got up here and said that a brown bear and a black bear has different behavior. I then asked him, so does this article verify that humans in living in the northern climate have a different behavior than humans in the southern climate? You know what he said? He said he ain't say that. So how am I messing
up? No, I said mentality. Brother, you're not speaking. Brother, I have satisfactory listening comprehension skills and you don't. You're not going to recouch my statement into something. Now you're curtailing it. I said behaviors. You said mentalities. Now, if you're saying behaviors, of course, I would agree with that. That's scientific. If your contention is that animals climb, brother, why you keep interrupting me?
Because, brother, I'm saying, does this article...
Bro, I'm not finna talk no more. Bro, you got it, bro. I've literally been interrupted the entire time I've been speaking.
Right here prove that humans got different behaviors.
Stop.
Based off the ice and based off the daggone southern climate and northern climate. How about that? Since we clear now, because I said behaviors 10 times.
And this is his article right here where it says, "I'm glad when this part where it says race."
Article.
Wait,
he's not even letting
right now. This right here, your article says.
Y'all not even letting me talk, bro.
Yeah, you're going to talk in a second because your article says race-based and individualized medicine. This is what we're talking about. One of the major contributions of genetics to medicine has been beyond the identification of disease and pathophysiology, the recognition that each disease is multi-causal and the patients with a single disease label may have conditions that arise from distinct molecular causes. This is well recognized for single gene disorders such as muscular dystrophy, or even broad categories like prelingual deafness. It's small for me, so just bear with me. Distinct molecular etiologies may require distinct therapies. Damn, I can't even read it now. For some reason, my screen went. Can you finish reading that? Because basically, this is telling you cannot go by genetics because we don't know. There's no way to go by genetics.
That was not the point of contention between me and Ankh. And I never made any statement based upon race-based medicine. I don't know why that's not being that can't be ascribed to me because I never said that.
Okay, well I apologize. So let's let Ngolo say what he needs to say and let's move on. I think Sanetter wants to. He keeps on putting up the thing, the debate. Ngolo, finish what you want to say about this article, and then we'll move on.
Dude has literally flipped. He's just constantly flim-flamming. Listen, brother, the point of contention, yes, I did say that black bears have different behaviors than brown bears based upon the environment that they evolved in biologically. You said and made the statement that all humans. I'm still being interrupted. I'm done. I'm not doing it no more.
Why you bring it up? Why'd you bring that example up?
Whose show? Hey, whose show is this?
It's
Napah. I asked Ankh to
Napah, how are you allowed?
Hey, Rakufu, guess what? Rakufu, guess what? Let me put you in the back for a second. How's that? Rakufu.
You don't know
I asked Ankh to co-host the show with me because I left, and I don't know why Rakufu. Just relax, brother.
See, I know what's going on right now. Y'all don't know what's going on. See?
I'm just trying to hear his statement. Napah,
I know, but don't focus on me. You know, Sanetter is right here. Rakufu, you see, for some reason, Rakufu, can you see backstage? Can you see backstage?
I can't, but now I hear what you said. It's Ankh show too.
Hey, y'all know why it's hard. You know why it's hard, though.
It's good. I'm not mad. If Ankh is hosting,
hey, Rakufu, you know why it's hard, right, Rakufu?
No, I'm saying why the man can't speak without you cutting.
Hey, Rakufu, you know why it's hard?
You know why the man can't speak? You're a host.
You know why the man can't speak, Rakufu? Hey, Rakufu,
I respect
he don't want to speak, Rakufu.
I see, because he keep on.
Hey, Rakufu, guess what? He won't. Look, all he gotta say is, Ankh, this article says that human beings have different behaviors based off where they evolve. He know that's what he said, and he know that's what I
That's
said.
not what he said,
Nah, that's
though.
not what
Black
you.
and brown
So
bear.
you're
Now you gonna
pushing
say that's not
something
what
that
he
he
said.
didn't say.
I want him to be able to talk because I don't want
Now he
Ngolo
ain't
to
say
feel
that.
like
Now he
he
ain't say
can't
that.
speak.
Okay.
No,
Listen,
Ngolo,
he
I
didn't.
said
Brother
this is
Paul,
exactly
you
what
know
I
I'm
said.
right here,
Now,
brother
no,
Paul.
you're
let's let
see you
Ngolo talk.
you
All right,
Go
so
ahead,
adjusted you
Ngolo.
Ngolo,
adjusted what you
Ngolo,
adjusted
stop
what you
telling us
said.
what he doing. Just talk, man. Stop telling us what he doing. Damn.
Who?
Take an
And then
hour.
we
ahead,
need
bro.
this that wants to
No,
come in.
just
She
talk.
wants to
Wait,
respond.
who? Stop
That's
telling
it.
who's
That's
doing.
talking to you,
Go
brother.
ahead,
No,
Cole.
no, no,
Go
no.
ahead, bum this out.
Ngolo, get your full statement out so we can go to the sister and you won't be interrupted. Go ahead.
No, but the dude who? What is he talking about? Don't tell him what he's doing. What are
Don't
you?
worry about
I gotta
him.
preface the statement because that's what I've been trying to say.
My,
Like, what is y'all? Bro, y'all gotta
go
chill,
ahead
bro.
and say what you need to say. Don't focus on anybody. Just what were you trying to say?
Okay, so this is what I'm trying.
Okay.
The initial point of contention of what he said, what I said was, I said that humans, just like all other animals, based upon the environment that they evolved in, are going to have different behaviors. For him to try to go against that is crazy. Now, what I'm saying is, this article states that humans are different. In fact, what he tried to categorically say was that all humans are at base level biologically the same, and the environment doesn't have environment has nothing to do with how the evolutionary process occurred. What this article displays that humans' biology directly affects how they act, their behaviors, the societies that they create, and it also underpins genetically how the genetic evolution occurred. Now, the reason initially why I told him to preference his statement was because I knew what he's saying is categorically false, and scientifically, he there's no way that he could disagree with it. Now, again, he can say that the article directly juxtaposed to brown bears and black bears, but that's not categorically what he stated initially. And this article displays that a human and all animals, the environment that you evolve in is going to have a direct effect on your biology. And to say that biology has nothing to do with sociology is crazy, because your biology directly affects the society that you create based upon your environment.
That's deep.
That's just scientific common sense.
That's deep.
So the article actually states the exact opposite of what you said. I never listened to y'all niggas at no point in time. The article says this article. Come on, bro. Come on. Hey, Kofu, come on, bro.
Hey, let's
That ain't me. That
Hold
ain't me. I
on
don't
a minute. Hold on for a minute.
That
Everybody
wasn't me.
freeze it.
That was not me.
Okay.
No, it definitely
Everybody
don't.
freeze it now. Now I know what he was doing. See, y'all let him mumble jumble y'all half to death. See, he pseudo-rized y'all.
Okay.
What the article actually said, this article does not prove that humans have different behaviors in the sense of innate psychological.
I didn't say innate psychological. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I did not say innate psychological. That's not what I said.
You're gonna get to get it out. Let
You
him
know
go.
you're dead right now. So I'm gonna let
No,
you
I'm not. You're gonna try to recouch what I said like you did initially. But okay.
So it says based on where they evolved. Okay. It said the article author actually says most controversially and scientifically risky, more in race talk is the imputation of wholesale traits. It goes on to say he explicitly notes that some people have claimed geographical genetic differences in things like intellectualism, aggressive behavior, but then asks, what is the evidence? Is that it states. He say, I know of no science that can prove that genetic underpinnings of these broad social differences, and as that there is evidence against that claim. So you came up here playing with me. You convinced the audience. You brought an article to prove and support your point. Actually, if you look at that highlighted part right there, it's simply saying that basically these ideas have led to the concept of individualized medicine.
Yes,
that is care each patient depending on their genetic makeup and their individual health circumstances. But since you wanted to play this wild game that you played and bring a wild article and everybody and kikiing in the chart, like you know what the hell y'all talking about, the article actually says the exact opposite of what you said. No matter how
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You read an excerpt of part of the no. Again,
lying, bro. I'm not even. You are pseudo, like I said. You
Nah, brother. Let me. No. You read an X. First of all,
you a pseudo.
Stop
Yeah,
muting me.
talking about when
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want!
You tried to save him, sis. You tried to save him from himself. You tried to save him. All this, let him talk, let him pseudo ride y'all some more. Y'all got me messed up around. Go ahead, Sister Issa. Your turn next. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut up and let you do your thing. Go ahead.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Since you agree with him,
Come on in, Queen.
with him. Go ahead.
Come on, Issa Queen. And again, please remember, it is nothing personal. I love everybody here. It's just information. So come on in, Issa Queen.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I just feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point because from what I understand, what was stated, right, was that there's no differences between people. And I don't agree with that. And I wholeheartedly don't agree with that. And I use the example of taking a person that doesn't have a lot of melanation inside of them, a lot of melanin inside of them, and putting them at the equator, and vice versa. That would do something to the skin that would not do something to me. So just then that is the difference between the two of us. That was the point that I was making. I'm not saying that there are different species or anything like that. It's more so of the environment that they're in. And sunburning is one of the differences that we have amongst people. And when it comes to the healthcare field, right, there's medicine out there that Black people need to take on a different dosage, i.e. warfarin, right? Warfarin is a blood thinner. It's a blood thinner. And indigenous women and in Black women, it at a certain dosage that they were giving them, they were killing those women. They had to realize that they had to lessen the dose for indigenous and Black women so it could actually work for them. And that's the same thing with there's a anti-seizure medicine out there that literally causes deadly skin diseases inside of indigenous women that it doesn't do inside of white people. So there are differences. That's not to say that there's something wrong with saying that. It's just being accurate in what you're talking about, because we're talking about genetic variants that are different amongst the people. So it's not to say that somebody's superior or somebody's inferior. It's just to say that with the science that we have, we're able to pinpoint where we can help people in their specific genetic variants. That's all I'm saying. I absolutely agree with Napah when it comes down to certain, like, let's say asthma. Asthma wouldn't be something that I would say it goes by your genetic DNA. It more so goes by where you live and how polluted the air is. So that's how you end up creating asthma inside of your population or not. Right? There's a difference between these things, and we need to compartmentalize these things so we can have accurate conversations. So just to say somebody is completely wrong and then not want to expound on that is why we're in these arguments. So again, brother, I ain't got no issues with you, but if you're going to tell me that I'm wrong, you need to be able to tell me why. That's it.
I'll help you. Let me read this real quick.
Is it a white indigenous person or Black? No. What do you mean indigenous?
Exactly.
Person?
Let me jump in here, Issa. Let me say this. No, we cannot group people by race when it comes to providing medicine. That will take us back to a place where Black people are not being treated correctly. I'm going to give this quick article. Let me get why. She did say that. I'll hand the mic back to her. She said we just have to know that there's differences so we can be able to know. Yeah. What indigenous people? Let me read this article.
No, that speaks more to the
Let me read this
basis.
article, please. Do you mind? It's from the Department of Family and Medicine and Department of Family and Community Medicine. I can't do it right now, but it's okay. I'm just going to quickly just read just an excerpt from this. Okay, an excerpt of it. This is from 2022. It says, quote, race provides a poor proxy for precision medicine. And these blood thinners and high blood pressure pills, and I read in that other article that I dropped a link for, they're doing this with the race thing, and they're moving away from it because there's other reasons. It's commercial reasons. They're trying to sell the medication, and it's not working. Because you can't look at somebody's race and go, oh, I know what kind of blood thinner you need. No, you can't do that because you don't know what's going on with their you don't know what their molecular makeup is. You don't know that. You can't just say, because your phenotype is this, I know you need this medicine.
That's
race,
not
I'm
what
gonna
was
say
said,
this.
though.
You just said
that's
that.
not
Quote,
what was
quote,
suggested.
listen, healthcare goes this way.
What is wrong?
Race
Y'all can't
provides-
hear? That's exactly what the lady's saying. That's
I know.
exactly what she's saying.
Exactly.
You know
Let
what?
me
You know what, God?
This is, I didn't even finish this. I just want to finish this quote.
Use the words genetic variants.
No, listen. Dr. Hunter K. Holt, wait just a second. Dr. Hunter K. Holt says, quote, race provides a poor proxy for precision medicine. And the reason is, it says our study provides evidence that race-based prescribing is ineffective, unwarranted, and may even be detrimental to Black patients in the long run. That's not me. That's science. So we got to stop with this whole. So you just said we have to look at people's race.
Can I reiterate? What I said? Because I used two words, right? I used two words that are very important in what I said. And what I said was genetic variants. That's
how do you know they're genetic? What do you know they're genetic? How do you know they're genetic?
I think you're doing it on purpose. Now you talk extra long on purpose. Now you're doing this on purpose, yo. Like we all heard what you said. You said indigenous women and Black women. I'm asking.
And before I said that, I said genetic variants. I said that. So if you didn't hear that, just say you didn't hear it.
You know what?
What I said was, and let me reiterate. Let me reiterate for the people in the back. Let me reiterate for the people in the back. What I said was, warfarin, a blood thinner, is dangerous due to genetic variants. So indigenous and Black women need a different dose because of these genetic variants. Y'all are leaving out the context to keep with what y'all are saying. Y'all are leaving out the context on purpose.
Issa, what about the white women who actually need a different dose as well? Because they do. What about the white women who actually can't take the same dose as the other person? It's not about race.
That's my point, Napah.
No, you don't get it.
That's my point. We are different. Literally, and you're stuck on the race part.
You're not
I'm
listening.
saying
You're not
genetic
listening.
variants.
You're not listening.
I am listening.
What about the white woman? Hello. What about the white woman who can take? Listen. No, you didn't, because you said that's my point. No, listen. What about the white women who can take the same dose as the Black woman? What about the Black woman who can take more than the indigenous woman? You don't know what you're saying when you do that.
Exactly. That's the point of genetic variants that I was talking about.
I'm going to say this again because you're wrong. You're not saying what I'm saying. You're saying
I'm not saying what you're saying.
Okay, let me say this without anybody talking over me. You're saying that it's been discovered that all Black women and indigenous women have to take a lower dose or a different dose than white women. That is not true. That is absolutely untrue.
That is not the entirety of what I'm saying. So the fact that you're leaving out the context is important, Napah.
Forget about what you
That's important.
Why are you talking over? Listen, let me say this and I'll hand the mic back to you.
You're getting my words wrong.
Okay, well,
you're getting what I'm saying wrong.
Without your words, let me make this clear to everyone with science is backing me, not my feelings and I'm not pushing a racial issue. I'm not pushing a societal issue. I'm going to talk about science. No doctor in the world will look at your race and say, oh, I know what dose of what blood thinner you need. Come on in, Black lady. Hold on. I ask you to not talk over me. You know why? Because they don't know until they do your blood work. They find out what's going on with you, how you react to the dose. It's an individual basis. You cannot say
Black women and indigenous women cannot take the same dose as white women. That is not science. And that's scary if someone's working in healthcare, talking and thinking like that. Because guess what? That's why we have problems in healthcare. That's why Black people are dying. Because of that.
Can I
that actual
respond?
thing, what you just said. Sure, but you
Can
came
I
in and you said
respond now?
Black women can't take the same dose of warfarin.
That's not what I said. So can I respond to what I actually said? Thank you. So now that I got a chance to respond to what I actually said,
I'm gonna let her
what I
respond,
said
and then
was
I'm gonna
that
hand the mic back to
people-
you. Go ahead, respond.
What I said was people are different and we have different codes and different DNA. And then I use warfarin as an example of how we are different because warfarin, right? It go according to your genetic variants. That means that you will have to take a test for somebody to figure out what your genetic variants would be, right? So I'm saying that you are being tested. You to figure out your genetic variants, and what has been found is that in indigenous women and in Black women, this drug, warfarin, the specific drug that I'm talking about in this example, was harmful to more indigenous and Black women because of their genetic variants. Now, y'all got stuck when I said Black women, indigenous women, and y'all think that I'm talking about looking at a person's race and giving them a prescription. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the differences between us makes the medication be different depending on the genetic variants. Genetic variants, not race.
Nobody know what you're talking about.
Okay,
let me ask you a question.
Everybody got unique traits. Everybody got unique traits.
Can we honestly say that white women have hysterectomies and thyroid issues just like Black women?
Absolutely.
And
at the same rate.
Absolutely.
At the same race, that would have to be substantiated statistically.
Might be other factors, you know what I'm saying? Like healthcare, how many times you go to the doctors over your, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of factors.
Yeah, but controlled experiments would have to.
Hold on, you raising your hand and talking. Let me get mine in, bro. Because you was emphatically wrong with what you said based off your wild. You doubted your damn.
No, I wasn't.
You doubted your source. The
I
next
didn't.
point I'm making is there's no such thing as an indigenous woman and a Black woman and something, and you made that up. So what I'm asking you is go get that source. I will replay your words again and react to it. Where's the source that says indigenous women, which can be all over the damn planet, and Black women, warfarin, blood thinner, needs to be at a different dose? Go get that source. And if I'm wrong, I say, you know what, I was wrong. But right now, the way you going with matching up with your man right there with his hand raised and agreeing with him, yeah, I'm thinking you're going to die at your source too. And I'm going to stand on that till y'all change that. I'm going to stand
bro,
on that.
can I respond to what he's saying? Can I respond?
Go ahead, Brother Lau. Let Brother Lau
Oh, my
finish.
bad, Brother Lau. My bad.
So basically what you're saying is thyroids and hysterectomies are the same in white women as they are in Black women.
I'm saying I don't know. But there may just be other factors inside white women and Black. What the hell is the line between a Black woman and a white woman? There is no line. It's blurry. You wouldn't be able to tell. That's why that's why when the sister Nepal read the article, it said it's about individual medical care, not about your perceived race or perceived skin color differences. It's about individual medicine. That's what it's about. Simple as that. What does that mean, individual medicine? Individually speaking, blood pressure medicine may affect you differently than another person, than your brother and your damn sister. That's what it's really saying. All this other stuff is pseudoscientific ideas based off how you feel.
Can I respond? Is the floor open?
No, he wasn't finished yet. Brother Lau wasn't finished. He barely talks.
You still going, Brother Lau?
I'm just waiting for one of these sisters to speak in regards to what I just asked.
That what? What'd you say?
Does white women and other races have the same issues and problems, or for the most part, have hysterectomy and thyroid issues the same way Black women have? There's two
Why'd
black
you say
women on
for
the
the
panel.
most part?
There's two black women on the panel.
When we're talking about white, black, indigenous, we're often forgetting that there are social reasons, there are epigenetic. So if you want to talk about genes, there's epigenetic reasons. We're not going to say, oh, because of the ancestors and all of this other stuff, black people are doing this more. Do black women and Asian women and white women have different, health issues because of their their ancestry or their DNA from their families? It's an individual thing. You get what I'm saying? It's not something you can just say. And she clarified that somewhat.
Sister, that statement is contradictory, though.
No, it isn't. You can't look at someone and say, look, as far as the blood thinners go, they're still doing research on the whys of that, because no one's saying, no, it's because they're black and indigenous. Of course. Why didn't we think about that in the first place?
Hey,
No,
Nepal.
No, but you,
this makes sense. Thanos in the back chat here is saying, correct, there may be variants that exist in a population, but the difference can and will exist within a population as well. He's a healthcare in the back.
There are like back to Brother Law, like with breast cancer, there are different treatments that white women, which would be like hormone therapy, white women respond better to it, but there are black women who also respond well to it, and Asian women. So that saying, oh, see, this is the differences. No, breast cancer and different types of diseases affect people differently, and we can't. Medicine looks at them and says, why are these Native American women and these black women, why is there a high morbidity rate for them when they take this blood thinner? Then they don't go, oh, of course it's because they're black and Asian, duh. No, they go, well, let's look into it. Let's find out what's going on. So that's why I'm saying you cannot say, oh, it has to be because we must be black, or it must be because we have this heritage. No,
I don't think
that.
anyone's saying that, though.
Yes, that is what's being said, because remember his presentation, which was great that it sparked this conversation, talked about different people of, dark phenotype, right? And then the sister came in and said, and that's why we need to know this thing. I'm paraphrasing. She can definitely correct me. That's why we need to know this, because we need to be able to focus. We need to be able to focus on people. We got to focus on people and their race. I'm paraphrasing. We got to focus on people and their race to know that's backwards, and that's bad medicine. We're moving away from that.
So let me ask Brother Lau. And sis, you absolutely right. You've been on it. You've been spot on. Now, Brother Lau. So watch this, Brother Lau. Remember when you asked the question about the thyroids and hysterectomies, right?
Not thyroids. Fibroids. For women and hysterectomy in black women is not the same as white women.
No. Remember I said.
And wait,
excuse
me.
So black women, you have higher rates.
Research on that. Yeah, I do. It's what? There's white women are getting fibroids too. They're doing research. Nobody in medicine knows why.
Black women.
No, hold on.
But guess what?
Hold on.
That could be environmental. It could be environmental.
Right. Now, hold on. That's the point. I want y'all to get this straight, right? I want you to know, okay, that black women healthcare is not up to par.
Yes.
Right? The amount of time to see a doctor. I said that earlier. It ain't because there's a black race. You get it? Like that. Exactly. And I'm telling you, man, it's the food deserts in our community. It's the way we eat. You got diseases coming from the way you eat, fast foods, all that. All that is factors that you can't brush that off, man. Right. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we bring it on ourselves, man. The way we eat. You got certain stresses.
Can you kick me off and let Thanos come up? I think you and him
I didn't kick you off.
Can you guys bring Thanos up, take me off?
I don't see him. Where's Thanos? He can get up right now. He good.
Okay, he can come up. And I want to remind everybody, Ankh, I want to remind everybody of this. Not too long ago in the 80s, they actually said Haitian people were causing HIV. Don't forget that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Great point. Hey, I swear, yo, hey sis, you've been on it tonight, yo. You've been killing them at their own. You've been killing them.
Can I speak?
No,
Thanks
we
for
want
teaming
Thanos
up
to
with
speak.
me.
No, we ain't. No, you flamming. Go ahead, Thanos. Let somebody else
Man,
speak.
this dude, man.
Yeah, this dude. You don't remember. You don't like me anyway. Remember?
What do you mean like? It ain't. I don't
I'm
know
gonna let
you. How can I
let's
not
let
like you,
Oh
bro?
man,
N'Golo.
shut up, man.
N'Golo
Go ahead,
has to speak.
Thanos. Go ahead, Thanos.
Who's Thanos? And then N'Golo, you can go after Thanos, okay? Because you need to come in and do your own show, N'Golo.
Yeah, do your own show of pseudoscience. Go
Bro,
ahead,
shut
Thanos.
up, bro. What are you talking? What have I said that pseudo, bro? You get the hold up.
All that shit, you just doubted your source. Now
Okay.
you
I
everybody
didn't,
seen you
because you
doubt
didn't
your
let me explain it, and you dropped me
Oh,
down
yeah,
after,
man,
so I
you
couldn't do it, so it looked like you was correct.
explain
You
what?
just childish. Shut up, bro.
I've
Okay,
been
who
childish. Some things don't change.
who's
But what I haven't
Thanos?
done was, hold on, what I haven't done is I have not called you a name. What you need to do is cut the rest of your hair off because you're looking ridiculous.
Look, bro,
Jump right back in.
I'm not
Yeah,
focused
you
on that. I don't care.
halfway. Go ahead, Thanos.
I'm not focused on. I don't care.
You know you're
All right,
wrong.
let's let
But he
N'Golo
started it on me. He said I'm childish,
okay.
so I doubled down on it.
No,
He
childish
started me
that's a
first.
categorical statement.
Okay. N'Golo, speak what you want to say, and then we're gonna move on, please,
No,
Yeah,
to
so
Thanos.
we
Go.
don't want to hear that.
for
Thanos
bro,
getting it.
stop
Come on,
talking, bro.
let him go. Let him go.
Damn, grow up. You
Let those pseudo go. Thanos is next. Go ahead, Thanos. Then he can go. Since he lying. Man, that's a
Bring the
fake
brother
name. That's
back
a
up.
fake name right there,
In the
yo.
medical field.
Hey, Thanos.
Are you in the medical field?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
are
we
you in the
turn it up.
medical
Turn it up a
field,
little bit.
Let me turn up a little bit more. What about now? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. Are you in the
All right,
medical
bet.
field, Thanos?
Hold on, let me properly introduce
Sarnetter,
myself.
yeah, good. You guys put him back on. Okay.
Hey,
I think
this
either
Mac
Ankh or
Rob.
Sarnetter put N'Golo back. Okay, go ahead, Thanos.
Can y'all hear
You
me
can
pretty
go
good?
after him.
We hear you
N'Golo,
good.
please.
Yeah, go
Excellent,
ahead.
excellent. This Mac Rob. I just introduced myself as Thanos because I want to do the Thanos snap and destroy half the panel. This EK official, pseudo killer, Mac Rob. What up, Unc?
What's up, man?
Man,
What's
you've been
good?
up here battling this madness all night, bro.
Hmm?
Let me get up in here and try to clean this mess up. All right, there is no such thing as race-based medicine. Are there variants within a population? Yes, but that variant would not be a smooth, clean variance that would exist in every member of the group. For example, if you look at Jewish women, for example, they have I believe it's the BRCA or the breast cancer gene. This does not mean that that BRCA gene would not exist in African American women. It would be false to look at Jewish women and say, hey, you more than likely have breast cancer because you are a Jewish woman. Now you would test her because she may have variants that cluster with other women from a similar historical background. Yes, but there would not be race-based medicine. Medicine will become genetic on an individual level or a personalized level as we move forward and learn more about genetics. So yes, do variants exist within a population? Yes, but that also means that there are going to be members within that same population that don't have that variance. So you can't look at and also so differences among groups. Why you may see certain incidences or high rates of certain things like hypertension or diabetes, asthma, things of that nature among the African American population, particularly, or even minority population. Because if you also notice, you will not only find high incidence of these illnesses and sickness across African Americans, you'll also find it across Hispanic Americans. You'll find even higher incidence of these issues across Native Americans. Why would this be? Is it a difference in race? No. The high and likely difference is due to social determinants of health. This is based on how often do you go to the doctor? Are you getting certain screenings that other groups are getting? Are other groups, as you go to the hospitals, do you receive treatment from groups who are more likely to understand your conditions, right? Because there are people, unfortunately, in the medical profession who do think there are biological differences and may treat you based on those misunderstandings. So you cannot make those statements on public platforms and not have a well-documented, well-sourced evidence to back that pseudo claim up. And please, I heard RFK name come up. Nothing makes a pseudo killer more upset than hearing that pseudo fraud's name thrown on these platforms where African Americans are listening in.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm going to let God Energy get in here. And then, N'Golo, if you want to go, brother, yes, you have had your hand up. And then God Energy come in. Go ahead, N'Golo.
Yeah, so what I'm saying in terms of the article, I misspoke when I said when I put in the human behaviors, I was trying to reference another article with Sapolsky. It doesn't say human behavior specifically in there. I'm talking about the genetic variation when he said that there are not genetic differences. That if you go back in the recording and he said all humans are the same, and he disagreed. I asked him to preface the statement. He disagreed at the core and said all humans are the same, and your environment doesn't affect biology that much. That's what he said. Go back to the initial recording. The article details that. I can read from when it comes down to when it says the human differences, so specific because he read an excerpt within the article of the scientist's opinion. Let me get to it.
If I could just speak just briefly, I hope I'm not cutting in on anybody, but while you're pulling,
you good, brother. You can go.
I think I was talking to you in the back chat about now. Understand these differences. We talk about this all the time in the PK Discord. He understands the environment plays a role in human biology and shapes culture, etc. Like we had these conversations all the time. I think you.
But he disagreed, brother. That's why I asked him to preface the statement because he disagreed. If you go back early in the recording, he categorically disagreed with that.
No, clearly understands that all humans are 99.9%.
No, but that's why I was confused. That's why I asked him to preface his statement because he disagreed. And then when I asked him to preface his statement, he doubled down on it.
You did, bro. You playing right now, yo.
I'm not, bro. All you got to do is go back and look at the recording, brother.
Anybody know I done taught 30 lectures on human diversity. I know there are variations. You was trying to make the point.
And I said that the environment has...
Along with Sister Issa, right? Y'all was on some wild goose chase based off of melanated people and some differences there in skin. That's what you
No, I didn't say skin, and that's what I'm saying. You misrepresent the argument. I didn't say based upon just skin color. I didn't. You trivialized. That's what I'm saying. You trivialized the argument, brother.
You said you was wrong. Appreciate you saying you was wrong.
I misspoke. Because you kept interrupting me. I was referencing another the human behavior article. The human behavior article is from Robert Sapolsky, a professor at Stanford.
Go get the other article then. Go get that. Because right now you died in this episode.
No, I didn't. Because again, it disproved what you were saying. If you would have stopped interrupting me, I wouldn't have lost my train of.
You gonna sit up here and tell me I can verbatim tell you what Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is. It's the fact that why is life on Earth so damn diversified? Then you're going to act like I ain't saying life is diversified. What I'm telling your ass, with all the variations in human beings, they still 99.99 the damn same. I know what the hell I'm saying. You trickology right now, bro. You like you said, go get that other article because you died at that source. A pseudo always died at their source. Go find something else, bro. You playing right now. Go ahead, God Energy.
I tried to tell him in the back chat.
God Energy, I think you kind of agreed with him too. Just for the record, I think you kind of agree with his point that he didn't walk back. Did you agree with that, God Energy? I think you agree with that.
Bro, why do you keep dropping me down, bro?
You keep talking to you.
No, I wasn't even talking. You just dropped me. You are childish, man.
You was talking. Everybody know I'm childish. Join the club. Go ahead, God Energy.
Cut that out, Unc. Who you think you is?
Nobody.
He's a kid, man.
Yo, you made me laugh and forget what I was gonna say, so I'm gonna say this other part that I caught earlier when they were saying speaking against the racial stuff, that it could be used against black people or used in some sort of nefarious way, but that's the same thing with a hammer, right? I could either use a hammer to build a house or I could use it to hit someone with. But the possibilities of that doesn't speak to whether the hammer should exist or not, or the hammer's usefulness or even teleology. So I also wanted to say that the source that was read did not say that it was inaccurate by scientific standards. It just warned of the social implications that it could be used exactly how Napah warned that it could be used, but anything could be used. Just hold on real quick. Anything could be used. Anything could be used against you.
You did that. You just did that.
What happened? It's God Energy. God Energy.
Not God Energy.
I'm sorry. Did I misspeak?
Yeah. What you said was that Nepal was wrong. She was not wrong about nothing she said. I'm telling you, bro. There is not enough variation in between races to even
Unc, thank you. You just reminded me of what I wanted to originally say. Thank you. So when you see the small genetic difference, Thank you. The difference between the chimpanzee and the human. We both, you know, do the theory of evolution. We're both apes, both in the primate family. All right. So with that, the genetic difference between a chimp and a human is minuscule as well, right? But that creates all of the difference that we see. So I also do want to let the people know in intellectual honesty that whatever genetic differences that I would be alluding to exist within that 1% that you're talking about. Just to contextualize this, you know what I mean? Because when we are talking about these differences, we are talking about the differences that exist between that 1 to 2%. So that is you know, implied.
Right? In chimpanzees?
What happened?
You talking about in chimpanzees or humans?
No, I use the difference between chimpanzees and humans as an example and a prelude and a prelude to your statement about the 1% and that the genetic differences that we are talking about does exist within that 1%. Just to be intellectually honest and contextualize the conversation.
It's 99.99%. It's not a 1%. And we're talking about development regulatory genes. That's the real difference in chimpanzees, the way we develop, bro. Come on, man. Y'all playing, man.
He's still saying to scale that point difference is what he's analyzing.
I'm listen to you. You tripping.
Bro, I don't care whether you listen to me or not.
Go get that with source. Your turn to talk.
You're not. I don't consider you intelligent. So I would compare
everybody's going back and forth, man. But it's okay to agree to disagree.
No, but it's not even a back. It's really disingenuous because he gets the dude makes you lose your train of thought because he constantly goes in and interrupts and interrupts and interrupts. Then he drops you. Like he doesn't want to have a real dialogue or conversation. He wants to come out looking correct because he has a persona on the internet at 50 years old.
Angola, can I say something to you real quick, brother? If you go back and watch this, interaction, brother Angola. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you.
Yeah, I know. Having conversations with him is an exercise in futility.
I said you fell
he just wants an internet persona, man. That's all. He's not trying to have no real dialogue.
Let them know.
No, this is a good intellectual exchange because iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. But you know what I mean? But for what you complained about forgetting,
right now.
I saw when you stepped over the ledge and I tried to warn you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm already knowing.
Go get that article, bro.
I'm getting it.
That article you just used, you died at it. Go find the next one. Go ahead.
No, I didn't die.
Oh, I tried to tell you, misspoke.
But again, that article still disproves the statement that you made earlier when you actually made a mistake without being interrupted constantly. You just did it on your own volition.
I didn't make a mistake.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did make a mistake because you said you disagree with it.
You made that up, bro. I never told this audience that it's not variations in humans. Never said that, bro. I said it's skin deep, my good brother. Meaning it ain't that much difference. Your eyes are lying to you, bro. A person that is pale skin, a person that's dark skin, you think it's a hell of a difference. I'm saying your eyes are lying. Remember your eyes.
That article disproves what that you saying that it's just skin, that is literally just skin color. That's what I'm saying. The article disproves that. So again, the article just disproved you again.
One more chance at it. This article is saying what again? That's
the article again. You trying to say that it's just the variation stops at skin color and that environment. But you literally just said that it's skin deep.
There's variations in phenotypes, chin size, all that. What the hell are you talking about?
But you keep reducing it to skin color. It's not just skin color. That's what I'm saying.
Damn, nigga, you talk too fucking. You talk about I talk too much. I'm saying there's a variation within. Wait a minute, on this panel, is it not a variation, yo, between us right now, yo? Or am I just tripping? Everybody put their camera on, yo. I couldn't have said that. I couldn't have meant it that way.
No, I'm talking about population to population. I'm not saying just on an individual level.
All right, man. That's so what the article's saying, bro. I want to make sure I get this right.
You tried to say that humans are the same, and I asked you to.
And they are the same. They 99.99 the same.
Okay, no, I can't even talk, man.
Because you made it seem like you were talking about populations. Because you said brown bears and white bears, but them when you
I said brown bears and black bears, brother.
But them populations. When you say a brown bear, that's a brown bear population. You talking about individuals. You
No,
talking
but
about
I'm not. Then that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying individual to individual. Well, there is variation. That's common sense again. But I'm saying between individual populations that have been isolated to evolve in a specific area, ecological area, they have differences genetically and biologically. I'm not saying that it's for huge genomic differences. Of course, we're 99.9%. Bro, can I speak? See this, bro. This is why people forget what they saying, because in the middle you constantly interject. It's annoying.
Certain population might have certain traits, like certain traits.
Yeah, but that's my point. Certain those behaviors, I'm not behavior. Those traits.
Behaviors again, nigga.
No, bro,
yeah,
I can't.
Behaviors. I mean, it ain't
Those specific traits. Those specific traits have a impact on specific behaviors. Those specific behaviors impact the society that they formulate. If you go around the
I told you this man said behavior. I'm gonna put him down here because you know what, yo? I was trying to save him. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna let him talk too long. Y'all thought I was cutting him off. I knew he was flaming. Y'all tried to make it seem like I'm crazy. He right back on that again, and he double triple down on it again. Behavior difference. He know what he trying to say, but I caught him with that damn article. So I'm gonna let him keep talking. He can't even be coherent. I don't know what he's saying no more. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Can I walk with him through his point?
No, why do you keep dropping me?
Walk with him. I'm gonna shut up. Hey, I'm gonna let him walk through.
No, bro. I can't even speak uninterrupted without being dropped.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Toronto, can me and you go back and forth? I just want to build with you for a sec so we can let you get your point out for the good of the audience.
Bro, speak, bro. You're gonna speak. We're gonna speak.
No,
you good?
No. I don't want to speak. I just want to ask you a question. So, are you saying that the environment will change populations to where they will, if they're split for a certain amount of time, they will develop variances between among each group?
Correct. That's scientific fact.
Okay. All right. That's a mechanism of evolution. I'm not gonna argue with that. So, after that variance develop, you're saying that variance leads to different behaviors. One group versus another group,
based upon okay, so the professor, a well-renowned professor at Stanford, Robert Sapolsky.
I know Robert Sapolsky. We love him.
So he's not gonna answer the question though. Yo, answer,
bro. Bro, somebody got to control this dude, man. Somebody got to control this dude. He said he's not gonna talk, then he gonna interject.
I changed my mind when I realized you're trying to flim, and I answered the damn question. Answer the question.
Brother, can you restate the question? Somebody got to control this dude, Mike, man.
So the question
brother, can you restate the question?
Yes, sir. So as these populations develop different variances among each other, you're saying that leads to different behavioral, different behaviors?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, an individual's, like we already postulated through the environmental aspects as far as evolution is concerned. Now, in those specific individuals within that isolated environment, their biology is going to affect their behaviors. Like I said, Professor Robert Sapolsky, professor at Stanford, verses this out well in numerous of his books, and he speaks about how free will is really not free will, and he said that a person's behavior is largely based upon their predecessors and their biology. So with those studies in tandem, which is why I try to provide a corroborating source, in tandem with the sources that I showed how the genetic variation occurs, that is going to create different behaviors within certain populations. Now, I'm not gonna categorically say that just because somebody has a specific skin color, they're gonna at a absolute rate they're gonna behave a certain way. But at a certain base level, you can identify and categorize cultures based upon their environments and their specific histories and the specific biological the specific biology that they have.
You sound racist.
That's not racist. That's science.
No. Let me build one. Can you give me an example of where variances lead to different behaviors in a population?
He said he ain't say behaviors.
Okay.
He ain't say that. I'm just hearing it wrong.
I'm not saying. I didn't say that's what the article said.
He ain't say that. He ain't remember y'all. He ain't say nothing about behaviors. I'm lying. I'm rude.
No,
I'm
initially I didn't.
I'm
Initially I didn't say
I'm
behaviors.
gonna talk
Initially
upside
I
down when
didn't
you
say
be rude like
behaviors.
a child. Because I ain't hear you say behaviors. You ain't saying that. You're
Brother,
not
you
really
keep
saying
interrupting me,
behaviors right
man.
now. That ain't what you're saying.
You
You
keep
ain't saying
interrupting
that
me,
to the,
bro.
you tripping right now, bro. You capping. You cappity cappity. You cappy cap. You cap kangaroo. You tripping. Knock it off, bro.
Bro, you get to dominate the conversation.
No, I'm saying you doing the same thing with the cat. You
No,
just
but
said,
brother,
I didn't say behaviors.
allow me to get it out uninterrupted.
Go
I
ahead,
can't.
bro. Continue to put in the work
You can't
of
formulate a thought if I do
determinism.
that
You
after I speak. But
mixing psychology, boy.
I'm not mixing anything. What are you talking? It's the psychology and the biology. Robert Sapolsky shows that it's the same. Your biology is going to affect your psychology, you dummy. Of course, that's common sense. But anyways, like I said, he said give an example. As far as I gave the example earlier, it's not specific behaviors. But if you're talking about quote unquote fast twitch muscle fibers, quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans, most Benue Congo area Africans have is fast twitch muscle fibers. They have the best at that. So when it comes to athletics that involve sudden movements, the people that come from those populations excel at that the most. When you go over to the Kenya area, the highlands of Kenya, those people are great at doing long distance running because of the high altitude that they've evolved from. That's common sense in science. And when you look at cultures, the way cultures formulate in these specific areas, there are cultural underpinnings and motifs that go along each cultures. When it comes to the way that they interact with the environment, the deification of the motherhood figure, the matrilineal societies. When you juxtapose that to cultures that are in Eurasia and Northern Europe that had to come up in a more in a more scarce environment, they have a less communal culture. That's a historical fact. Now, when you combine all of those things, when you combine.
Hold on, man. I can't let you keep going like this, yo. Do you mean to tell me you did all that shit just to get back to what niggas said 40 years ago? How white people in the ice and all the Iceman inheritance?
Next
You
question.
don't get your ass off.
Brother, no, it's not. No, I'm not saying specific. I'm not. Brother, I'm not saying that specific. Again, I'm not saying that that's categorically 100%. Every culture is going to exhibit that. But I'm saying it's a common motif. I'm not that can't be debated. You can't debate that.
Yo, I know I ain't perfect, yo.
Brother, yes, you are, because it can't be debated.
Let me give it to you. When in the ice.
Do you want to debate that? Would you like to debate that?
From? Man, I'm not debating.
Would you like to debate that?
Why would people in the ice be less communal? Why? What reason? What?
It's a more individualistic culture.
Now you speak
because of the scarcity. It doesn't. The desert cultures as well.
Man, never let Ankh host again. I can't handle it.
Would you like to debate that?
Nah, man, I don't.
Okay, then it is what it is. You can't.
Beat me on your level, yo, and beat me at your level of ignorance, yo. You got me,
bro. Show me at a group level.
I'm not listening. Everybody in the chat tomorrow, y'all listen to that mumbo jumbo psycho babble.
It's not mumbo jumbo. You can't. You can't refute it.
All jokes aside, bro. Listen. You did all that. You did all that just to get back to the Iceman inheritance. Let me tell you.
No, it's not. It's not no Iceman inheritance.
You are. This is what you're saying. You're saying
I'm not Michael Bradley, brother.
You're saying that white people developed a culture in the ice.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying white people specifically. Any person. No, I'm not. No, Inuits had a culture that was in ice. They're not white.
Was they individual? Was they culture individualistic?
It depends. It depends. There are spectrums of it. There's a spectrum of individualism.
Just beat yourself up, yo. It's really listen, I'm gonna give you something serious.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, man.
No, because I can't. I keep the pseudo is ringing my ears. Listen,
you're not listening though. That's
you're basically talking about culture. Okay, you're not talking about biological mechanisms at this
point. Your biology influences the cultures that you create.
All right, man. Okay. No, bro, you know what, bro?
Bro, how can you argue against that? That's not arguable.
You know why I got mad, yo? Because I knew you. Sometimes I just be so here to the point. Yeah, and I knew you was gonna end up bad, yo. and you tricked us, yo.
I didn't trick anything.
White people. Hold on. So now let me ask you a question. So are you saying that people with lighter skin in the coldest regions of the
It has
planet,
nothing to do with the skin.
see, you can't do what you say. First of all, we've been both cutting each other off. I'm just better at it than you. I got the button and all that. But we're both cutting each other off. Now I'm not trying to cut you off. I got my hands right here. So I'm asking you a simple question. Are you saying that people in the northern latitudes develop a culture of just being individual and their behaviors was different and all that? Was you trying to say that, bro? That's all I'm asking you. Go ahead.
I'm not saying categorically that it has anything to do with specifically just, it's not just a white people thing. I'm saying when you have the cultures that are within those northern regions, when it's scarce, you can, in the deserts is the same thing. When things are scarce, they develop a individualistic culture because you have to go for self. It's more survivalist. It's not abundance around.
Okay, freeze.
You see that with animals.
You gotta stop. Freeze. You got your little point. Let me make my little point. And that's why early in the conversation, I killed you with the desert in the colder climates. What I said was you can have a group of farmers. And I said a cold front will come in, right? It will kill the crops. I said within that same population, you will have different variations of how people respond to it. I said it. I said one group will start robbing each other. The next group will start sharing. Another group will just migrate the fuck away, bro. That's what I said 45 minutes ago. But you treated me like I was the old man. But I'm like the Shaolin Temple around this motherfucker.
Nah, but again, you're not making my point. You're not making my point.
Your turn to speak.
You're not making my point because again, you tried to make it seem as if I was trying to isolate it from that is European specifically. No, I'm saying as.
But you said northern people, y'all.
He said northern people. Who the hell?
I said northern people because that's gonna be where the cold climates are. It's not white people they are the people that are up there. But again, if you put in a group of people that's black up there for longer periods of time, they isolate and their culture develops.
Knock it off, serious. We just said the same thing. He said
I can't even speak, bro.
In the chat, who the hell live in the northern latitude?
Yeah, you can have.
I'm saying I know that they do. I'm saying it's not just because of what, like you're trying to make it this racialized thing because
I'm asking who else,
because you have an agenda.
Who else live in the northern latitudes? Go ahead, bro.
I'm not saying Mongolian society developed in a harsh climate in a northern latitude. The Tartars did as well. They're not white. So yes, and they had a culture of individualism and subjugation. Yes, it's the same thing.
Brother, can I just say something real quick? I'm saying you could have scarcity and have-nots anywhere on the planet, even on Africa. That's why chimpanzees even have wars with each other.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't have that specifically. I'm saying the way in which the northern climates developed for a long time through the isolation, it's been embedded within their culture. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying if it were to occur a place in Africa with had extreme desertification and there was famine for generations on generations on generations, the epigenetically they would carry that on through generations, and it would be a motif within the culture that you see arise from that area. I'm open to debate this with anybody, showing the historical record.
All right, you're going too long. Then why the hell would you say all you just said? If what you just said just proved my point. When you finish with the fact I'm in Africa, scarcity, then that's a human damn thing, then, bro.
Nah, but again, no, but I'm saying I'm saying all humans did not evolve in that environment. Therefore, they're not the same, and therefore you see the difference in their cultures now. You're trying to make it seem that all humans are inherently the same, and we don't have the same biological and ecological evolutionary histories. Again, so now you're agreeing with my point, and that's why I asked you to specifically preference your statement to actually see where you were disagreeing at, and you agreed.
All right, freeze.
Humans are already at war. Like you found the first war site in Jebel Shahaba.
Certain populations are more warlike than others, brother. They're just facts.
Right.
Yeah, but that's all
in the same population.
I'm not gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that necessarily. Okay, you can say that within the same population, but again, to scale, okay, you can say that within the same population. That's true. But when you put it to scale, I'm saying yes. You can say within the same population group, some could be that. But again, to scale, it's going to be different when you compare that isolate to another isolate group. And historically, that's been the case. You can't argue that.
Even in indigenous American culture, the Caribs was more warlike than the Arawaks, yo.
I'm not disagreeing with that, brother.
You gotta disagree with it,
But I'm not disagreeing with that. But when I said, when you put it to scale, that isolate population, which you could group, which one could group as the quote unquote, I guess what they call them, Mongolians. That's a pseudoscientific term. When you compare that to other groups that evolved in a different climate, it's going to be different. Nobody on this panel can disagree through the historical record that Europeans are the most warlike culture in human history, the most individualistic culture in human history. You can't argue that. And if you want to debate it, let's debate it.
Can I ask one simple question? I'm just gonna ask one simple question.
No, I'm not. The Mongolians aren't European, but then you would have to group them with the other peoples within the Asian steppe. And the Mongolians weren't as individualistic as Europeans. They were more warlike, but not individualistic.
Well, listen, let me ask you this. I see Brother Sekou joined the panel. I know he will get a chance to speak. I just want to ask you a question. Do you agree that two Africans on the opposite sides of the continent are more genetically different than either one of them are to an Asian or a European?
Yeah, I mean, Africa has the most genetic diversity on the planet. So yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Because I'm saying that when it comes to environment,
but I'm asking the question.
There's not a different. Right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm saying the environment. Even when you look at culturally, the Africans on the Horn are diametrically opposed culturally to West and Central Africans. They have more of an influx of culture with the people of Yemen, the people of Oman, but really people of the Levant. They have more Levantine cultural aspects than we would have on the western coast of Africa.
Hey, brother, do you recognize that 50 minutes ago you asked me a question and I answered it with a serious example? That example was that a group of farmers in Africa, a drought would come in. I said their response in that population would be different. I was trying to make the point that one, cold is cold and hot is hot. They're both extremes, and humans will behave differently within those particular climates. Groups will react differently, bro. Just like being in the hood. Some people sell dope, and some people work 5 jobs, yo. Some people rob the dope dealers, and some people call the police. It's a different response to different epigenetic occurrences, bro. So that's all I was saying. And then you go and agree and give it examples and then run right back to the Iceman and act like we're not hearing it now. Now that we just told it all, I was having fun earlier. Now you capping now, bro.
Nah, but you
no, but y'all, but nothing. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro, that on the Russian steeples, you had farmers
steppe, not steeple, steppe.
Steeple steppes that were peaceful white people, farmers, right? Then you had those on horseback who was ruthless within the same genetic population. So you wild for that, bro, because you just admitted that. You fighting that. It's crazy.
No, because you're not listening to my entire statement. You're listening to what you want to, then you extrapolate the point that agrees with you. I'm not agreeing with you in whole. I'm saying when you combine those populations as a whole, there will be a majority of people that have this one cultural motif. Then they will have a majority of another isolated group that have another prevalent cultural motif. Yes, you'll find people, subgroups within that culture that are different than those. And those people will be a subgroup within them. But again, I'm talking about the overarching cultural motif that of people, those environments. When you juxtapose that from people in other environments that come from abundance, those culture motifs are prevalent and they're the same for the most part. And then when you juxtapose that for people that come
what are you talking about?
What do you mean? What I'm saying?
What do you mean abundance? What are you saying?
When I mean abundance, I'm talking about from food sources of climate.
So ain't no food with an invented farming at?
Bro, I'm not saying that it's not no food with an invented farming. I'm talking about in the formative but the formative evolution of within the North when there was scarcity. I'm not saying that.
Where
I'm not
the northern latitude where white people live.
It's not just white people.
Go ahead, say cool.
It's not just white people.
All right, man. Go ahead, say cool. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Peace and blessing to the panel. Great discussion.
That's a good one. We having fun.
I came in a little bit late, so I'm struggling to understand what the debate is. So I will kind of like frame the question so you guys can answer. Then I know how to come in. Are you guys disagreeing that behavior is? Let me put it this way: is the argument on whether behavior is determined by genetics or environment? What is
both? I'm saying both.
Both. You are correct. What are you saying, Ankh?
I'm saying that happens with all humans.
You are also correct.
I am too.
So then why would he fight me like that?
No, we're arguing. No, but you didn't earlier in the show. You were saying that there's no difference in humans, man. That's my point of contention.
I said humans are 99% the same, bro.
And we're arguing about that 0.1%. That's what I'm saying. That 0.1%, when you put it to scale, is a lot of differences, brother. That's why you can tell genetic variations when you look at the human genome.
You see what he just did, right? See what he just did?
That's incorrect.
See, he's arguing about that 1%.
Yeah,
but that 1% could occur within the same population. See what I'm saying?
But
it's a coincidence because I just wrote my assignment on this very topic.
What assignment? What you talk to us? What assignment you got? From where?
So my assignment was on behavioral genetics.
Okay.
So my professor asked me to write an assignment.
So you in school? Could you tell us what you doing?
Yeah, I'm in the University of Guelph studying psychology. I'm doing
my man. Go get that. Go ahead.
So here is my textbook.
Gotcha.
It's called An Introduction to Psychological Science. And very clearly it ends this debate. In the textbook here, it very clearly says that behavioral genetics is influenced by both environment and biology. Both influence behavior.
Genetics,
So I will just read a very quick excerpt here so that I will make my point. It said, however, it is important to remember that almost everything you do or anyone else does is due to biological, cognitive, psychological, and social factors. So anything, your behavior is determined by your biology, which is, the way genetics, and also environment. It's based on an experiment called, I don't know if you know it, called the monozygote twins.
Yep.
So twins the monozygote twin is twin that are formed by one egg in a woman. So these twins are supposed to be genetically 100% the same. So psychology observed that what made their behavior different then, saying they were formed in the same womb and the one egg, so their genetics is 100% similar. But eventually you find out they develop different behavioral traits. It's due to socialization, which environment they were brought in, how they were socialized, they are likely to behave differently. That is
epigenetic.
But genetics also plays a role. Even intelligence is transferred genetically. That is proven also, that intelligence can be transferred genetically. So behavior is both genetic and environmental. It's not a debate. It's true. So it's both individual and population. A population can have certain way of behaving based on their environment and based on their genetics. It's also facts. It's not racist, anything racist about it. This is the only thing that happened in eugenics, those who formed the eugenics, their argument was everything was genetics. That they did an experiment, they said black people, they said the white people IQ and black people IQ is different. So white people are more intelligent than black people, and it's fixed. It's not going to change because it's genetically transferred. This is what they are understanding. And research showed that no, if someone has less education, yes, less money, no job, they are exposed to stress, they are likely to perform poorly. It's not because their genetics is bad or they inherited poor gene from their parents. It's because the social and environment make them to be poor. They are likely to behave in a certain way that you would think their IQ is very low. So social factors, economics, all of this play a role in determining how an individual or a group of people behaves. So both of you are correct. So I don't.
Nope. I'm gonna show you where we divide at.
Okay.
Watch this. Do you see on the screen?
No, I'm not seeing anything yet.
He's talking about Diop's Northern Cradle argument.
Yeah, I want to see that. Diop is correct on some point.
On some points, right?
Yes.
But not on that point.
I don't. But when did I ever quote Diop? Joe.
No. Hold on. So hold on. This I'm gonna show you where the see everybody think this is where we fell apart at. He specifically said northern latitude, right? Right. We know what people occupied the northern latitudes. As Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa, right? One of the first places they get to is they migrate to the northern latitudes, right? They just do. He was basically saying that those people there, some kind of way, was totally different in their behavior and actions, right, than people in the southern hemispheres. I was simply saying within that particular population, everything you just said occurs, but there's a range in there. You get it? Like, yeah, we have the same environmental pressures, but we can react to those environmental pressures different within the population. That's what I was saying. I was agreeing with the point that you made. I'm glad you brought that. He's saying that no, people in the northern latitude behaviors and actions are basically the same. I'm saying that's not true. That those responses occur in all Homo sapiens in different varying degrees.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what you miscategorized my argument with a certain nuance.
What did you say?
Okay, what I'm saying is
why hold on, wait. Say cool. I want you to squint your eyes real hard and listen to what he's saying. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute out. Act like you listening, like do like this. Squint your eyes.
No, but I'm saying you miscategorized my point with nuance. That's what I'm saying. So again, you don't have to squint your eyes, brother. So what I'm saying is that yes, within those northern populations, there will be populations that have communalist cultures. What I'm saying is in those societies where it's more scarce, you see that there's a more prevalent in individualistic societies. I'm not saying that it can't exist wholly, that categorically are selfish societies, individualistic societies, more capital-based societies. No. Yes, you in the societies where the I guess what Job says is the southern cradle. Yeah, you could have the individualistic populations within that society too, but it's going to be more prevalent of communalists because it's more of abundant. That you see that throughout the historical record. It's an objective observation. I'm not making this is quote unquote race based or nothing. That's what and that's what you guys were doing with the brother God energy. You're presupposing an argument based upon arguments that you've heard before, and you're not actively listening to what the person is postulating.
Yeah. So I think brother, if I hear you correctly, you are saying, because I also defended that deal position, but I find out that it was too generalized. But I think what you are also saying here.
What you say, cool? After all them years to fight me,
yeah, it's a bit overgeneralized, but I think what the brother is saying that based on the environment of the European environment, looking at it, the ice age or what have happened, the scarcity that have happened there, we can determine a certain behavioral pattern. We can observe that. So you can even try to prove it. You can find a way to create data for that. There is a certain behavioral pattern that we observe that definitely whenever there's scarcity in any society, that behavior is likely to come. And that's where epigenetics come in, right? So epigenetics is just what activates a gene, activate the expression of gene without changing the genetic code. Because if the genetic code does not change in epigenetics, it only triggers the expression of certain genes. The potential is there in all of us. The potential to behave that way is in all Homo sapiens. I think that's Ankh position. The disposition, the ability to do that, we all have it. But did their environment trigger the certain attitude or behavior? We can also make that argument. So if an African is exposed to what a European is exposed to, maybe in the desert, he's likely to behave that way. So we have to make the argument that the epigenetic, it just triggered that genetic reaction, but it doesn't mean that it's unique to them.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not unique to them. We can all do that if we are exposed to similar things.
Correct.
That's where we have to come to terms.
And I agree with that.
Hold on for a minute. So guess what I introduced into the conversation, say cool. You're going to run across this in school. Matter of fact, ask your professor. Say, hey, professor man, this crazy nut on YouTube named Brother Ankh said that a group of farmers in Africa, they can experience, say, a 12-year drought. And within that particular community, you will have different responses. Some groups of farmers will start stealing other people's crops. Some groups of farmers in the same group will share with other people. And some groups will just get the hell up and leave.
Yes.
Ask them that. That's actually a scientific review on that, bro. You get my point? That's the point I understand from day one. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Like, bro, just extreme is extreme. We always focus on the extreme cult. What about the desert is extreme? And so Homo sapiens will develop attitudes and culture, right, based off the environment, but the responses will be different to that environment. Come on, bro. Ask the teacher that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think I will disagree with that, because this is the way they're going to respond differently is definitely true. It's even two people. When something happens right there, the reaction is going to be different. This is where the gene come in. It's going to make us to behave differently. But if we are studying a population, you are looking for approximation, like what number is greater, what more happened there. You can make estimate. It doesn't mean all of them behave that way. But in the European population, we can look for pattern and say majority or a good number of them behave this way. A sizable number of their civilization acted in this manner. But it doesn't mean all of them did. The same thing, you can make estimation in any research. It doesn't mean you can actually apply that to everybody 100%. It just means an estimate that you are making, which can also be true.
So now,
well, the generalization, what I will not do today is to say Northern Credo behave like this 100%, Southern Credo behave like 100%. I will be careful with that.
I agree. I never did that the entire conversation.
Cool. Yeah. At least you had heart when you did it. Now he's phasing away from that stance.
What?
At least you stood on it.
What are you talking about? When did I ever say 100%? What do you? That's what you don't listen. You don't listen, man. That's the point. That's been my point of contention the entire. You don't actively listen, bro. And you don't have good listening comprehension skills. I never said 100% of Europeans act like, or 100% of people in the North act like.
You are on the same page. Just
I never said
little.
No, listen. Whenever he get beat up, he jump on the same page. It's
not, bro. Point to me an example where I said 100% of them act this way.
First of all, 100% is not even germane to what we was actually talking about.
Or majority.
Let me finish my point. Do that in as a safe landing spot. In the middle of our conversation, you recognize you went too far with it, and your source killed you and all that. Then you start saying, but I'm not saying 100%. I never speak in absolutes, first of all, right? Because science speaks in approximates. Your point was that you hit us with the Diop's theory without even saying it. But that's okay. Now that you have made the adjustment and we both on the same point, appreciate you, say cool, for calmly coming in with that high level real education. Appreciate the textbook and appreciate the clarity. So now we all on the same page. We no longer have to argue, bro.
Nah, you mischaracterized, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm saying we're on
yes,
the same
you are.
page now.
Because that had nothing. My article had nothing to do with what I'm saying as far as the percentage of the population of Europeans or 100%. That wasn't the point of contention. What you were saying is what you said is that the behaviors is not finna be affected at all. And that there's no difference human
avoiding overgeneralization. I think that's the underlying point.
No, I agree. He didn't listen. I never said 100% or tried to characterize it that it's racialized. They keep doing this racialized, trying to make it a racial, that we're trying to make a racial superiority argument. They keep presupposing that. Nobody's did that the entire conversation. We're just trying to say that there are differences. They're trying to postulate this. We're all one humanity thing. There's no difference.
that's
we're
not
all
true.
the same. We're all the same 100%, and all of these new. But again, there's nuances within every species that's going to affect behavior in the society that you create.
Damn. Hey, Thanos, where you at?
With all the animals, it's going to be like that with all the animals. You see it within the animal kingdom.
You was on the sideline, yo. What the hell just happened for a whole hour, yo?
Yeah, we've consistently made that point, bro. We've been talking about variations the entire time. Like I even finished one of my last statements.
I'm not saying
questions.
you, look, brother. I'm talking about.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I don't want to fight you, bro. I'm telling you that man that's above you in this picture is well aware of the things that I'm saying. We talk about this every single day. I'm telling you, he understands that all humans are 99.9% the same. He understands variation. He understands Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection and the multiple mechanism. He understands genetic random mutation, genetic drift, gene flow. He knows these things, bro. I'm telling you, I know you don't know me. You don't have to trust me. You weren't arguing about what you thought you was arguing about. I'm just telling you there was a lot of things being said, mixed up, words got misplaced. And that's why I was texting you in the back chat telling you, hey, bro, he understands evolution very well. You can't be having a variation argument with this man. We've been through countless articles. We talk about Black Egypt as a hobby. Trust me, bro. He knows about variations within a population and outside a population. We talk about clinal differences. We talk about the multiple species across the human lineages, etc. Trust me. You were not having the argument with him that you thought you was having. There was a misunderstanding somewhere,
brother. But what argument were we having?
I'm telling you, we've been talking about variation the entire time, but you slipped up and made a statement about behavior.
Yeah, no, I slipped up within that article, but that article didn't prove behavior. It was more of the gene variation. That's why I slipped up, because I kept getting interrupted. But if you go back and watch the direct sentence before when he was speaking, he brought up the bear behavior. That made me introduce the bears, like similar to the bears. But that article didn't prove the behavior.
No, we know that. But your article was making the point that he and Napah was talking about, which is that there are variations even within the same group, because you mentioned the two bears as if you were going to shoehorn that into a conversation about two different human populations. And that's why Gullah made the statement about you bringing up the bear. We were all like, is he postulating something along the lines that the Europeans are behaviorally different as an entire group versus Africans because of the extreme cold, as if there are no extreme environments in Africa that would make the most genetic group of people on the earth different?
I'm not saying literally, no, but my statement is I still agree that the majority of Europeans, due to their environment, they do have.
See what I'm saying?
I'm saying the majority. I said that I agree with that before. That can't be argued. The majority of European cultures, when you go rung for rung, they're based upon the environment that they evolved in. They're going to have a more individualistic culture. And he just said that before. I'm not.
Yeah, why not just stand on that though? Why take?
I know. I've been standing on it. He just prefaced that statement. Brother say cool. Just prefaced that statement when he said that when you observe it and you compare a majority, not saying all literally, when you compare it to a majority, you can make those assumptions and you can make those surmise. You can surmise that.
Right.
So if I may speak on that, my interpretation was
Ms. Wright, that's not true, Ms. Wright. I get mad. Hold on, let me say this. Say cool. I get mad when a person play this crazy game like this. Now he right back to while we was arguing. Yeah, man, I'm saying most Europeans. That's what he said.
I've been saying most. I never disagree with most. I disagree with you saying that categorically all and literally all of them.
That, man, come on, Ms. Wright.
No, I'm saying most.
I get angry with this type of conversation, Ms. Wright. Seriously, Ms. Wright. Seriously, that's what I get mad at.
The way I
never disagree with the saying most. I agree with the most.
You saying most white people what, bro?
I'm saying most of the cultures that they developed are individualistic.
And I'm saying you have not studied European culture, because there's a mixed bag. That's
bro. No, I have studied European culture, but how can you say that?
Because you just made the crucial mistake. We all make that early mistake in our.
No, it's not no crucial mistake, bro. I've studied their cultures intensively.
All right, man. Okay, I quit.
So that's why I would make the statement. I would have no basis to make the statement if or make that.
First of all,
so now you're assuming that I have. What do you want to have, a European cultural quiz? What you want to do that? Like, we can do that.
Would you be open to creating a presentation to make your point? Like, you ask the research
yeah,
question?
I'll be open to that.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead and develop.
I think the overgeneralization. For even I myself, I used to do it. You know, there is a.
I didn't hear you say cool. You said what? Say cool. Let me put
I used to do the overgeneralization thing. Okay.
And then fighting for 2 hours. I want to make sure I ain't tripping. I just make sure I'm in this real world, because now I'm like, say, go ahead, say we listen. Say,
so you see, we Black people, for what we have gone through, it's very easy for us to say Europeans are intrinsically evil. And
I'm not saying they're intrinsically evil.
No, I never say you said that. I never say you said that. I'm saying it happened a lot. If you look at even our religion, you'll find many Black people say, "Oh, white people are this. They are genetically disposed to be evil." But if you really look at the human population and you study the various groups and you look at the environment and what makes people behave in this way, you find out that, certain things they've done, we've done it in a way. You see the Hutu and the Tutsi wars, the Black people eliminating each other. Okay, a lot of things we've also done. So I think we have to look at this thing holistically. The idea of the people in the ice coming out of the ice age behaving in a certain way, for me, it's a very good hypothesis that we can study, that you can dismiss it to say that those who survived the ice age, did they behave in a certain way where they're hostile? A particular population that survived the ice age, they become very hostile to other environment or other people trying to look for food instead of in terms of stealing, instead of hijacking. You can study that and look for data. It's something that you can discuss. It's an intelligent question. It's not a stupid question. In the desert, it's the same. The Arabs were caravan raiders. They were thieves. Because the first half of Islamic history, they were robbing people in the desert.
Because not all the tribes, you tripping. Hey, stick go read the screen.
So what I'm saying is that environment,
read the screen.
There's certain thing in human being to behave in certain way. I've seen war in Africa where sometimes the war go to a point people become cannibal. Cannibalism developed during war in Liberian Civil War. People became crazy. They were eating fellow humans. This is 20th century, 21st century. So environment.
Read the screen.
Yeah, so environment can any human.
Read the screen.
No, brother, that's what I agree with that. I'm not saying that.
Hold on for a minute. Read the screen, yo.
So
that's Soaps is a message to you. Read the screen. Can you see it?
Ankh Sekou, I'm proud of him. On God, showing maturity and growth. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, yeah, I have to grow. For me,
I'm proud. Hey, say cool.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like you make me realize, yo, that this shit is worth it, yo. Seriously, bro. Like just the way you doing that thing these days, yo, is damn near inspiration. I said damn near because I'm still mad at you at times.
Yeah.
Right? I said we said a lot of things back and forth, but your maturity and your level of growth, yo, is shown through your education, yo. Now you can start to really understand the problems we go through. Serious work right there, bro. Just for the thing, yo. Now I ain't gonna never grow up wellness nutrients because you probably selling beads and crystals. I can guarantee you so.
So I think that, like I was saying, it's something that you can make a very intelligent guess and say, based on this behavior, that a certain population you can do the same thing for the Sahara and say that the people who come out of the Sahara develop certain behavior because there was a scarcity in the Sahara. Something went wrong. Did that population behave in a certain way? You can make an intelligent guess and then try to find data for the people who came out of the ice age. I'm saying yes, there is something that you can study about that population because it was difficult there. They were living a very, very with a lot of scarcity. Like every 6 months, terrible things happening. Like Ice Age, you can study what went on there. People were really hunting. They have to hunt a certain period. A certain period, there's no food. Are they likely to be violent? Are they likely to steal? You can make that wise guess and study about. To say the entire Northern Credo or the entire white people, I would be afraid to make that type of.
I'm not saying entire. I'm saying the majority of the people, because they were subject to evolving in those circumstances, and that culture became prevalent because the people that ended up being more individualistic overpopulated the ones that weren't, and that became the cultural norm. I'm not saying that if you put any isolate population in a vacuum in those circumstances.
Greeks? Are you talking about Romans? Are you talking about the steps?
I'm talking about from you could say from Scandinavians, all of the population, all the majority population that came from that have that cultural motif of individualism.
Well, let me ask you this. So let me ask you. So what I would suggest,
or the majority, I should say.
My suggestion would be what you should do is a your own scientific study. Now, be careful how you interpret your own study, but do a scientific study if you feel like this.
But brother, it would be hard to conduct a controlled experiment to prove what I'm saying, because I would have to isolate a population of humans, and I would have to get an ice age and put this population in for a certain amount of time, take all the control variables outside of that. It's dang near impossible to conduct an experiment to do that.
But you could only come to that conclusion unless you go through this kind of rigor. You can't sit on this conclusion.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying based upon, I can't categorically say that it's factual based upon I can't say it's 100% factual. I'm just saying based upon the observation that I've seen in consistency. I've seen enough examples of it being true to where I'm confident in making a statement. I can't say it's 100%.
Okay, we heard you. Come on, man.
No, my ultimate premise, it can't be 100% objectified through study unless I conducted a controlled experiment.
We're leaving out a key factor. Let me let y'all know what the key factor is. And I had to realize this the other day. When we speak in terms of ice ages, we only speak in terms of the northern latitude. What I'm telling you it's a global event, meaning the scarcity that you find in Europe, you find the same scarcity in Africa. I can prove this. Why? Because ice ages affects climates on all continents, and Africa becomes very dry. Let me take you back to Ice Age, glacial stage 6 at 160,000 years ago. The human population was wiped out on planet Earth. There's one small population survived at PP13b. That is Pinnacle Point, Africa. This is during glacial stage 6. Food was very scarce. They had to live off of grubs and had to start to recognize the tides, right? And how the moon affects the tides. Because at low tide, they could go out and get the shellfish. These are your first shellfish eaters. So while you keep rampaging on the ice age, how it affected population in Europe, you were unaware that the same ice age affects populations in Africa and every other continent. So the ice age wasn't your northern specific, bro. It was continental ice age. So let's get that straight first. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not just saying the
4 hours. You doing it regular. You just doing too much, bro.
No, man, you keep mischaracterizing my arguments, man.
You said the majority of people is what you said. You said
yes, but I never just said the ice age only affected Europe. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, technically, we're in the ice age right now. We're just in the intermediate glacial period. We in the Heliocene, like we still in the ice age. Real for real.
And I don't know why he's bringing up the ice age as if I just isolated that the only Europeans were affected by that. No, they are the only people that not just the Europeans, but people that are within that northern climate are the only people that are subject to that extreme amount of cold.
Like a lot of times,
you didn't understand what I just said, though. You didn't get.
I did. I never disagree with what you're saying as far as the ice age affecting everybody. It's a global climate phenomenon. Of course, it affects everyone on Earth.
Then why you just talking about the white people then?
Because they're the only people that have been consistently subject to that amount of cold and scarcity due to the environment.
I just said it's a global ice age.
Bro, that's a fact. I'm saying it. I'm not. But you're isolating as if the Ice Age only affected their behavior. I'm not saying that. It wasn't just the Ice Age. It's their consistent. It's their consistent exposure to an environment that provides scarcity due to the climate.
I'm saying, see, I can't handle the flim flam talk, yo. I can't handle that.
Because you don't actively listen. That's why you think it's flim flam.
I'm a horrible listener, yo. You right, yo, because I can't listen to your bullshit. How about that? That's what you're doing right now. I can't do it. Maybe Thanos can do it. Maybe say cool. I can't handle it because you playing.
No, but this conversations that I watch, you consistently do this. You can with every conversation, with the majority of the conversations that I see you conduct, you have this problem. You mischaracterize people's argument, and you hear what you want to hear, brother.
I'm not mischaracterizing anything.
You are.
Exactly what
you have been consistently the entire time.
I've consistently heard what you said. You have consistently changed back and forth. You wish you
I haven't. But no, you keep saying that I'm changing because you're not listening.
You wishy-washy.
You don't have the ability. You don't have the ability to comprehend nuance.
Right, I can't comprehend your nuance.
You don't.
We can advance the conversation. So, brother Tundra, is it Tundra? Did I
pronounce
Tonderai. So, my only follow-up question with you, it's not a got you thing. It's just for me, I want to understand. So, for you then, looking at this northern cradle or the part of Europe that you are describing, what culture you think evolved there that is very unique to those people that we can identify and say these are the cultural elements that evolve in that place that make them behave a certain way? Did you identify certain elements that are unique?
I wouldn't say that it's unique because, again, like I said, I agree to a certain extent to where any.
You don't even mean that. You don't mean
brother. I'm asking. Please, can you please stop interrupting?
It means for you to flam-flammers right now.
No, it's not. I have to preface the statement by.
Yeah, I'm let him finish. So, for example, like Africa, we find communalism.
Correct.
We find communalism. People in African live in community. Some people say matriarchal culture, but there's patriarchy in Africa too.
Correct.
Some people like the Igbo culture, you can find patriarchy there. It's like your matriarchal culture is the majority.
Yeah, matriarchal just as far as lineage from kingship is concerned.
Right, you find patriarchal culture as well. I know Diop stressed the matriarchal very well, but there's patriarchal here and there. It's not the majority, but it's also there in Africa. So the European culture, like I'm looking for some element that you think that have evolved in that northern cradle, which is possible because the environment, like we said, genetics and environment all shape human behavior or a group of population's behavior. So, like, have you identified something unique elements that we can study?
Yes. Yes. Dr. Remember Ani, she in Yurugu, she explains it well. I would agree with the cultural motifs that she provided within that literary work.
She made that up.
Can you let him land?
Just like I said, the Iceman, the same old bull crap, bro. It's terrible, yo. And he doing it on purpose. We read the whole Iceman and Heritage.
It's an environment, though. We can study it.
It's a bunch of crap, and he know it. And he pushing that nonsense. So I was right from the beginning.
No, brother, no.
You wasn't trying to do it. You was doing it, bro.
No, I'm not doing it because, again, the only point of contention that I'm saying is you saying 100% all. I'm not saying 100. I'm saying the majority of their cultures do that. I've never wavered off that the entire time. You can disagree with that because you're pushing this all rainbow coalition agenda. I'm not doing that, brother. I'm for my people and my people only. I don't care about anybody else.
Yeah, there you go. It just came out. There you go, right there. I don't know what the hell you're not pushing no rainbow. You made that up.
I don't know.
Right there. As soon as you mention Marima Annie, as soon as you mention Rainbow, whatever the hell you talking about, there you go right there, yo. You a damn pseudo.
Bro, what are you talking about a pseudo? How can you say Marimba Ani and bring up a pseudo as far as the cultural dynamics that she brought up within the book Yurugu? That's historical fact. I didn't bring up anything about the conclusions that she came up with or anything else. I said the cultural dynamics that she illustrated within that literary work. You have no ability to comprehend nuance. You hear stuff and you automatically castigate it as whatever you do if it goes against what you're saying, but you don't actively listen. That's why you consistently make yourself look foolish on these panels.
Because Ankh also, the nuances also exist. So I would take West Africa, for example, Ankh. I'm curious why most of the super states in West Africa developed in the Sahel region, but the tropical African, like we that live deep in the forest, for some reason we didn't create any super state. We didn't bother to create any great empire or so. But most of the empire were created along the desert area. They were more agile, they were more militant, they were more, adventurous, and they created empire like Ghana, Mali, along that Sahel and Sahara area. But when you go deep into Guinea, Liberia, in there, we didn't create any big kingdom. Can we say the environment and something have to do with the way they're all Africans, but one group were interested in building empires and fighting war. Another group was just in the forest and having little chiefdom, and they didn't care to even create a great empire or create a kingdom. So you can study their environment and know why. And you can also study those ones in the Sahel and the desert area. Was it the scarcity that made them to move fast to create those states that they created? So you can ask questions like that.
Yeah, I think but even when you look at the Sahel, like when you look at the Mosi, the dynamic between the Tengabisi and the Nakomse, the Nakomse came in with Ouedraogo when they came in south, and when they entered, they encountered the Tengabisi. They came to like the Nakomse had the edge as far as cavalry is concerned and militaristic might. They didn't subjugate those people. They came in, they said, we're going to be the rulers, but we're going to keep your spiritual system so that you rule the land. The land is yours. You're indigenous here. We're just going to be the rulers. And they came in and integrated their language. They adopted their language and everything. You see those dynamics constantly. Now, when you talk about the Mali Empire, I would say that's more because, you had a group of people that I think that they just came in as far as with the initial, with the Bambara, the language. I think it was more of the language.
Yeah,
that they had more to unite on.
My question is, I'm West African, but I'm just curious because most of the empire from Egypt to Kush to Ghana, like most of these empires were formed along the Sahel and desert
Sahel region.
But in the tropical Africa, for some reason, apart from Benin Kingdom, we didn't create any great kingdom in the
southern regions. I mean, you could Manu Matapa came together. They're far down by Zimbabwe.
Okay, yeah.
The Congo. But okay. I think what there's validity to what you're saying as far as I think in order to unify a group of people, like what you seen happen with Shaka Zulu, that was rare. You rarely seen one leader come together, subjugate somebody, and then coalesce as one. That's what I'm saying as far as the culture is concerned. That's why you have, in my opinion, that's why you have so many different languages in West Africa, is because you had certain groups. If they got into conflict, they would just isolate. And in order for a language isolate to be created, you need at least 1,000 years. So with all those different languages, there had to be 1,000 years of just people being isolated. So if there was any conflict, someone would just go down the river, find things else instead of just warring and trying to subjugate somebody. So and you see that motif constantly. And that's why when we interact with people that have more of an imperialist mindset, we become subservient, in my opinion. Because to me, I'm not trying to make no moral appeal, because to me, that's a weakness. In order for us to survive and keep passing and procreating our genes, we have to adopt that. We have to be trying to be our own and be to ourselves and create our own empire. But I mean, that's just the environment that we involved in.
So you must ain't study Shaka Zulu. He was imperialist.
I just brought up Shaka Zulu. You don't listen.
Bro, first of all, I shut the hell up and let you.
I just brought up, but why are you saying you must not know about Shaka Zulu when I literally just brought up Shaka Zulu?
Give me the same, bro. I did the same for you. I let you talk the mumbo jumbo nonsense, but I let you get it off. So let me get mine off. Shaka Zulu was an imperialist. Okay? Point blank. He developed an empire. He killed other Africans. He killed other nations and brought them into the empire. It was a spectacular move because they kept the colonial powers off of them. But that's exactly what happened, bro. So that same attitude that you think happened in the northern region happened all over the planet with imperialism. It is what it is, bro. It's part of what humans do. Simple as that.
Bro, I just literally brought that up. And I said it's a rare occurrence within the history of the council in Africa.
Egypt was the 25th dynasty was empirical.
Didn't you just don't you postulate that it was that Egypt was a mixed society?
Man, what is wrong
with Eurasians as well?
No, I know how to do this, yo. Sin, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for you. All right, I ain't gonna have you make me look like a
Come
damn.
on, and bring him back.
No, yo, I'm gonna bring him up when I'm finished talking because he can't handle me talking. And you know what? When he was talking, I did this, bro.
Yeah,
See how I did that? Now I'm talking. He want to talk when I'm talking, right? And I'm saying I ain't trying to hear that right now. I'm saying that Egypt went to Western Asia and did what they needed to do to support the damn empire, bro. I'm saying Shanghai Empire. They subjugated other small city states, bro. They ain't no more different than the Roman Empire. You tripping at this point. I know what I'm saying. And I know what you're trying to act like you're not saying, but you saying it over and over and over again for some wild reason. Since we're in this particular time and we understand what colonialism is, you just put it on Europeans. I got it, bro. But I'm saying human beings, the first empires, the first wars was fought in Africa, bro. Long enough for us to develop culture to understand it's better to practice peace, not war. We learned that.
I agree with those, but what do you say to that, Tondra? Because all of these things we see European do, we've seen.
No, I agree. I'm not, again.
I think that's, I would just learn. So I think then we can agree, like we said, like genetic, like, first of all, we all agree that anatomically we are all modern humans, and it's the same genetically. But we have nuances though. Our environment formed us. We have some differences, how they, in terms of epigenetic, how the expressions happen due to environment. But can we agree then that the things that we see Europeans have done, whether it's their environment that triggered it, if we are exposed to similar things, we also do that?
Can I still be heard?
Yeah.
No, again, I've never stated anything to the contrary that I agree with that categorically. What I'm saying is, again, that those cultures are more prevalent within northern climates because of the scarcity that occurs. I'm saying if you put a control group of anybody in those circumstances, they will formulate similar cultures. I'm not trying to racialize it per se. Like I never did that the entire conversation. I don't know what's being missed upon that. The thing with Shaka Zulu, again, I brought that up initially before you did, and again I said that it's a rarity. It rarely occurred because when you see for the amount of languages to be present in Africa, there has to be isolation of populations for years and years. In order for somebody to subjugate or unify a group of people, you're not going to see that much linguistic diversity, and as far as specific language groups occurring. You could see dialect differences, but you're not going to see whole out different language phylums occur with populations that are united like that. So again, when you look at throughout not just West Africa, quote unquote sub-Saharan African in general, you're not going to see a lot of super states formulate. Because again, imperialism was not a reoccurring thing. Yes, you're going to have it in occurrences, but the same argument that I'm making as far as Europeans are concerned, you're going to see that the inverse in Africa. Yes, when scarcity occurs, any group of humans can turn into the discreet savages. I never said that. Not once.
The formation of the Mali Empire, the legend, whether it's oral history, we don't know it for a fact, but Sunjata Keita had to fight a war with Zumawuru Kante to unify the Mali, just like what happened in Egypt. Sunjata Keita literally took an army from Niani to go and fight and overtake the Soso king, defeat him, and unify the kingdom. It was all war. It was like the same.
No, I agree with. I'm not saying, but I don't see what what's being missed.
Man, that is frustrating.
Nah, but I don't understand what's being missed. I don't understand what's being. I'm not saying it didn't occur.
Hold on for a minute. So now you accuse to say cool not understand.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he's not understanding.
Now say cool don't understand.
No, what I'm saying. What's being.
Because I know you flim-flamming.
No, I'm not flim-flamming. What's being missed is I never said it didn't occur. Again, I'll repeat myself. It's not a reoccurring theme. I said verbatim. I said verbatim. The inverse occurs in quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa.
Hold on for a minute. Aurora, we're not listening to you. Go and enjoy the Sabbath. You should not be on YouTube. It's the Sabbath. You cannot touch a keyboard. You're touching the keyboard. Go ahead, God Energy. You about wow.
Nah, I just got here. I just got here. I don't got nothing to say yet. I'm just listening right now. So
So
cool.
I'm trying
Please stay cool. Thank you for chiming in. Hopefully you could catch the presentation and stuff like that. Maybe I can hear what you think later on.
Okay, I will do that, bro. Thank you,
So,
God Energy.
so Tundra, I want to finally slip some words in, if you don't mind. You were saying that people in the northern
Sorry,
latitude.
somebody said they cloned Sekou. That the pseudo killers have cloned me.
Welcome to the club, bro. So Tundra, are you saying that people in the northern latitude have a higher frequency? He said they clowns.
They said they lost their. I'm still spiritual, bro. I'm still going to the shrine, so don't worry about that.
No. Hey, say cool. Let's get this straight. I've never made the argument that a person cannot understand and still practice their spirituality. They throw that on me on purpose, bro. Willfully they do that, bro. I've never said that, bro.
Yeah,
That ain't make no damn sense. Atheists can be tinkered stupid, bro. Just because you don't believe in God don't mean you intelligent at all. All right, go ahead.
Good point.
I'm just asking. So you're saying that the people in northern latitudes would have a higher frequency of negative behaviors versus populations south in the southern latitudes?
In terms of negative and positive, that would be a subjective characterization. It would be negative to the people that they're coming under, and positive with the group that's conquering. I'm saying that their cultures have a more basis and grand fundamental basis as far as imperialism is concerned. When they interact with another group, instead of peacefully interacting with them, they're going to look to subjugate based upon their culture. So like the example that I gave with the Mosi people with between the Tangabisi and the Nakomse, that's a reoccurring theme in West when you're dealing with groups that interacted with each other throughout Africa. Yes, you will find occurrences where the inverse occurs and somebody tries to subjugate, but most likely you're going to find people peacefully coexisting with each other, and it's not going to lead to one group being subject to another group in terms of just all out subjugation.
Yeah, so Ankh, let me frame. Sorry, bro. Let me frame what he's saying from my understanding. I don't know, Ankh, you can throw your own in there. Can we make the point that that most of Europe, so Northern Europe, have scarcity in terms of when the food, water, and like everything that is needed before technology and all everything that we have, that they have a lot of scarcity compared to inner Africa, where there was abundance. So there's a likelihood that Europeans would develop a behavior of stealing to be able to survive. That they were more have a conqueror ideology because they needed to survive, because there's more scarcity in that environment compared to a naturally rich environment, Africa. Can we agree that that's possible to happen? Because when we look at the Portuguese trade, how the European came, it was scarcity. They were looking for something. And Africans weren't going around looking for anything, because they got water. They can naturally, if they have scarcity, they will have moved. We see the Egyptian acting different from the Africans inside the continent because the desert was drying up. But inside the continent in Congo, people don't want to move. There's the Congo River, there is farm. So why do they need to go to Asia to conquer anybody? So can you look at that a little bit to say that there's scarcity in Northern Europe? So the Europeans have to come out?
The Europeans, they came out looking for better trade routes, yo. They wanted to stop paying a tax. They wanted to go around it, yo. They wanted more trade goods, yo. They wanted to starve, yo. Different times, different people starve, yo. I don't know about all that. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do.
You got the same thing that go too. Everywhere in Africa ain't plentiful. Like you got other places that are plentiful.
I'm trying
I'm saying that's of course is there's a lot of migrations.
God Energy go next. God Energy was next, yo. We heard your point. You don't have you don't want to stay on your point. Go ahead, God Energy.
I did stand on it, but
I didn't really have nothing to say. Like I said, I was listening. You know what I mean?
The Europeans run out of food. That's why they came out and conquered the world.
There is always the talk of certain things like that, even when we're not talking about race.
They had enough money to build ships and shit, but they ran out of food.
I'm not saying that's why
they're talking about.
I'm not saying that's why they're imperialists.
In the Central Eurasian steppe, in the steppe regions, there's a difference between agricultural rich places that foster that versus pastoralism. That's why people in the Central Eurasian steppe are pastoralists versus agriculturalists. because there wasn't farming things there. That's why you see pastoralists, people that rely on the flock. That's why you see them coming from the steppe region. So environments do add to certain things, right? And so I'm just describing the environment and the accuracy of that statement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got different environments in that northern in that northern region. You got farmers, you got pastoralists, sheep, you got all kind of different shit coming about there. Yo, but like I said, it started to the point where they built massive ships and technology and conquered the world. Yo, that's crazy work right there, bro. Anyway, man, we got this debate, man. All right, there's another one. Man, y'all need to join in and tune in, man. All right.
Monkey, what does it say?
Monkey or man? Did humans come from Africa?
Oh my God!
This is the wild debate. This is
Now
retarded.
you know what's funny though. I was asked earlier simply, what's the point of my debate of my presentation, and actually my presentation feeds right into this debate here. Everything that I shown in my presentation aids you on your side in this debate. So even partly of what's the point of my debate, it aids in conversations like this. Ankh is about to debate and engage in a conversation exactly based off of and supported by the information that I just brought. So I feel like also too, if it's okay for Ankh to debate this, it's definitely okay for me to do a presentation about it, you know?
Yeah, you spoke. So the next debate we got Napah and Naphtali. They say, are we animals, primates? And so your presentation and the debates is very important because it's going to stimulate education.
Whoa.
Always important, man. All right. So, say cool, we got to get you in here, man. We got to find somebody not running. They running from you now, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I don't understand it, yo. Why they scared of you, yo? I know we met head on, bro. Why I don't get it.
Yeah, the Ninja Turtles guy, the guy from the what's it called? The Hebrew Israelite general or captain.
Still call him private.
the captain of the army. Yeah, he's the one I want to debate. But he's running around saying, that the Bible, we are Hamite, we are this. And I asked him, no, look, you have to come and debate this thing now because the founder of your church, Aria, is a false prophet. He said the world will end in the year 2000. I have videos of Hebrew Israelite on the street in the year 2000, 1998. They're saying the world is about to end in the year 2000. And the world didn't end. And your own Bible says that any prophet that prophesies and it doesn't come to pass is a false prophet. So now the entire Hebrew Israelite are followers of a false prophet. So, but he doesn't want to debate me. And I said, come and prove to me that Africans are Hamites. Because our tribes, our languages, our ethnic groups have names. We have ethno names. Mm-hmm. So in the Bible, what I found, the Ludim, Metrodim, those names are not in Africa. We don't have those Hebrew names. We have our African names. Mm-hmm. So he said, well, he's not going to debate me because I'm not up to par. I don't know what his level of education is. And that's where that stops. So for me, I love to have productive conversation. They're not these people that like to, bring things up. The conversation tonight is very productive. It's just because you guys are misunderstanding each other. It's very scientific.
He misunderstood you too now. Remember, don't forget that.
Yeah, it's instructive. I think we should be able to interrogate things. We should be able to have hypotheses. We should be able to create a theory and debate it. It's not necessarily what is in the textbook, but we can be able to ask a question. Did European behave in this way because of this? And find data to support what you're saying. If you can give us enough data that we can say
I got a good one for you, say cool. Was not the Russians in the same? The Russians didn't even participate in the slave trade. They come from the same area. Matter of fact, the Russians got the worst winners. Don't even get me started. I thought the man said he studied European cultures.
But that's before. No, they had imperialism.
I'm in the middle of.
Let me,
bro. Damn. Russia did not participate in the slave trade. They didn't run out there. Go ahead.
All right. Before you do, Ngola, I just want to read Moses' super chat because he super chat 777. Thank you, Moses. He's asking a question.
Read all of them.
Oh, I didn't see all. Oh, yeah, I'll go get the rest, but I wasn't here. But let me see. Ankh, where did the Greeks and Romans migrate to after Mount Vesuvius eruption? And what mentality did they bring with them? Thank you. I'll go check the rest. You want to answer that? Ankh?
I have no idea. Here's the next one.
Oh, yeah. Can you put that back up for me? I'm sorry.
Got you.
Okay, it says, oh my gosh, Bex. He donated £2. Thank you. He said, so Ankh was dead wrong. Okay, so is that it?
Nope. Next
Oh,
one.
great. Dead Blacks, thank you so much for your $10 donation. He said, nothing wrong with a vigorous debate. Fantastic. That's great. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Yeah, I would like to respond to what he just said.
Yeah, you can get the
Somebody said Russia is Asian. You know, Russia is not Asian.
Yeah, but that's when you look at Russia as far as research.
It is in Eurasia.
Yeah, Russia is in Eurasia. But again, what he's saying as far as Russia is concerned, no, they didn't participate in the Atlantic slave trade, but they tried to colonize parts of East Africa when Nicholas II was czar. So they had imperialist culture too until the Bolshevik Revolution, when they embraced communism. And the Russians are more isolationist culturally, anyways. They haven't really tried to be imperialist to the rest of Europe per se, because they have the landmass and what they need as far as resources are concerned. So your point is null and void. I promise you 100% that I have more knowledge on European history than you. So
well, not to be controversial or anything like that, or add on to whatever's going on between y'all. There is just validity to just the general history of Russia, and they did subjugate the Mongol and Tartar ethnic groups over there. So they didn't participate in the slave trade that harmed us, but they did practice colonialism, imperialism, and genocide on the Eastern indigenous populations over there. Just to speak to that history.
They even did that with the USSR. I'm not disagreeing with that. The USSR.
No, man, you gotta disagree with it. You just did.
No, I'm not disagreeing. No, but what you said as far as Africa is concerned.
Why do you do that? Why after you get caught on the point, then you now start agreeing with the point?
Because I prefaced the statement again when I said it. I'm saying in my subjective opinion, when I look at the Russians, especially after the Bolshevik Revolution, they don't have as much of an imperialist culture as the others.
Crazy.
And so I'm agreeing with you per se, but again, from an overall level, as far as Africa is concerned, they don't have as bad as a relationship with us. What?
The USSR.
Yes.
The superpower.
Yes. They became a superpower because they galvanized Eastern European and the Balkans. They didn't when you look at the Berlin Conference, after Tsar Nicholas II was deposed, there wasn't any imperialism.
What God Energy said support Tonderai point though. That Russia did actually participate in imperialism, but Ankh was specific to slavery.
Correct.
Slavery. So like
starving and leaving out and conquering the world. Russia ain't leave out. They stayed right there and did the thing. And oh, by the way, Peter the Great, actually ushered Russia in to being a superpower when he built a navy. As he went abroad, he came back, he built a navy. The city.
Yeah, I never disagree with that. I'm saying Tsar Nicholas II tried to colonize parts of East Africa. That's what I said. But after the Bolshevik Revolution,
I was in the middle of talking. Maybe you can't hear me. Just
my bad. No, I didn't hear you.
Okay, I'm saying the Tsar Russia, right? He left his kingdom to his cousins and them, right? He went, he learned in different European nations, right? He learned shipbuilding. He come back. Russia is a wooden city at this particular juncture. He changed it from wood to stone. He put a scientific building in the middle of Russia, glorifying science, right? He builds a navy. He goes right out. I believe he even fight the Danes or the Dutch, right? They fight to a tie. He come back a couple years later, he defeats them and officially puts Russia on the world stage, brother, as a superpower, right? They fight against China. I mean, that fought Japan.
Manchuria.
Right? And so what I'm saying is that imperialistic is what human beings do. I'm tired of giving Europeans the credit for having imperial superpowers. The first superpowers occur in Africa. Okay, so we need to knock it off. Now, I understand behavior, right? I understand racism, white supremacy. I understand. I'm not ducking that. I'm saying is, if we don't tell the truth will come back and get us. Sekou, you want to say something?
No. I was just saying the debate is going on, but the issue here is for me. I want to just understand if there is certain behavioral pattern that's unique to people who develop in the Northern Cradle, the culture that evolved in that place. Because I used to make the generalization, like I said, the entire Northern Cradle. Now there is a nuance in there. And God Energy just told her, you have the agricultural community, you have the pastoralists. So is it fair to say that, certain behavior pattern evolved that we can put on all of them and say that they behave in this particular way? And what behavior that is specifically, can we identify? Is it war? Is it violence? Is it imperialism? Is it, what exactly can we pin on them and say this is what has evolved in this culture and due to this environmental factor? So if we can identify it, for me, I'm curious to study it. Because initially, for me, the position was that the reason European colonized, the reason they enslaved people, the reason they are so cruel is because of the Ice Age. It's because they involved in the ice. I have drawn back from that position. I can never I can never write any article defending that position. I'll be fair with you. But to say there's something you can point out certain cultural elements that evolve in that cradle. I mean, I'm curious. I want to know.
Hey, Sekou, I might agree.
It's possible.
Go ahead, Thanos.
Yeah, I just want to know.
Yeah. This may be my last couple of statements. So, yes. So, to Sekou's point, I think you could ask that question, but I think there would be a whole lot that you would have to do in signaling out biases and testing for variables. Your control group, experimental group. For example, you have to do things like find cultures prior to those wintry, icy, glacial times, and then cultures after that. What is the frequency? You have to develop a litmus test for what things would categorize those cultures as what you're saying they are, and then measure them up against other cultures across the globe, right? Like you would have to control for so many different variables and lay out those terms. But you can do that observational study. You could do it if you chose to do it. And then be careful with your implications. Like make sure you're understanding it. Make sure it's sound, because people gonna use it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to add on. I wanted to expand with because that aspect of the pastoralist. When you talk about these peoples, right? You can definitely pinpoint a specific group as well, definitely associated with the Yamnaya expansion. When we talk about especially when we talk about the group of Indo-Europeans that we are talking about, that have colonized in the modern era and things like that. Those specific peoples that we're trying to pinpoint, specifically Sekou, their ancestors are these Yamnaya people, and they are from the Central Eurasian steppe. That's the Ukraine and Russia area. So before the Yamnaya expanded into Europe, the other Europeans that were descended more from basal Eurasian hunter-gatherer types, they were not expansionists and warlike like the Yamnaya. But you can see the expansion of the father god cults, the militaristic style of civilization, and the expansion of the Yamnaya, bringing the SLC 45A2 and SLC 24A5 skin mutation genes, the depigmenting alleles, right? So the warlike tribes from the Central Eurasian steppe spreading the depigmenting alleles, and that warlike father god patriarchal system, they all come from the Central Eurasian steppe around 4000 BCE. And the spread of that warlike and colonial European culture spreads with these Yamnayas, spreads with their alleles. So you can see this group that we are talking about in the modern era that has a history of colonization, their emergence onto the scene historically is marked by expansionism and and colonization. That's the reason why those phenotypes are in Western Europe in the first place, because they're really from Eastern Europe. So the only reason we associate Western Europe with these individuals is because they colonized Western Europe first.
What specific time period before the Common Era did this occur?
Around 4000 BCE,
Yeah, so
6,000 years
that's a
ago.
long time ago. Yeah.
Okay.
That's really around the beginning of the Bronze Age. That's
Yeah.
actually not that long ago, but
Yeah, in terms of the Common Era, yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I was hearing something like Father God. So you mean that religious ideology, that's the time it evolved where people started patriarchal culture.
It's more patriarchal. Yes, the hunter-gatherer populations,
divine as a father, right?
And what we can compare is the Venus statues that you find in Paleolithic Europe, as opposed to the father god culture that spreads with the Yamnaya and the Indo-European peoples from the Central Eurasian steppe. Right, the artifacts that show these Venus statues showing the voluptuousness that people wanted, because in the glacial, in the ice age, you wanted a healthy woman that could reproduce and have children, and that was a fat woman, right? So that's why those Venuses are of that body figure, because that was the model type during the ice age when you wanted a woman that could survive, right? As a juxtapose that to the Indo-European patriarchal father god, where you get Deus Pater from, meaning sky father. Deus Pater is an Indo-European word that spreads with this Yamnaya people. Deus Pater becomes Zeus, it becomes Jupiter, it becomes the twos in Tuesday, it becomes the day in Tuesday, it becomes the Dios in the Latin languages, right? So that Proto-Indo-European root linguistically spreads with these Indo-Europeans. So the term sky father comes from Deus Pater, spread from these Yamnaya Indo-European peoples.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
so let's go back to
And
Friday.
now you make me,
Like
I'm
you
going
said.
to watch the whole presentation because you got a
Thank
lot of,
you. Thank you. Glad I earned your respect, brother.
Yeah. So you see, because I'm very curious, despite the fact we are discussing environment, behavior, and people, and it's very important you bring these type of things out. I'm looking at Africa as well. I'm wondering why the idea of God the Father it's not common to find. We have a lot of spirituality, but for people to present God the Father, it's very difficult to find. And Messiah, I'm wondering why the concept of Messiah is in Eurasia, somebody coming to save people. Is it because of the extreme suffering? Is it because in Africa, I'm looking for a culture where we can find a Messiah saving people? I don't find it. And so is there something that have to do with that? What led to the evolution of a Messiah complex or Messiah idea?
I can tell you why. It's a direct correlation with individualism. See, now we can talk about individualism, where the individual is born into sin, right? And then a savior has to come save him. When you start to look at collective African societies, right? It was communal and based off of collective. Everything was on the collective, right? Where if somebody gets sick, it's based off the community. It's something going on with the community. You feel me? And so one person need to be saved, right? And then the collective as a whole has to work together as a group. So if you look at certain Bantu tribes, right? Not speaking in absolutes, right? This culture had a certain way of looking at things. If you look at the savior complex, it's one person need to be saved. Go ahead, sis, put your finger. Your finger is bigger than the whole screen. Go ahead, sis.
Called depth perception. And I just wanted to add on to this conversation because it's really what I'm interested in, and I do appreciate God Energy bringing out the Yamnayas and how they spread this patriarchal warfare throughout Eurasia. But I also want to bring into the conversation that agriculture in itself brings out patriarchy, because when you start worrying about land and when the men started to worry about how we're going to pass on the lineage, that then comes with the the oppression of women, and also the basically the making sure that their lineage is with that woman, because in matrifocal societies, all of the time, you'll have the land being passed on from daughter to daughter to daughter. When they started to switch the conversation into having the lineage go from man to son, now we have to make sure that these children are ours. And that is the first step of the patriarchy. So not all the time was it just the Yamnayas coming in, because you also see this in African culture, even in the balanced cosmologies, right? And that's what I'm going to call the African culture, the balanced spiritualities, because they already had that essence of a father and a mother working together in duality, as opposed to, Athena and Zeus, or Zeus and Hera, where Hera is underneath Zeus. In African spiritualities, they are in dualistic states. But even in that place, you still see this hint of patriarchy, because pastoralism and owning property, it changes how you're going to inherit things. So that's why you even find this sort of patriarchy that comes up naturally inside of the balanced cosmologies because of ownership of land. So I just wanted to bring that out as well. It's not just like the Yamnayas, it's also this idea of owning land, passing land down to your children, and making sure it's of your lineage. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
And to alley-oop off of that, right? That
Alley-oop,
agricultural
she ain't get off the ground.
aspect
She got to get off the ground, yo, to get your alley-oop.
that agricultural aspect is still associated with the Yamnaya, because it is the Middle Eastern agriculturalists bringing these SLC genes into the Central Eurasian steppe. So yes, this agricultural aspect is very important to the conversation, and it does replace the matrilineal.
Y'all gotta slow that down, yo.
Wait, can I respond to that?
Wait, hold. I had raised my hand to go before the sister, but you know what I mean. I just wanted to say that agricultural aspect, the agricultural aspect, is central to this conversation, because it is the agricultural diet that brought the vitamin D levels down, that made the skin need to lighten up. And it is amongst these agriculturalists where the light-skinned alleles evolved, then moved into the Central Eurasian steppe. So these agriculturalists are also the ancestors of the Yamnaya. So this is, we are still talking about the exact same family. And the matrilineal aspect definitely plays a part, because it is the replacing of this matrifocal aspect in Northern Africa and East Africa by the back migrations of these peoples, which is why you see still the pharaoh marrying his sister, because of that old matrilineal cycle where the new king is always inherited through the sister's line. So if a man wants his son to become the king, his son and his sister's son have to be the same person, because the inheritance is going to go through his sister's son. So if me as a man, I want my son to inherit the throne, I have to marry my sister. So, and this is a remnant of the old matrilineal line. And it was this type of marriage that showed Melanesians were the ancestral clade of the Polynesians over in Melanesia. So this was even used to add the sociological aspect to genetic findings. And again, you can find this in my presentation, Out of Africa Part 1 and Out of Africa Part 2. Thank you.
What you just said about the Melanesian and the Polynesians?
So the genetics was found that the Melanesians were actually the ancestral paternal lineage that the Polynesians then inherited, because the peoples moving from Taiwan slowly moved through Melanesia, picking up those Melanesian genes. But it was the matrilineal system that those genes got inherited into that helped tell the story, because it was usually of a male being absorbed into the female's family structure.
Yeah.
Okay. But you guys, I wanted someone to address what Ankh said, that it was individualism that led to the savior theology. I don't know the connection, but that's what Ankh is saying.
That's what I had originally.
I'm thinking is extreme violence and oppression that lead people to think of a savior. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a few. That's just a few groups, though. Just to speak on it, just a few groups, right? Just like it was only a few groups. You can't say Europeans enslaved Africans. It was actually we know who the groups were. That's not the majority of European groups. We need to really, we need to really make sure we stay on course with that. Because people will come out and say, well, Africans enslaved Africans. I hate that. Hate that statement, right? It was polities that fought wars, right? Okay, they did have transmissions of slaves back and forth, right? The African had these certain polities they had slave markets, right? And then you have to make the determination of, what was slavery to continental Africans, right? There's a whole education that needs to be based around that. And so we never speak in absolutes with anything, right? And so this conversation should not be based in, so we're never, and even to say that most Europeans did this, or most in the Ice Age, behaviors changed based off the environment, we can clearly study Eurasia, right? You mentioned it, God, energy. You talked about the different groups. In your farmers, pastoralists, right? Farmers always trying to fight against the pastoralists, whether it's in Africa or whether it's in Eurasia. Like, I'm not letting y'all eat up all my crops. Okay, so the conversation, man, is not as simple as we've been taught in the conscious community. It's far more complex with humans and human behavior. I just wanted to say that. Now,
No,
Gullah,
but they'll be.
Hold on for a minute, Gullah. Go ahead, Gullah. Is your phone working?
Bro, I'll just leave it up.
Yeah, it's all
Gullah.
good. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna say I'll just say it's a universal human thing, like even when you look at bonobos and common chimps, you know what I'm saying? You got matrilineal with the bonobos and patrilineal with common chimps, and just due to the
Really?
environment they live in. Yeah.
Matrilineal bonobos? I'm just hearing that for the first time.
Yeah,
No,
bonobos are said to be generally more peaceful than chimps.
I said matrilineal. I said matrilineal. Bonobos, yeah.
Yeah, but there's that stratification. That's these we're animals at the end of the day.
Let him finish, yo.
Oh, I thought he was finished.
He talking shit.
Patriarchy. The correct term would
Gullah,
be bonobo.
come on, man. Finish your point. Finish your point, Gullah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, it just depends on the conditions, or you know what I'm saying, the human wherever you at. Like, it ain't just Europeans in totality. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had some people who had some people that was more, you know what I'm saying, warlike or violent. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just the conditions of the environment. You had the same things in Africa, the same things in Asia, all over the planet. Yeah, even in Native American population.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that. The point of contention is, in my opinion, where I'm coming from, in my subjective opinion, would be that it's more within the population, the more dominant culture exhibits those behaviors. But again, this entire conversation was framed around that as far as the second half of it. But what I would like to respond to as far as African cultures, matriarchy and patriarchy is defined by agriculture. I mean, even when you talk about, when people say that African cultures in general are matrilineal, that's really as far as succession is concerned, as far as the throne, when you have kingship. It's more of a balance. It's more of a balanced view. Like, women have their place and their roles within the market. They control the market in most West African and Sub-Saharan African societies. But then you have males that do the manual labor and things of that nature. And as far as it comes to civic structure, males will be relatively in control of that. So I don't think when it comes to African culture, it's really not as split. It's really not as this one way and that one way as far as matrilineal and patrilineal. It's just certain aspects. As far as as far as succession is concerned from kingship, it's more matrilineal. But agriculture, as far as land inheritance is concerned, that mainly has always been male line based. But it's not been no oppressive thing for females though. As far as patriarchy is concerned, it's not that. It's just land succession.
All right, let the sister go. Hey, sis, I got to put you on the clock because you're going to do a whole lecture.
I guess.
Go ahead.
I'm about somebody today, but we still cool, huh? I would say, like I'm literally doing my presentation based on this subject, right? And the reason why I equated patrilineal societies with agriculture, with pastoralism, because you don't see it beforehand. Before, when hunter-gatherers, during the time period that God Energy's presentation was mentioned, that time was more egalitarian or trans-egalitarian, where it becomes, where you have roles based on what these people can do. It's based on merit. It's not based on your father owned this land, so now it's yours because it's your dad's. Because they didn't own land. They didn't have that type of things going on. You don't get patriarchy and the patrilineal society until you start passing on your lineage. When you start passing on your resources, and when you start passing on your land, and you don't get land ownership until agriculture, until pastoralism, when you're owning these ox. Now you're not just following the ox. These oxes actually belong to you. And when you die, you're going to give it to your son. Like, that's what it comes from. Right? So when I say that you don't get these patrilineal societies until you get these resources, it's scientifically proven. You can go back into Paleolithic time, Neolithic times, and that's why you don't see Father God statues. You see Venus statues, because it's about the abundance, and it's not just about big women. The big woman represents a woman that can hold a lot of babies. A big-breasted woman is a representation of a woman who can feed a lot of babies. Like, it's more than just, the body shape of her. It's about the abundance.
Okay, all right.
But in regards to, I know I'm saying,
man, stop. Who's next?
Yeah, I wanted to bring out the agricultural aspect of it, because it actually relates to what Sekou was talking about as well, where you see the God King concept associated with the Messiah figure. So when you have divine kingship, you also see the Messiah figure, that savior figure. And that divine kingship is usually marked with pastoral civilization. So the early Bronze Age civilizations, the cow motif, the cattle motif, was a signature motif of usually the chief deity, who was a male deity, some sort of father god, right? So the cow was represented by Osar. The Apis bull, right, was his animal form. You have the cow in Greece, right? You have the Amaranthian boar. Well, that's a boar, but you know what I mean? They still have that in Greece. In Mesopotamia, the cow is one of their sacred symbols. Oftentimes you see a man's head on top of a cow. Baal, right, is associated with the cow. El is associated with the cow. And what is one of the most sacred symbols in India? The cow, right? All places that have been affected by Indo-European Yamnaya ancestral, steppe ancestral, Anatolian farmer ancestral, pastoralist type peoples. So Sekou, with that Messiah thing, you also see it associated with God kings, right? Divine kingship, God kings. And those civilizations that had God kings are associated with pastoralism. And that pastoralism still leads back to these steppe peoples, these Yamnaya peoples.
But we had divine kings in Africa, but we didn't develop the Messiah idea.
But you also have pastoralism in Africa as well, right? Goats and sheep were it pastoralized very early, and right, low key, quiet as kept. There is research being done of an independent pastoralizing or independent domesticating of cattle in Africa, separate from the Eurasian domestication of cattle, right? So you could still see an association with divine kingship, male rule with pastoralism, but Africans did not adopt the Messiah thing, like you said. So I guess the hunt is still on.
Right, the hunt is on, because all of this is just to understand how the culture, because culture also evolves, and like we said, genetics interact with environment interact with genetics. Then culture also is learned. It's transmission. It's transmission of culture. And then you see people behave, the dominant culture now become the behavior of the people, or their way of life and their law and everything try to control them. So for me, the Messiah, these are motifs we see coming out of Eurasia. Messiah, this idea of a God, the Father, because these things that you take for granted, this is what guide people ideology. Then that leads to choosing people, because now we are chosen. Again, these other people are not chosen, so we can subjugate them. Divine, we are chosen. They are not chosen. Even though in Egypt, we see them calling themselves Remech. I don't know whether that is equivalent to choosing people, but I don't think so.
It's like
They were seeing themselves to be much better to the divine than other people. But the idea of we are choosing people, it sounds the same to me as civilized versus savages. You know, when people come to another people's culture, instead of understanding the cultural relativism that these people behave, this is their credo, their culture is just unique, their sense of good and evil is different, but you just call it savage. Yours is better. All these things adopted by colonialists. So I'm wondering whether these things evolved in the European steppes, in the Eurasia, before they brought them, to attack Africa, or it was universally, these things were all universal. People evolved with this same idea and ideology. Because I don't find Messiah in Africa, I don't find God the Father in Africa, and I don't find choosing people. So these things are very interesting to me. Are these things unique to the Ice Age people or Eurasia?
That fingernail God is
stay cool. So somebody else? My bad.
So do y'all say that like these statues, Sister mentioned, like the Venus of Willendorf, are y'all saying that's African figurine? I know early in my development, I used to think they was African statues. I'm saying it is not that. I know you mentioned some of the figurines, God Energy, and Sister Issa talked about this. Are y'all emphatically saying that this Ice Age statue is of a black woman in the middle of an ice age in Europe? Is that what y'all trying to convince me of?
Yes. The Aurignacian population of the Pleistocene era, of the Paleolithic, those were melanated black people, and the genetic work done on the SLC genes, the alleles, the SLC 45A2 and SLC 24A5, those didn't even mutate on the planet at the time those Venuses were constructed. So the Venuses predate the genetic mutation to produce the light skin in those Europeans. The Venuses are older than the SLC gene mutation. So there's no way. So it's not that, but this population of Aurignacians, they would have been. They would have been North Africans.
Until you find out it's not the only gene. Until you figure out that's not the only gene that produces light skin, I'm just not gonna get into
that. Is, but Dr. Tishkoff, that's the work done by Dr. Tishkoff to show the genes that are responsible for depigmentation, specifically the depigmentation alleles in Europeans, because the depigmentation alleles. The depigmentation alleles in Europeans is different from the depigmentation alleles in Asians. Please stop distracting from my point that people could hear the facts that do exist.
I'm trying to talk with you every time you talk. It don't gotta be a mini lecture though.
Yeah,
I get that, but this is the explanation. So look,
listen. Just say
Dr. Tishkoff has found the depigmenting alleles, and they know which ones they are. So they have isolated which ones, brother. You are incorrect.
The question, Ankh, your point is correct though to me, but what Ankh is saying is that the only gene.
Yes. The SLC genes are the only genes, and the HERC2 genes. Those are the genes responsible for depigmenting in Europeans. So there's a combination of 3 to 4 actually, but they know what they are, and it's always these 4 that depigment Europeans versus the MFSD12 that depigments East Asians. So they have completely isolated which genes do these things. So they can isolate the mutation time, the temporal range that this gene mutated. And they find that it only mutated in 6,000 BC, 8,000 years ago, which is 30 to 20,000 years younger than the Venus figurine. So the Venus figurines.
Go ahead, Gullah, because
I would say the SL genes mutated
20,000 and 28,000 years ago.
Thank you, man.
The OC2
No, you can't start
gene
talking,
mutated
bro. You
that
gotta let
time.
somebody else talk. It's
That's
frustrating.
weird, bro.
Man,
That's
the
Man,
weird.
somebody, bro, this
OC2
got to be the
mutated.
last time he regulate on the panel, man. Real
Oh,
talk,
oh,
man.
check this out. Let me regulate you. Now, what? Let me
Put it
regulate
in.
you.
No,
Okay.
someone is
It's
trying
in
to
my
banter with another
presentation.
day.
Regulate
You
that.
have to listen.
Yeah, it didn't
It's in
migrate
my
to Africa.
presentation.
Man,
It
you
didn't
got, man,
migrate.
listen. Go ahead, Gullah. Let Gullah get his thing off and let me go. You can't, every
I would
statement
say.
you make cannot be a lecture, bro. It's a conversation. Come on, yo. It's like you gonna talk me to death. Get it in. We heard you. You're wrong, right? You've been wrong a lot. Okay?
I'm
You're
not
wrong.
wrong, brother.
You're wrong. You're wrong. But it's okay.
How? Who
Let
proved
Gullah
me
make.
wrong?
He
How?
just did it. He just did it.
Who
You're not
just
listening. You
did
stop.
it?
Go ahead, Gullah.
I would say I was gonna say the allele for it came out of Africa anyway, and from the Kit-Liz gene, and then the SLC genes mutated and manifest in in Eurasia, probably like around like the Trans-Caucasus areas with the Caucasus hunter-gatherers around 20,000 to 28,000 years ago. But it stayed within those regions. It didn't migrate into Africa into the mid-Heliocene around like 77,000 BCE or 6,000 BCE around that time when it migrated to Africa.
So what you're thinking about is the OCA2 gene responsible for
No,
blonde hair, which is why you find individuals with blonde hair before you
it's
find
not.
individuals with light skin. You're thinking about the OCA2 gene, even though you're mostly right.
OCA2 gene is actually responsible for blue eyes, and then
Blonde hair. It's associated with the HERC2 gene.
No, I don't think
It's responsible for blonde hair too. The OCA2 gene is also responsible for blonde hair. The SLC genes are depigmenting alleles. So the SLC genes are depigmenting in the skin.
If you look up the article light skin, or even on Wikipedia, got the articles for it.
I got articles in my presentation. Y'all ain't watched my presentation. I don't feel like y'all rock with me because y'all ain't even watched my presentation and we talking about stuff that was in it, yo. I don't feel part of the family, yo. I don't feel part of the family, yo.
I do rock with you. You just wrong.
Could you pull it up? Hey, could you go to?
You're not even in the comment.
Could you go to Wikipedia and go to light skin? Could you go to Wikipedia and go to light skin? Yeah.
Which article?
It's called light skin.
I got you. And go ahead and let Wishful comment.
Then watch my presentation and look at my articles. We doing all this to try. I think you're trying to distract people from seeing my presentation. You trying to discredit me so they don't go watch it. That's what you're doing.
Hey, say cool. I ain't never doing that. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Venice.
What you mean? Go.
Oh, Thunder Eye.
They having a submission. I only wanted to respond to the conversation is straight away from where I wanted to interject. Anyways, I don't want to draw the conversation.
Yeah, I think we keep changing to different angles, but it's the same content.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to respond to the whole patrilineal succession thing. I don't people to generalize that too much as far as like how the societies interact. Is when it comes to, I'll say sub-Saharan, quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa specifically. It's not like when you see succession in one area, it's gonna balance in another area. It's not finna be this oppressive dynamic where men are saying that they're inherently better than women and their role is better than women. It's in the same way you was quote unquote regular European culture was or Eurasian culture is. It's not. You're gonna see balance. Like even when it comes to the deities, like in quote unquote African spirituality, the deities are not going to interject in human affairs. They respect the creator, but it's not praised and it doesn't interact with the people in the same manner as it does in Eurasia. It's a totally different concept. I think people need to look at more of the nuance when it comes to the cultural dynamics instead of just because when people say matrilineal when it comes to West and Sub-Saharan Africa, they're just talking about king succession. It doesn't mean that the society is 100% geared towards women, or it's 100 when they say matrilineal, it's 100% geared towards men. Because when you look at Igbo culture, yeah, men is succession, but women have just as equal of power when it comes to the confederation. You have the still chief council, but women still have the same amount of power.
I would disagree, but I'm gonna let you have it because that's not what the
Don't let him have it.
Oh yeah, you can disagree, but
The place and time where you're talking about.
Yo,
Can you give
come
me?
on, man. Let the lady
No, I'm just
finish.
asking her a quick question. And
Hold on, ask her a
before.
quick question. You just talk. I let you talk uninterrupted. She says she disagreed. She's gonna let you have it. Now she's gonna explain why she's really not gonna let you have it. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, did you find it?
But hey, you know
No,
that's the
I'm not
I'm trying to hold back
that.
on Dark Knight. I don't want to hurt him.
But I want to save it for another conversation because that's changing the conversation from alleles and migration patterns to patriarchy versus matriarchy. That's a whole different bag of worms that I don't really feel like
Can I
doing.
ask a question though, real quick?
Not in the middle of her talk.
No, it pertains to her what she's gonna say. I just want to know what time periods that she's talking about in terms of. I get because the time period he's talking about is like 4,000 BCE. He said so. If we're talking about the formation of contemporary cultures that have been within the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, that dynamic you're not going to see that as far as the matriarchal and patriarchal being just that distinct to where one culture is advantageous to women per se more than men, or one patriarchal society is going to be more advantageous towards women and than men. I mean, towards men than women. You're not going to see that. I've never come across one.
I mean,
you do, and it's literally like a whole history on it. That's where feminism comes from. So I'm just saying,
that feminism in Africa is not.
People are asking me questions, and as soon as I start talking, you over talking. You got to pick if you want to talk or you want to listen. So all I'm saying is that this conversation is about the migration patterns and figuring out who's black and who's not. The patriarchy versus matriarchy conversation is an in-depth conversation that I don't want to have in a 2-minute stance in between a migration conversation. So we can absolutely do it because I told you I'm doing a presentation on it. I hope you're there for it. But to be honest, I disagree with you. I just don't think you know the history of women. I think you know history, but women's history gets overlooked a lot. And I just think that maybe it's a bigger conversation than more, and we just don't have the time for it right now. That's all I'm saying.
I respect that. I just wanted to know what time period specifically you were talking about when it first occurred and when the prevalence of it occurred as far as time period is concerned. But like you said, I don't.
That's the thing. When it comes to agriculture, it depends on where people started doing agriculture, right? Some people was doing it in the early Neolithic, some people was doing it in the late Neolithic. But what is a common pattern is that when people start recognizing resources and recognizing ownership, not too far behind is the oppression of women. Because when you start thinking about lineage, especially when it comes down to the male lineage, you have to now create ownership over now we're called vessels, right? We're no longer bodies anymore, we're vessels. You gotta make sure that whatever's coming out of that vessel is yours. And that's where you get a lot of these, marriage pacts and what do they call it? Bride prices and things like that. Things that are very oppressive towards women, but we act like it isn't.
That's crazy. Yeah, we could. Yeah, I look forward to this conversation. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey,
so peace, guy. I'm leaving.
Article?
Have a good night. Yeah.
All right, say cool. Don't you move, God energy. I was trying to save you. I was being nice. Now I got to kill you, son. You always die. So hold on. Let's bring it up.
What did I do?
What did I do? First of all, let's do this. All right, we're gonna do this first of all. We'll do this. Matter of fact, we'll get jiggy with it. We're gonna explain it through this right here. This is the one that kill you dead right here.
That's the exact map I was looking at.
Nah. SLC 24A5 plus SLC 45A2 between 22,000 and 28,000 fits well within the range of the Willingsworth statue. Over here, blonde hair, 18,000 years. Origin of blonde hair, 18,000 years, right? Right here. Mm-hmm. Eastern hunter-gatherers. I mentioned that. This is what you talking about, dark skin, blue eyes.
Now go down to the Anatolian.
I'm talking right now. Let me finish.
Oh, my bad.
Yes, OCA2. they have dark skin but blue eyes and dark hair. 19,000, 14,000 Western hunter-gatherers. You said that the whole population is brown skin. Hold on. This is, look, the brown is the brown skin. Okay? Mostly blue eyes, light and dark hair, light and intermediate skin. Right here, bro. It's all here.
Yeah, it says the brown. I know.
Hold on. Origin of blue eyes. 42,000 years.
42,000. OCA.
2,000 years. Okay?
Yeah, amongst basal Eurasians.
The KITLG, right? That's another gene variation there. Don't forget that.
So what I was referencing, go down. Yeah, that's the one I was referencing. No, the one that you keep skipping.
Where?
That one right there. That was the one I was referencing when I was specifically talking about that group of peoples. That's the one I was referencing. And look, the number.
Hold on. No.
Look, that's
I'm not going to get used to the ride. Slow down, bro.
Yeah, that's the one where it says 8,500. That was the date that I said, and that's the exact spot I was referencing.
Anatolia farmers, they're not dark skinned. They're actually light and intermediate skin.
I know. That's what I said for the SLC gene mutation.
Okay, but you got a SLC 2458, 28,000 and 42,000 OCA2 produces.
Right. I was only mentioning the OCA2 and the specific genes for those Anatolian farmers who later become the Yamnaya. Thank you for the contextualization.
But you disagree.
I didn't say those people were dark skinned. They carried the SLC genes for the Yamnaya. Those are the people I was saying were the light skinned peoples, the pastoralists, the agriculturalists. You just lost track of the conversation. Gullah can correct me, but you need to just chill, brother.
No, hold on for a minute. No, hold on. I got this, Gullah. Step aside.
You're not following.
Hey, Gullah.
You're not following the conversation.
Hey, Gullah, step aside. I got it. Step aside for a minute. Now you ran.
Oh my God. I'm not running.
Watch this point here. What you said was the whole of Europe was brown and dark skinned. You said
up to a certain point. Up the Western Europe. Yes, I said.
Did you not say that?
Yes, I said Western Europe all the way up until a certain
point. On the map what you talking about? Because the only ones I see with dark skin. Hold on. I'm not gonna let you pseudo.
Look, that 85,000 and the arrows.
It's 14,000 and 19,000, right? And to speak to your point, we talked about the Ruddingdorf statues. Did you claim to be dark skinned? I said, no, right? You got 28,000 right here, which fits comfortably in the area and the space of the daggone statue. So I'm listening to you again, because there's your Janamaya pastoralist right there. Right there. They got light and intermediate skin.
Intermediate skin, but you see the pie graph. Look at the pie graph that shows mostly dark. That's what you're skipping over, is the pie graph that's supposed to represent the ratio of dark skin to light skin.
Nope. Here go right here. Intermediate dark skin.
Which one are you?
Color,
which one are you on?
That's the OC right at the top. What you saying? Scandinavia hunters. Look, we see the brown. That's not the
hold on. I can't see where your cursor is. I can't see where, my apologies. Okay. Up Scandinavian hunter-gatherers, 9,000. Thank you. That's exactly the time where I said they started lightening up. I said from 50,000 BC to 10,000 BC, they were all dark. You just pointed to 9,000, which falls in the exact range of the lightening that I said. And hold on, when I went to Anatolian farmers, that 8,500 years with the arrow expansion, that's exactly what I described.
Your statement was,
like,
Europe had Nope, you said that all of Europe had dark skin. You said the statue of Willendorf, because I asked you specifically, you said that was dark skin. You said there wasn't nobody.
No. Which Venus?
Did not say the Venus. I asked you about the Venus of Willendorf. Did I not?
So right in the temporal range from 50,000 to 10,000 BCE, that is exactly when I said all Europeans had dark skin. When you just pointed out Scandinavian hunter-gatherers, that's 9,000 years ago, that's 7,000 BC, falling exactly outside of the range that I said. So you would expect those light-skinned peoples to be there. I said exactly this, Ankh. And if you stand by this, I stand by this. We don't have to argue.
It's
This is
Western
exactly what I explained.
So
And it's
you
like,
did
why
not
you
say
keep trying to
Western.
fight me when we both
You did not
we both
say
on the
Western.
same thing? Why you keep trying to
Say that.
position yourself
Bro, you
above
did
me,
not say
brother?
that.
We
Bro, you
saying the
did not
same
say that.
thing. Me,
You
you,
did
and
not
Gullah
say the
saying the
same
same
thing.
thing.
You
We
how
saying
we
the
saying the
same
same
thing.
thing?
I'm sick of
You
that.
know what? You know what?
And
You
I'm
know
only
what? You know what I'm gonna do?
gonna
You know what I'm
accept
gonna
it
do, y'all?
100 times.
You
There's
know what
only
I'm gonna
gonna
do,
be 100 times where I say something and then y'all say the same thing as if we saying something different. I'm only gonna accept that 100 times, and then I'm gonna get mad. So y'all only got 999 more times to do that. But if y'all keep saying the same thing I'm saying and acting like we saying something different, I'm gonna get upset in the building.
I'm already upset. I'm gonna get there before you get there. I'm gonna beat you to it on purpose.
Look how competitive.
Beat you to the purpose.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
That was for God energy.
Hey, but now,
Daniel, you gonna say something? Tell us, you
God
gonna
energy's not playing anymore, y'all.
yeah,
You've tested. We're testing his
Daniel,
yeah,
patience. It's
yeah, I was
late
gonna say
though. It's
something real
late.
quick.
It's late.
But I was gonna say, when I said the 20, when I said 20, I said with the SL genes they mutated around 20 to 28,000 years ago. You disagree with me, and that's
disagree.
that's the ancestral one too. The Anatolian one, that the one that 20 to 28,000. Those are the Caucasus hunter gatherers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then the
The
blind hair.
Caucasus Lower Volga people. They're related to the Caucasus Lower Volga people. I mentioned that in my presentation. That's why it's like I feel insulted because if y'all didn't watch my presentation and then arguing with me about stuff that I mentioned in the presentation that we agree on. That's why I feel like it's like, damn, people didn't
And
even
then,
get a chance to watch my presentation before the attack started. As
and
if
I
we're
Now,
trying to
Jack,
prevent
you the
people
one
from
act
watching the
like it wasn't
presentation.
you the one
Like,
act like pale skin only came around the SLC 25. You said nothing
no,
about
the
28,000 years
European
ago. You
the
said nothing
European
about 20. You
population.
just argued them down, bro.
yeah,
So then
and blind
it's
And
in
how can you
hate
say
and
we saying the
argument.
same thing? This is crazy.
and
So
Between
blind
you,
go
between
and
ahead,
you
go
and
ahead.
blind hair.
Dale, y'all wilding out today, yo.
And I was saying
Y'all not
blind hair.
stopping nothing. A punanetta. Knock it off, bro.
And can I say one more? I'm saying blind hair. It ain't the OCA2 gene alone. It's the HERP. The main switch is the HERP2 gene, and
I
it works
said
with the OC.
HERC2. When we spoke about this 10 minutes ago, I said HERC2.
Yeah,
I
and
said that.
then
No, no,
and
no,
then
no.
and then
God
and then
energy.
We
and don't mistake
agree. We
and don't
Y'all
hold
agree.
agree.
No, you
hold up
did
Y'all
not.
and don't
agree on the
mistake
same
it.
genes. I think their timelines differ, and I think Gullah's hit a
Thank
different
you.
timeline.
Thank you. And I'm only talking
And he
about
said,
the
thank you,
I'm
just
only
to jump
talking
in
about
and
the
pick it up.
Yamnaya
Let's go.
specific genes. I was only talking about the Yamnaya specific genes.
Hey, God, energy. Go ahead and let Thanos talk, yo. Seriously, because
Right.
now
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
get me now.
Y'all were. I think yes, you mentioned similar genes, but I think there was a difference in your timelines. The SLC24, I think you were saying it started around that 9,000 year period, whereas Gullah was saying it was 22 to 28,000. Then Ankh and Gullah also mentioned another gene that I hadn't heard much mentioned about, which is the KIT log or the KTLG G gene. Because if I'm not mistaken, though there was a convergent evolution that occurred in light skin. Is that correct, Gullah and Ankh? In Asia
Yeah.
as well,
Yes.
Yeah.
Asian populations. But you
Yes.
haven't. I don't know if you're. That was my question to you about your presentation. I didn't see that gene mentioned. And then
No,
I did hear you
no. I
mention
only
the
highlighted specifically SLC genes for the sake of economy of space. I had a presentation of over 100 slides. I've been trying to work on not being so long-winded and not, you know what I mean? So I didn't even mention Denisovan admixture in my presentation. I left them out just to only talk about Neanderthals because the presentation would be extreme if I added those things. So for the sake of economy of space, there were certain things I didn't just extensively talk on because SLC gives you a basic understanding. And that's all I was doing was giving a basic understanding for the lay people, not to try to like compete with the other scholars. I thought we were all educating the lay people, you know? So my presentation was to inform the uneducated, not to compete with the already educated.
I mean, what does that mean, though? It's almost like you saying, I can say any damn thing because I'm trying to educate the uneducated. The scholar's supposed to know that.
No, it was simplified, meaning I didn't go extensive too much. Because even talking about the polymorphisms and the single nucleotide polymorphisms and the alleles, all of that is quite wordsy for someone who hasn't even looked into this stuff. That's all I'm saying, brother.
No, but you talking to me now. You really talking to Gullah because you say I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So you really talking to Gullah.
Exactly.
I don't know what you. All of a sudden I don't know what you're talking about. I might not know what I'm talking about, but I know what the hell you said. I'm an expert on knowing what a person say. How about that? That's my job. What you said was all of Europe, right? All of Eurasia was dark skin. You say because it wasn't nobody that migrated
through a certain
20,000 years. Did you say that or am I tripping?
Yeah, through a certain time period, yes. I even presented that in my presentation, and I cited a few articles on it.
You say ain't nobody there. It's 15,000 years. That's what you said, bro. You said that they wiped out at 15,000. Did you not say that? So hold on. So the person that don't know what the hell he talking about, that's what the hell I'm saying. You're wrong on that point. That point that I don't know what I'm talking about, the 15,000, I trumped you with the 28,000. I know I don't know what I'm talking about, but I clearly understand. It's all on the screen, bro. Come on with that, bro. You gotta stop that. Jesus Christ, man. Now I'm petty. Petty, call me petty. Summarizing is all right.
Yeah, but that's not the mutation of the depigmenting. So bring up the part where the dysfunction comes in and the lack of calcium production comes in, right? This is talking about just the SLC gene as itself, but we're talking about the mutation that causes the malfunction in the melanocytes, the calcium in the melanocytes. So this is only the specific things that I'm talking about. And this is happening in that Anatolian migration of 8,500 years ago. Then the 9,000 years ago that you showed with the Scandinavian hunter-gatherers. I even mentioned how the ancient North Eurasian mixed with the Eastern hunter-gatherers or the Western hunter-gatherers to create the Scandinavian hunter-gatherers. So I even mentioned those groups in my presentation. You know what I mean? But whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna go back over it again. We're gonna measure up the two tapes. That tape.
Yeah, see, I mentioned the RS. Mine, the one that I mentioned in mine was the RS 198 something.
We was rude with Thanos. Go ahead, Thanos.
No, I think that's Gullah trying to speak, but
I was gonna say too, before anybody get carried away, the blonde hair, the blonde hair that's in Melanesian population is a different gene, totally different gene than the one that Europeans have for blonde hair. It's the TYR-P1 gene for Melanesian.
I don't know. I'm an expert in hearing what a person say.
No, you not.
That's all right. You on that damn tape, though. Goddamn it! I don't care what you say. I heard you. All of the Venus stacked Venning dwarf, man. Don't nobody say that. Don't nobody say the Venning dwarfs. Venus is an African woman. That's not true.
I never said she was an African woman, but the population that she comes from was black people. They would have been descended from basal Eurasians mixed with Neanderthals. So they were still what we would have called black or melanated people. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say African. So you know.
But I won't call them black. I won't call them black. They were just dark skinned humans. You know what I'm saying? I won't call them black.
Yeah, but they would have had a mix of African and Eurasian features with dark skin. We call that black today.
What I do appreciate what you do, God Energy, is admit and let people know that Neanderthals were dark people. A lot of people don't know that.
There were dark Neanderthals and light Neanderthals. They had the same range of pigmentation that modern Homo sapiens have.
Depending on what read the screen. It says, "Great presentation, talking to you. Don't let discourage you and distract you. Do not let me discourage you and distract you. Because I'm going to be the one to. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm just going to say it. See, you know what, yo? As long as you got somebody, you know how you got a homeboy, yo, to keep lying to you and shit. You can't never. You don't know. It's like the emperor don't got no fucking clothes on. Won't nobody tell him, yo, you ain't got no clothes on. I'm the
I
guy.
was gonna use I was gonna use that exact map in
You
my
know that, right?
presentation.
You know that, right? You know that, right? I got you first. I'm a mind reader. Psychic powers.
This is one of the questions I was going to ask
No,
too, God. Hey, I was going to ask you this too, God Energy. In your presentation,
y'all
I
are
think I
great.
heard you mention something about, or mention very little about UV radiation. What role
Yeah.
does UV radiation play in skin tone, lighten
So
and dark?
so to make it appear, to make the depigmenting appear in such high frequencies, even though it sporadically evolved in these small pockets, it coalesces in large population groups with the rise of agriculture, because the lack of protein in the diet, when you switch from a protein heavy hunter-gatherer diet, then you switch to a less protein rich agriculturalist diet, the proteins don't allow for the production of vitamin D. So the skin wants to absorb light to produce the vitamin D from the sun, photosynthesizing it. Too much melanin blocks the UV from coming through. So when you have an agriculturalist diet, meaning a protein low diet mixed with low UV radiation in those colder climates, this is what catalyzes the skin to, depigment, according to the vitamin D hypothesis. So it's the correlation with the UV rays and the agriculturalist diet, because the lack of protein to produce vitamin D.
Like in plants?
Yeah, your skin produces vitamin D from the sun, just like a plant. Humans photosynthesize vitamin D.
I don't know if it's photosynthesis.
I mean, I'm just using that as a similar term, but it turns energy from the sunlight into vitamin D the same way that a plant uses sunlight to create chlorophyll and sugars and whatnot. So just to lose correlation, it's a metaphor. And it definitely works as a metaphor.
Thanks for clarifying that. That's a metaphor. Okay.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
So what do you guys think? We're going on 5 hours here. Do you want to let's
get out of here? God, make God be mad for a minute. You be all right tomorrow, God. And you ain't no person.
Y'all gotta stop agreeing with me. It's annoying.
No, you doing that. That's what you doing, y'all. I need one more conversation to completely have your style down pat. I know it's got something to do with like your man. The reason I was able to really pick it up, your man, Toledo Darrow, whatever the hell. I can't even say the damn.
You can't even read.
You're right. Everybody know I can't read, so don't be mad about it. No, you know I can't.
Just call him. It's Ngolo. That's the brother's name, Ngolo.
Ngolo. I don't see. Really? That's Tone Darrow. Tone Darrow.
Yeah, I've been seeing Tone Deride.
He's a good brother. I like Ngolo. He's
Tone Deride and God Energy. Y'all do the same thing. Y'all said I said that. I agree. It's a wild fighting technique y'all got here. I just need one more conversation to hear how y'all keep doing that, because now I gotta write it all the way down.
Brother, if you master the action of actively listening, then you would have it down pat. You don't actively listen to understand the nuance of somebody's premise.
I'm not gonna put that on God Energy.
But wait, so Ankh, what you're trying to say is you almost figured out like a tactics, like we use a tactic, and you almost got it figured out so you could like defeat us.
No, I'm saying it's wild how y'all do that. Like in the middle of a conversation, we totally disagreeing, right? A person will give you a point that you can't get away from. Then you'll say, yeah, I said that I agree, but wait a minute, why the hell did we argue in the first place? Like Turtle did we argued for 2 hours. Only to find out.
Brother, because you don't actively listen. That's why, brother, if you go back to the...
But I wasn't talking to you right now. How can I listen when you talk? I'm saying that we argued for 2 hours. And there was some point in the conversation where you act like you were saying what I'm saying. And then you got to the point where you say the majority of people. That's all the hell I was saying. You're saying that the majority of people come from the northern region. I said, that's wrong. Now I ain't saying that I'm saying I'm agreeing with you, but it's the craziest flim flam thing ever, yo.
Nah, I never not stated that I never disagree with the majority. I said the 100%. I never said 100%. Anybody that says 100% of anybody acts anyway is lying. That's a categorical statement that can't be true.
Hey, it's me, yo. It's definitely me, yo. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Tell you what, though.
Thank you for admitting that.
You know I'll go ahead and just bring a geneticist on, though. Y'all know that's my last. When don't nobody want to hear what I'm saying, and can't nobody hear what I'm saying, because I'm always the village idiot. Of course I am, right? Then I just bring an expert in, and then you know what the next recourse is? Everybody say, well, they agree with me. The experts agree with me.
A geneticist would have to counter the historical record.
Nah, we're
Well,
not listening.
that's what happened when y'all tried to call Ngozi on me twice.
Andy, do you agree with Telenero?
It's tone that I.
Tone that I supposed to be able to read that. What the hell's going on?
Yes, you should. It's just different phonetics. If you can read, you should be able to pronounce that.
Do you agree with him? I just want to make sure.
I missed that. I missed the conversation that y'all had about
By
that.
the time you got in here, do you agree with this guy?
Okay, let's hold that thought and let's get to promoting this debate. That's what we are in here doing. At first, we have God Killer pseudo killer captain, the one and only Ankh, going up against Brother Sanchez, the flat Earth leader of all the
known flat world.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my brother Sanchez. They're going to be discussing and debating: did all humans come from Africa? What is this, monkey or man? I don't understand that part. Can you explain that?
Yeah, because he swear that statue in Mesoamerica, right? El Negro, which wasn't even spoken at the time of the damn Olmecs, is some kind of way a human. It's a damn monkey. It's a statue of a monkey probably attached to a human body. Don't speak to this thing up.
Okay, so grab your tickets, everybody. The link is in the chat. Don't wait till the last minute. The debate is on the 28th of February, which is right now. What are we on? It's almost February. So no, it's not right now. I'm tired. I'm saying February is coming up. It's tomorrow or the day after. So yeah. Yes. And then after that, we will have Naphtali's going to debate me on are we primates? So that's going to be in March on the 14th. And so, yeah, those are the debates coming up. And then we got some debates brewing right in here. So, Ankh, do you want to take that down and we'll do the final word? Sonetter been telling me.
This comment right here to put everybody down. It says, Ankh sees these young bucks as taking over the different information in science. Well, Gullah is definitely God Energy's age, so that can't be true. And Ngozi is about 38. Then we got Vance. He's about 28. So there's plenty of young guys on the team. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm never going to relent. I'm never doing it. I'm never hearing this part, that part, until everybody get it right. Simple as that. I'm not trying to hear the all blacked out world. I'm not hearing none of that. I'm saying it is important for us to understand science and transmit it right. I can hear when it's spoken properly. I've been around it long enough to hear it and understand it. Simple as that. I'm not trying to hear none of that.
Ankh doesn't discriminate. He beats up on old pseudos too. So
80, blind, crippled, the women. Issa, she know it. She now we figured out what her thing is the woman.
Yeah, she's about to. I can't wait for that conversation.
I have to say, I back her 100%.
Based upon her last premise, she's based upon the historical record, she's gonna get obliterated.
She's gonna get obliterated. Why?
Because the historical record, as far as cultural concerned, not even in contemporary dynamics as well, it doesn't support anything she's saying.
Lido, you jumped in, bro. You did that on
purpose. First of all, let's be very clear. You're jumping the gun, young.
I know
let's
they jump.
Very clear.
No, I love
the only thing is that the conversation is too complex to have with you right now and change the conversation into some weirdo man versus women conversation where we were having an intellectual one. So I decided not to go there. But we could. Go get it.
I
don't see
figured
the
it out.
obliteration. The information that she's talking about just on surface is I mean, it's mainstream information. You can find that out. Ngolo, did you drop him off?
No, he right there, probably melting to the screen or something. Anyway,
I mean, what I just want to hear from him, just for record. What part of it that you dispute? The part about the changeover with when we went into like patriarchy and women became oppressed because of strength and childbirth and territory. What part do you actually just dispute on that, Ngolo?
yep, I hear you, Ngolo. Make your point. Uh-huh.
You bogus as hell. What I'm saying is, I disagree with her postulation and her categorization of African culture. The dynamic. Most people do this though, as far as when it's matriarchal or patriarchal, trying to make it seem or paint it or illustrate it as if it's one is geared towards women be having a all time outright advantageous situation, and then when they could categorize it as patrilineal or patriarchal, it being all out advantageous way for females or males. So I mean, or females. No, so matriarchy being outright advantageous to females, and then patriarchy being outright advantageous to males as far as African culture is concerned. You're not going to see that. It's going to be balanced within the cultures. Like for example, with the Igbo, like I said, you're going to have male succession, but it's not really any kingship. You're going to have male succession as far as inheritance of land, but then the women control the market. You see within, even as far as back as 1929, the whole Biafra War was started because women protested in the market against British colonialism. It's more egalitarian. It's not oppressive dynamic. I forgot the sister's name, but she's a scholar at the University of California, Los Angeles. She did a great literary work on this specifically. So,
all right, thank you, bro.
Well, I want to ask you if you're familiar at all with the Y chromosome bottleneck, Ngolo.
no, not specifically.
Okay. Well, hopefully she'll cover some of that in her presentation, because things changed for men and women, not only agriculture. Yes, that's true. But there was a great, how do you say, decline, a drastic decline in males in a certain period of time. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was, I'm tired, I don't know, 6,000 years ago. That's the Y chromosome bottleneck. And that's when men became, how do you say, they behave frantically, trying to take women, keep women. There was a shortage of men. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, flip that. There was a shortage of men, and then because there was a shortage of men, women were more, how do you say, women were more in control. Maybe I'm sleepy, but what I'm trying to impart is that there were changes taking place in history where men finally got control and they stopped hunting, they settled down, and women were basically put into the kitchen, literally, to have babies. You know what I'm saying? There's things you have to research before you just say she's going to get obliterated.
No, but I'm saying even from a contemporary cultural standpoint, that's not accurate as far as if she's trying to say that. I guess because I'm not versed on the Y chromosome bottleneck per se, but as far as contemporary culture is, it being outright oppressive to female. Like when she brought up bride price, that's one thing. Like that's not oppressive to female. The only reason that isn't occurs in most cultures is to show that the male can provide for the female, and that she's not gonna be out there on her own, especially in quote unquote Bantu society. It has nothing to do with being oppressive to no female.
Yeah, I wonder if it be like a compilation too.
I didn't get up bride price, and the historical background behind bride price is absolutely there. Like, it's very surface level history. And not only can you look at the female oppression within the laws that was happening back then, and I think that you're going to use like a couple examples, and I'm going to use a worldwide broad stroke.
But we're talking about African culture.
Yeah.
I gotta get up. and get this. I was laying down. I got to get something for you because I don't think that I really explained that well. But do you have that in your presentation? Anything about that? The decline in male ether?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do
I'm
have
speaking. I'm
that.
not talking about real culture though. I'm speaking about specifically quote unquote sub-Saharan African culture. So
Okay, and that's great for you, right? But like that's not my entire premise. My entire premise is women's history, and women's history goes more than just the sub-Saharan Africa. Like it's
I'm not
all
saying that
women.
that's not true.
So, so what I would say to you is that, you know, you can keep how you feel about sub-Saharan Africa, and then I will have the entire history of women, and that goes for my Black history that I do in America, South American women, Black women inside of Africa and outside of Africa.
What time period is
Like, that's
this?
what I'm talking about.
What time period is this?
Until today.
So, from when until when? From the inception of recorded history to now?
Like I said earlier, you start to see the oppression of women around agriculture. And that's a lot of what she was talking about with the Y chromosome decline. Because a lot of it had to do with the war that started because of the land ownership that they was having and this war god culture that was happening. And the Indo-European invasion and things
What
like
does
that.
this have to do with Africa though?
Well, it's a worldwide thing. I mean,
No, but no, this is my problem with generalization. Our cultures are not the same. That's what I'm saying. It's not the same dynamic. The same dynamic in Kikongo culture is not the same dynamic in Mongolia.
Let me read this for you because I was in the dark and I gotta say that I was like slaughtering my point. Okay, so patrilineal segmentary system provides a peaceful explanation for post-Neolithic Y chromosome bottlenecks. Basically, some people say it was peaceful, but it's known that it was like men warring, slaughtering each other off based on wanting to preserve their bloodline. So when I said women in power, that wasn't correct. Like that wasn't the right statement. Men were warring with each other to try to preserve their bloodline. And that was just like kind of that period is the Neolithic period, or I'm sorry, it's the post-Neolithic period. Let me see if I can get a date for you because you keep asking for dates. So this wasn't when it actually, this is before what I don't know your presentation, but this is the spark of it when things started to switch over, when men were like, we want our bloodline to be preserved. And so I'll drop this article. I'm so sorry. It's so late.
Are you
I'm
good?
I was just article in the chat though, so you can read it and get some idea of what happened with it. But
that
anyway,
completely correlates with the Indo-European expansion and the agriculturalists and pastoralists carrying those genes around that time period, around 8,000 years ago, right? 8,000 to 9,000 years ago. That's the post-Neolithic era. It is talking about these warlike, patriarchal Yamnaya SLC gene carrying peoples. This is the exact thing that we've been talking about. So it all correlates: the agriculturalists, the SLC genes, the Yamnaya peoples, the patriarchy, the father god, Deus Pater. This is that transitional and the warlike aspect causing this bottleneck, warlike aspect from protecting this new land that you're growing crops on and herding animals on.
Oh wow! So
did they back migrate
let's
into
end it at
something?
that. Wait, this is perfect because we actually, you know what, God Energy, thank you for articulating that much better than I could right now in my half sleep state. That was awesome. And essentially, that's what we're saying, Ngolo, from Issa first, and then I tried to come in and part my side where I butchered it, and then we had God Energy come in and articulate it perfectly and bring it back around to what he was doing in the beginning. So Ngolo, there it is right there. I'm looking forward to seeing Issa's presentation. I don't know if Ankh left, but I do want to close out. So I'm going to let Ngolo, I'm going to let you go ahead and close out first, and then I'll go around and just let everybody say their final words I appreciate everybody being here. Go ahead and go.
I would just like to put in that. So, for example, like when it comes to Igbo people specifically, because that's really that's the most populous quote unquote patrilineal quote unquote African culture that I can think of right now at the top of my head. And again, they've been exposed to agriculture for 1,000 years at minimum. And the dynamic, the men control the agriculture, but the women control the market. They control most of the artisan parts of society. They control most of the economics. So for it being equating agriculture as far as Africans are concerned to be an oppressor to females is just inaccurate. But the brother's presentation was great. You know, there's gonna be disagreements in everything anyone does. So I mean, that's just that. But he did a great presentation. I'm glad that he's standing on science and we're not talking about religion all the time. And I commend you for bringing the great information that you did, brother. Y'all have a great night.
All right, thank you for hanging in there. All right, let's go to, I'll end with you, God Energy, if that's okay. Issa, come on in and let us know when you're going to do your presentation and do your closeout as well, please.
I still need to talk to Sonetta about that, so he should be expecting a phone call from me soon. But I just want to close out with saying that I didn't want to make this conversation about matriarchy versus patriarchy. That's not what the conversation was about at all. But God Energy did a great job tonight. Thank you for that last statement about bringing it all together, because all of these different sciences, sociology, genealogy, archaeology, all of it plays together, and it creates the complete story of us, people in general, Black, white, everybody. So I thank you for that presentation. Napah, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. It was great talking to you. And that's about it.
Yeah, thank you. And I want you to know, when I go against your information, I still 110% back you. Whether you don't, I know you don't want it's not about male versus female, but I appreciate having you in here as a woman of intelligence and research, whether I agree with it or not. Me jumping in and banging back super hard on it does not mean that I don't fully respect you as an intellectual person and as an intelligent presenter. So I did want to say that to everybody. Keep coming in here. Keep on doing what you do. I absolutely, I love it. We need more sisters like you to come in. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. And that goes for you, God Energy. I know hey, we go back. That's what we do over here, but we absolutely appreciate you. We look what you did. You should hold on. Let me get my I was in the bed. Let me get my I'm slow at this. Let me get my where is it? Sonetta got rid of it. Dang, I wanted to do something for you. Basically, I was going to give you a round of applause, but everybody do that in your homes. He got rid of the soundtrack, but I'm telling you, I'm going to drop a bomb for you because you are a part of the bomb squad. Thank you for sparking this conversation. Okay, brother, go ahead and close out.
I think a lot of good information came out of it. You know what I mean? It was a little bit of a stressful day at some point. You know what I mean? But I think overall it was good for the information because a lot of points got to come out. A lot of things got to get fleshed out. Again, always welcome to push back, regardless of how I decide to push back. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to schedule a smoke session so we can just get that fun out there, get that energy out there. And thank you for hosting. Thank you for doing the after party. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. And it's always an honor to be featured here at the House of Consciousness. So.
Oh yeah, we love it. You definitely have to stay here and make your mark, which you already are. Let me tell you, it's not about, you see all the wave, the big wave that you're making. So when you have Ankh come in and sit and bang with you for 5 hours, you can just say, damn, I must be I know what I'm doing. So I hope you know that you're making a great mark. Whether we, like I said, whether we agree or not, we love you here and we want you to be a part of the HOK family forever.
Most definitely.
Okay, enjoy
Most
your
definitely.
the rest of your evening, your
All
weekend.
right. Peace, family.
Contact me, email me, get in, Humble and all them know, and we got to
Okay.
bring you in for a smoke session. Okay, God Energy, thank you.
All right.
And to
All right. Thank
everybody
you.
who's in, thank you. Everybody in the chat who stayed. I went to sleep, woke up, got back on the paddle. This was great. I really loved it. We bang back and forth. We go in. I get my feelings hurt. Everybody gets, the little hurt here and there, but we keep on going because it's all about the information, and I love it. I'm very honored to be a part of this community, and I give all the thanks to Sonetter, the King of Consciousness, and the HOK. So everybody, I'm going to do this one more time, show you the debate, and then everybody, y'all are probably, half of you fell asleep like me and got back up or sleep right now. But let me show you the flyer. The link is in the chat. Coming up, we have Ankh the God Killer versus Brother Sanchez. Did all humans come from Africa, monkey, or man? They will be doing this debate February 28th. It will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, like always, like all debates. It's a $30 donation. Get your tickets now. Don't get them last minute. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to be, of course, a classic. And after that, we have Napah, yours truly, versus Queen Naphtali. Are we animals and primates? Well, that's going to be going on March 14th, 2026. The link I dropped in the chat to buy the ticket. That will also be a $30 donation. So that for sure is going to be a great debate. I really enjoy debating Naphtali, and I am biased when I say I think that the women debates are like very, very much more entertaining and just how do you say? I don't want to say better, but much more entertaining and interesting. But of course, I'm biased. I just happen to be a woman. But all the debates in the House of Consciousness are how do you say this? The bomb. So I'm moving kind of slowly, you guys. So bear with me. Let me take this down. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to play some music. How do I get this off here? Okay. And then we'll see you probably tomorrow. We'll see you again. Same time, same place. HOK Coliseum, toughest environment.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Yeah, so this is where we get it in, and all the smoke goes down. With that said, let's listen to Sonnetter's Who Wants the Smoke remix. Peace, everybody. Peace and love.
watch the swoop? Who wants to swoop?
You guys thought I was joking when I said I'm tired. Let me try that again.
Who wants to swoop? Yeah. Temperatures going up, the heat is rising, scholars showing up, audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the immersive fire? So it's up, stand up, can walk through hell. So tough, too tough for the weak, soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flames, smoke is rising in blooms. While we inexperienced, the data starts to choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring the wisdom, even bring us your religion. If you cannot stand the heat, then please don't come in the bars. Just get time in succession, learn a lesson, fight and overcome your fear. Cool beat the best of babe. By the time all the smoke clear, who wants to smoke?